Thank you all for attending the Reno City Planning Commission meeting of Wednesday, January 18th. Thank you all for coming. We'll start it off with the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Munoz, would you like to lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And before we start roll call, looks like we have Chair Velto here online. Michelle, would you like to kick off a roll call for item number 2, please?
Okay, J.D. Draculich,
Here.
Harris Armstrong,
Here.
Peter Gower, Mark Johnson, Arthur Munoz, Sylvia Villanueva, it looks like she's absent, Alex Felto.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on to item number 3 for general public comment. This item is for either public comment on any action item or for any general public comment tonight. I do have one request to speak form. Danny Cleus, if you'd like to come up. Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes.
Danny Cleus for the record. North Valley should not be built on anymore. This is a report from DRI. This is the newest one. Quad and Knopf already told you guys in 2007 what would happen if you guys kept building out there. You guys didn't listen to that one. DRI basically mimics it, except a little bit more extreme. It actually shows you where all the water points are that come in. It shows you how Silver Lake goes right into Swan Lake. You guys need to knock it off. The 3 weather storms that we've had this year has filled that lake up. It's moved that lake over 150 yards. Guess what? That leads you guys to another lawsuit if I flood again. I started the last one and won against you guys, and I will do it again. And now I got more ammo against you guys. We have lawyers, more than one, to come after you guys for this stuff. You guys need to knock it off. Building in floodplains, building on top of floodplains, is not good. We had a warehouse that got shut down. Guess what? COVID came and it got built. They got flooded 2 years ago. Then they got to raise their warehouse out of the floodplain. How's that happen? Right smack dab in the middle of it. 2 of you guys have been here that know me. The rest of you guys are new. I came here every meeting for 3 years trying to get you guys to knock it off, and you guys don't. I don't know who pulls your strings, but it's not fun for me to make the city of Reno residents pay for your guys' mistakes. Doesn't come out of your pocket. It comes out of the city of Reno's residents' pocket. You guys keep doing this. I don't know why. There's reports that tell you not to do it. I can dig back clear to the 70s that has reports saying don't do it. That used to be country living when I moved here in 1973. Now it's became California. Our highways aren't suited for it. The sewers aren't suited for it. They keep asking for more room in the flow pipe that goes all the way into town. And we already know that Spark sewer plant, Tomorph, doesn't have the room for it. But you guys continue to do it. And another thing, emergency, you can't get a cop out there, and you can't get the fire department to respond within time.
Thanks,
Thank you for your
Danny.
comments.
Mr. Vice Chair, I just need to read these comments into the
Please
record
do, thank
before
you.
we start. Sorry, I was a little unorganized, so we'll do this. It should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the Planning Commission as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the Planning Commission agenda. Please note that the Planning Commission may not take action upon any matter not agendized for possible action on today's agenda. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. If you are an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment at this time, please raise your hand. Lastly, while in this room, please be respectful. Warnings will be issued to the presiding officer if there is disruptive behavior, and you will be asked to leave chambers if the behavior continues. On that note, we received public comment for a future agenda item that was forwarded to the Planning Commission and has been entered into the record. I think you have one more request to speak form on this item.
Yeah,
I did not receive any voicemails for this item.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Yeah, we do have Kelly Orr. It does not say if you wish to make a statement. Happy to read your comments, or you're welcome to come to the microphone. Please do, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Orr, for the record. I'm a resident of Ward 4, North Valleys, Reno, have been so since 2019. I've been a resident of Nevada, Northern Nevada, since 1997. I really speak to all of you when I see each one of you vote every month on building out in the North Valleys, and it's laughable. I want more of your areas and your wards built on with the infrastructure that we have. So build in your neighborhood, not North Valleys. It is not sustainable. You're approving commercial, big warehouses, more residential, the lack of schools, the lack of roadways. Again, it's a broken record. We're all here saying the same things to you, and you're still approving growth. You need to go back to the city of Reno, to the people that are hired to survey the lands, survey the sewer systems and the water structures and the infrastructures. I mean, you're putting rock on mud. It's adorable and laughable. So I brought a photo that I'm gonna put here for you guys. This is when I have my cup of coffee every morning. Let's see, and I'm kneading up, down. There we go. So I'm gonna flip it around so everybody can see. This is from a movie. I'm dating myself here. It's Mr. Mom with Michael Keaton. You're doing it wrong. Every day you approve something in the North Valleys, you are doing it wrong. I urge you to do it correctly with more due diligence and care for what the city needs, not what the city wants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak at general public comment?
Mr. Vice Chair, we do have somebody on Zoom that wishes to make a comment on this item, so whenever you're ready for that.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, someone's, they wanted to make public comment. Hang on just a second, okay, not just yet.
Hello, my name is Lisa Manning. I live on 1545 Corona Court. This is a property that's on the south side of the Grand Point Townhomes South. They're seeking a 20-foot, the current standards are for 20-foot setback for structures. They want 10 feet. That will put these properties right on my fence line. There's going to be 3 homes and people traversing right along the fence line right there. I'm concerned about fire. I'm concerned about drainage. Currently, there's a standing pool of water on this property near Grand Point. I'm concerned about the privacy that we have with people just walking right that bit behind us, and the noise that may happen. because of having those residents so close in proximity to our own property. I'm concerned about traffic. I'm concerned about a lot of things, but I really want to encourage you guys to oppose giving a waiver for the 10-foot setback. It's going to negatively impact myself and several neighbors along those property lines. They're not going to have, I don't think anybody else surrounding that property has to endure that, and you're asking those property owners along that southern line to absorb the cost of some of this, including reduced property values, pardon me. And I want you to think about if this were your home that you're going to live in for the rest of your days, and where you're going to have your children, grandchildren be, and what would you vote for behind your own house? Thank you.
And can you
Lisa,
please go to the,
wait.
go to Michelle and fill out a
Lisa,
form for us?
You filled out a comment card for item 4.4, but since you spoke on this item, I also need a comment card. Okay. So if you wish to speak on 4.4, then I already have it again.
Great. Okay. Donna, feel
Donna.
free to go ahead.
Okay, am I starting over now, I guess? So I had submitted a comment late in the day for item 4.2, but was informed that it would be pulled from your agenda. So that's why I'm trying to speak at this general public comment opportunity. And my comments about item 4.2, you'll get them at your next meeting, so I won't go through that now, but I have something to bring up, which is a conceptual issue, which relates to what the two prior in-person speakers brought up, which has to do with how the city's kind of screwing up on its planning and implementation, and the greatest possible permission to everything is being granted to everything, and it's causing some big problems. And I think it's time to think about, what do you really need to make this happen versus what do you want in case you want to make it bigger, 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 bigger. In terms of changing zoning and approvals that have gotten changed, I think that creates some problems, because you give it the most permissive zoning available, and by God, at some point, somebody will be using it, and it may be far more than somebody needs. And you have an upcoming proposal at your next meeting where, honest to God, it sounds like the applicant is threatening you. They've actually written all of their comments, these waivers and variances and such, and then they're kind of telling you what horrible things are going to happen if you don't give it to them. And I'm thinking there's just too much pre-negotiation before it ever comes to a public hearing. And along the way, many people made many decisions that allowed the applicant to believe that this was a just and right thing to do, and that they would be granted this waiver. Yet surely they must have known the waivers may not have been granted. So I'm having a process problem with many of the things that I'm hearing at these meetings, and many of the documents that I'm looking at. And it really has to do with down lower in the ranks, I suppose, from you. There's a lot of negotiation going on, a lot of things, like this person just speaking about please don't cut back the 10 foot is nothing for a setback. So why do you have to cut off 3 more feet of this 10-foot space, or raise the mountain just another 5 feet? It's not really necessary to make a project viable, and it harms the neighbors, and I don't think there's enough attention being paid to the public or to public process. And if I'm out of time, that's okay, but I just needed to let you know that. You'll see it in my comments for the next project, but it really sounds like the applicants have begun to threaten you with all the horrible things. If you don't approve this zoning, we'll have to redesign, we'll have to do all this horrible work. And they designed it that way. If you don't approve it, more's the pity, but for them, not for everybody else. So please consider the public a little more strongly in your decision-making process than you maybe currently are sometimes, because the impact on the surrounding areas, we are the people after all, right? So thank you very much for your time, and I guess you'll see a slew of comments when my items that I wrote about actually end up on your agenda. That's assuming Warren Way is not going to be on your agenda. Do we know that yet?
Thank you for your comments.
Oh, I also want to let you know that
Thank you,
I saw
Donna.
a chat saying-
Ma'am.
Thank you.
I need to tell you this, you had
No.
chat disabled, so I couldn't respond to your question in the chat.
Ma'am, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Michelle, did we have anybody else who wanted to speak in the audience right now?
I did not receive any other request to speak forms.
Okay, thank you all. We're going to move on to item number 4, public hearings. The Planning Commission does have the power to move items around. We are going to move item 4.2 up in order as we have a request for continuance. Would the applicant like to come up and speak on the record? Four point two.
Applicants for item 4.2, the Warren Way rezoning. We are requesting a continuance to a future meeting. We would like time to take in public comments that we just got last night and to evaluate what we're specifically going to ask for. So I understand we've missed the February 1st, and so we'd like to ask for the March 1st, which gives us 2 opportunities to go to the NAB, which we couldn't do over the holidays because it was canceled, et cetera.
Okay, thank you. I know we weren't thinking of doing date certain. Jason, if you want to chime in.
So for this item, it will not be a date certain just because it will need to be renoticed depending on the outcome of the project. So.
Okay, no problem.
And we do have the opportunity to have any public comment. If anybody would like to speak, have you put in a request to speak form?
Wait,
Okay.
can we?
Yeah, Michelle, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, since we're on item 4.2, we do have some voicemails. There were correspondence received. That was forwarded to the Planning Commission and has been entered as part of the record. I did not receive any request to speak. Wait, hang on. I did receive a request to speak from Donna Keats on this item via Zoom. So we have her standing by. And then I believe I have a request to speak form here. Do you want to do the voicemails first, or do you want to take public comment?
Yeah, let's start the voicemail first. If Donna is ready, we're ready for you, Donna.
Do you want to do Donna first before the voicemails?
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll do Donna first.
Donna?
All righty, well, I'm back. I thought this would be delayed, but I'll tell you what I was gonna say now. I wasn't at the meeting in attendance last night, only I joined late, so I didn't hear the whole meeting. But I want to point out that the master plan land use designation SMU, which is Warren Way, puts the high density developments at major intersections. They were gonna request an MF21, which is only 1 step less than the maximum residential density allowed anywhere. And the parcel isn't at a major intersection or even at a minor intersection. So I want to suggest it would be appropriate to step this request down to an MF14 rather than MF21, because the actual density and intensity of the uses are less than are indicated by the underlying zoning maps, which is what you always hear about. I think the comparison should be made with existing uses and density, not just with the zoning. The MF30 properties in the area are not developed to MF30 density, and nor are some of the MF14 properties, and a 3-story building is incompatible with adjacent residential and commercial uses. So there are some uses allowed by right in the MF21 that I think this is a bigger problem. In these bigger things that I was just talking about, when you approve those zoning more than is needed, what comes along with that are uses allowed by right that are incompatible. So if a property is sold or not developed as intended, you've just given it a whole bunch of permissions that are really incompatible. That's a broader picture problem, like with industrial, commercial, et cetera. In this particular Warren Way instance, warehouses could be, we're talking about Moana and Peckham, basically, between Moana and Peckham on Warren Way, right in town. Warehouses are allowed in MF21. There are a lot of things in there that people will come in and propose if the housing doesn't go in. And I think I would like to ask you to be a little more conservative and give them what they need, not more than what they need. Like you've done it before with the Globe Plaza. Let's give you even more decibels that you asked for. I mean, what the heck was that about? I don't know. Can't figure it out, but it was disturbing to a lot of people. So there are parking issues. Lisa's probably got all these notes down and they're probably going to retool everything. So I don't really need to say too much more about that. But in the bigger conceptual thing, please pay attention to what the allowed uses are in zone changes that are not necessary for a project development, and be careful about how much extra you give them, because it snaps back and the people in the area really get hurt by it when these other things come in. The same thing with the cuts and fills. Why do they really need to take off 2.5 feet of the 10-foot setback? I mean, really. So they make another nickel. It's just not fair. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Don. Appreciate your comments. We do have a request to speak from Andre Marino, who does wish to make a statement in opposition. Come on up. You all 3 minutes.
For Raven's Nest, which is due south of the adjacent proposal here. I want the council to take into consideration parking is very difficult in this area. In the fact that also, if it is rezoned into MF 21, and we all know I'm a licensed realtor in good standings in the state of Nevada, we know that this is an issue, and we've got daycare right across the street with little kids running around. So if it is allowed to go to 21, who knows what it's going to be and how much parking are they going to allow? We don't have ample street parking as it is, as a resident in that location. So I would take into consideration that part. If it is allowed to go to 3 stories, then we have another eyesore like we do downtown with the Mermont properties that have been allowed to go 3 stories as well in the Midtown area. That just doesn't look right in our area. So if that would be taken into consideration, we'd greatly appreciate it, because I am representing the tenants that do all live in that area. Also, we don't have enough sidewalks. We don't have any sidewalks through parts of that town, or through parts of Warren Way right there. So I don't understand how we're going to rezone this, and where's all these people going to park, and where are these people going to drop off their kids, which is dangerous. We also have a swimming pool that's in that area as well too. That's a private swimming pool where swimming lessons are given during the summertime, and that gets busy as well too. So if all this can be taken into consideration, we greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Can we transition into the voicemails?
Oh, yes, please do.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Andy Marino, and I live at 3677 Warren Way, Unit C. From what I understand, you guys are talking about increasing the footage for, or the amount of people or amount of dwellings that will be allowed at 3655 Warren Way. From what I understand, that's going in front of the commission. That's just a tremendous amount of dwellings on that facility or on that property. I would appreciate it if we could keep that zoned and 2-story, not allowing 3-story units to go in there. It's just, we have enough congestion on Warren Way, plus we have a daycare across the street, and parking is at a premium on Warren. Sometimes we have 3 to 5 cars that can't even park in our own facility. So if somebody could please talk to the Planning Commission that we at 3655 and adjacent would appreciate it if this was not allowed to go through, or if it is allowed to go through, keep it at 2-story. I would appreciate that. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Batten. I live at 3667 Warren Way. I'm calling in regard to 3655 Warren Way, LDC number 2300029. I wanted to say that I think an MF21 is too big for this area. The parking would be quite difficult, as it already is. Also not in keeping with the neighborhood. I just wanted to put that out there, and you have a good day.
Hi, my name is Laura Beth Lathrop, and I'm calling in regards to case LDC 23-00029, project name 3655 Warren Way zoning map amendment. I just wanted to call and say that I'm completely against this. I think it's already a very nice, simplified area, and adding 21 units across the street from where I live would make it extremely congested. We don't need that height in that area. So I would just like to express my strongest opinion to not allow the multifamily zoning to go through. Thank you.
Hi, yes, my name is Marcy Ross, and I'm calling in regards to LDC 23-00029, 3655 Warren Way, and I live next door to that property, and I wanted to say I'm not opposed at all to a multifamily residence. I am opposed to MF21. I think 3-story units would not be uniform to the rest of the neighborhood. We're all MF15. I also think with the new swimming pool, it would just be an eyesore to the community. So please think twice before you put this into process. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
That's it for public comment.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the audience wish to speak on item 4.2? Okay, with that said, kick it to the commission for a motion of continuance, no date certain.
Mr. Chair, if I could just put this for the record, and I said this before, I believe that when this comes back before us, these voicemails need to be replayed. I think it's imperative. I think it's vital to the decisions that we make that we hear everything at the same time, and this could be months out, we don't know. So I would just like to put that on the record. I think we should be hearing this again.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion. Sorry, I forgot the case number already. Case LDC 23-00029, 3655 Warren Way rezoning. Move to continue the project, not date certain, pending renotification and potential resubmittal.
Commissioner Villanueva, I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, continuance approved. Thank you all. Okay, moving back now to item 4.1, case number LDC 23-00016, TCA Leroy Street. We will now take a presentation from the applicant.
For the record, Andy Drilling with Wood Rogers representing the applicant. For the TCA Properties Leroy Street single-family tentative map and major site plan review. This item was scheduled for your last meeting. You saw 2 other projects. So there will be obviously some redundancy from what you heard at the last meeting, but I do want to go through that just to, for the record. So this project site is located on the south side of Interstate 80. South of the existing terminus of Robb Drive. The overall projects consist of 2 parcels. This is located on the furthest west parcel. The overall project area consisting of these 3 separate projects, a little over 34.5 acres, with a mixed master plan designation of suburban mixed use and single family. The case tonight is all master plan single family, and then the mixed zoning of general commercial and SF3. So the zoning then is SF3 on this parcel tonight. This property is vacant and was not necessarily associated with the previous grading activities, so that's why we have, you'll see in the project request, we have the grading included at this time. This is within the city limits. It's bound by I-80 on the north side. As I mentioned, it's associated with 3 of these TCA projects, so the 3 that are located here or shown on the screen The green area was a multifamily project approved at your last meeting. The townhome project in the middle was approved at your last meeting. And so what we're looking at tonight is the furthest west in blue, the single-family detached portion. All of these are linked by common infrastructure. And so each one, because they were submitted separately, had to stand on its own and its own merits. And so in the civil plan sets for each of these, you'll notice that, each one includes the extension of Robb Drive and a new collector roadway that ultimately comes down, terminates into a cul-de-sac here in the subdivision we're looking at tonight. And then there's a gated emergency only access connection to Leroy Street. So this project details, this is a tentative map for 16 single-family detached lots, and then major site plan review for cluster development, as well as grading that results in cuts greater than 20 feet in depth and fills greater than 10 feet in height. It's about 6.5 acres. It does trigger the hillside development ordinance portion of code, but code now clarifies that anything less than 10 acres doesn't actually have to go through the major site plan review process. However, we are still held to the same standards that are in the hillside ordinance. So on this property, we could have over 20 lots, but when you go through the hillside ordinance, there's a density reduction factor calculation that you go through, and that's where we come up with the 16 lots. Those then are clustered into the more developable portions, leaving some steeper slope areas over here as open space. This is a local street standard through this portion of the development. So there is on-street parking. There's only sidewalk on one side. If you recall from the previous cases last meeting, we only had sidewalk on the south side of this new collector roadway. That's because it's, the north side of it is right up against the freeway. It's not really a good spot to put pedestrians. There's also no pedestrian generation on that side of the road, so it didn't really make sense to have sidewalk on that side. So we continue it along the south side as it comes into this local street section in the detached portion, and then ultimately ends at this emergency access road. Gated emergency access, there's a cul-de-sac here, so there's no public connection other than maybe trail access. People can walk down that, but there would be no vehicle connections. I know that was a concern that was raised at the last
Andy,
meeting.
can you hang on for just 1 second? We need control of the mouse real quick. Sorry. Just give me 1 second. We have to bring Alex back into the meeting.
I was on a roll.
Sorry for interrupting your role, Andy.
Okay, Andy, go ahead.
No worries. Just to reiterate, no public vehicle access. This roadway does terminate into a cul-de-sac. This is a gated emergency access only. It's only 20 feet wide. So you would not have that public access, vehicle access onto Leroy Street. Just make that very clear. It does, and it would include that extension of Robb Drive. One of the comments or discussions in your staff report and conditions of approval is on parks and open space. We looked at this in the context of Reimagine Reno Master Plan. There's criteria in there for service territories for neighborhood parks and community parks. Generally speaking, neighborhood and community parks serve a service territory of 1 to 2 miles. So this exhibit shows that our project area located in the middle of that target there has 3 to 4 neighborhood community parks to the north of us. In addition, there's several trails along the Truckee River that also provide recreational opportunities. In addition to that, we did submit this kind of pocket park recreation plan. So in the context of the single-family detached, there will be some trails and some pocket park type amenities on the hillsidey sloped areas here. More than likely in this area, your pocket park amenities are going to be more kind of dog type. Dog stations, benches, things like that, vista points. So the more traditional pocket parks with amenities would be located in the townhome or multifamily portions. One of the major aspects of this project is kind of the comprehensive traffic study that was generated by Headway Transportation, Lawrence here tonight. So the TCA traffic only generates a small portion, about 30,000 daily trips, 194 AM peak hour trips, and 240 PM peak hour trips. However, this is kind of an interesting area where it's a plateau here that really is consists of four property owners that are all serviced really off of this extension of Robb Drive. And so we looked at a comprehensive traffic study to try and anticipate what the traffic generation would be so that the property owners could be working together in order to appropriately extend those services into their projects in order to serve them. So the proposed improvements are an extension of Robb Drive and then essentially a collector roadways that go east and west and serve the various properties. It would ultimately modify the ramps on both the north and south sides of the Robb Drive terminal there. In the staff report, we did provide, Headway provided this analysis to look at a phased approach to these improvements. We're not obviously going to build the full boat day one. It's going to be metered over time as the improvements are actually necessary to accommodate for the traffic. And so because the TCA properties in general, all three of them, this one we're talking about tonight is only 16 lots, a very, very small amount of traffic that's generated from this project. But taking all three of those projects into consideration, when you add the existing peak hour volume of the first phase of improvements, which really would be extension of Robb Drive, 2 lanes, a stop sign, and then a new on-ramp portion to the existing loop ramp there so folks can head eastbound on Interstate 80. These improvements generate 1,520 trip capacity. Existing trips that are using that, so everything kind of coming out of the north is just over 1,000 trips. The TCA adds 240. That's that PM peak hour trips. That's the most they're adding, and there would still be a capacity of 220 trips in that facility. Looking at future phases, so as additional development comes online for the adjacent properties, the next phase would be a widening, an expansion of lanes across the bridge. Some work on the north side for some additional turn lanes. Still would operate in a stop sign or a stop condition. That generates a lot more, just about 1,600 trip capacity. Again, with the existing trips and then the TCA trips, about 310 trips would then be available. Ultimate build out would be the addition of traffic signals at both the north and south interchanges here. NDOT requires that the warrants are met before those go in, and so you would see that kind of phased over time as development continues to occur. You would see those improvements happen. So in phase 2, you would be putting in the conduit, setting the stage, doing the roadway improvements, and then ultimately in phase 3, installing those signals. So with that, that concludes our presentation. We are in agreement with staff's recommendations and would be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Andy. Appreciate it. And we're going to get a presentation from the city. Hi, Brooke.
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Brooke Oswald. I'm an Associate Planner with Development Services. Screen better. Once again, go over the project site. We're looking at approximately 6.64 acres of that larger site. There were 2 previously approved in our last Planning Commission. That was a tentative map for the townhomes and the multifamily development. Those have gone past the appeal period at this point and are approved. This specific request for a tentative map, we're looking at 16 lots. Those are detached lots. They'll be single family lots. And we do have that major site plan review looking at the cluster development. Now, cluster development is they have that SF3, 15,000 square foot lots. They're reducing those down to about 7,100. But what that does is in doing that, they're able to squeeze them together and provide that additional open space. So you'll see as we look at this, you'll see those open space buffers both on the east and the south side, or the west and the south side of the project site. The project site is generally located, as mentioned, it's a plateau. We have Robb Drive as the main access, and we're going to see emergency accesses on this. And additionally, we'd anticipate additional emergency access that we saw additional development to the east. To the north of the site, you have many commercial and residential uses. We have some commercial nodes, including a gas station, hotel, several retail and other services provided just across I-80 there. And then to the south of the site is a large steep grade, so it really limits any development coming off that side and those other impacts that we would anticipate from a development. The key issues as we looked at this is that site and building design and looking at that compatibility, the grading, and the availability of those public services and infrastructure. So this is just so you know where we are. This is the Leroy Drive where Andy mentioned that we'd anticipate seeing that gated emergency access onto Leroy Drive. And this being the interchange area that Mr. Durling outlined of the improvements that would be anticipated as development occurs on that plateau. And then this is roughly our project site. So we're down the other two projects that were approved. We're to the east of this, and we're looking at the west end of the property at this point. Once again, that does have a SF3 zoning. That's 3 units per acre. And then we have a hillside calculation. So when that was done, that allowed for 16 units. And they chose to cluster those and move those together, which provides some preservation of some hillside there and some other open space, and then provides the opportunity to provide landscaped buffers between surrounding properties. A number of Reimagine Reno policies, looking at that concurrency management, those neighborhood connections, open space grading, transition to those unincorporated or county open spaces. We're starting to see county land. There's a number of county parcels down in here, some larger lots, making sure that we're making that transition appropriate there. And then the larger network connections. As staff's looking at this, we do have another development proposal in right now that's in the west side of Rob. That is the Heiser project. I am the planner on that, and we have been working with both all the land developers in that area and property owners to make sure that we're meeting all our emergency services, our connectivity, and that is what's going on. We're trying to look at this as cohesively as we can with as many property owners as we can. So, and we do have a consistency of the consultant being representing both the applicant tonight and then some future applicants that we'll see to the west of this. Once again, this is the area we're looking at. This is that connection on to Leroy Street and our main connection that we would anticipate on Rob. And our overall 3 projects being on this eastern side, looking at, we'd anticipate probably 2 more property owners and additional proposals in the future coming in. To look at our side, so if we go to the far right, that is the multifamily unit that was approved. In the middle, we're seeing the tentative map that was approved for the townhomes, and then we're on the far left here, looking at the 16 homes. As you can see, you're seeing that transition from a denser product, the townhome product or single-family attached product down into a detached project. So the density is really scaling back as we move to the east. And that's in line with many of the higher densities sit on the plateau where we have major grade changes and a great sort of distance between those existing homes and that we see below. And as we move to the west, we see that density decrease being more in line with the existing homes that we're seeing in the surrounding area. Oh, wrong way. So as we look at the overall site plan, I have the area laid out in green. That will all be landscaped. Additionally, as mentioned before, there is that emergency access onto Leroy. That is gated. It will be gated from the beginning. That will be just restricted to fire access, but we will see the ability for pedestrian traffic down that area. This is looking at that connection up off the townhome project, and then once again, our connectivity onto Leroy. This is a tentative map and major site plan review. Staff did go through all the findings for both of those. We're able to make all the findings with the conditions that were provided in the staff report. With that, I'll leave you with a recommended motion and I'm available for questions as needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Brooke. Appreciate that very much. We'll open up to the commissioners for disclosures. We'll start with Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Johnson, familiar with the site and previously spoke with the applicant's representative and received and read emails.
Commissioner Villanueva previously visited the site for the other two projects associated with this project, and that's my only disclosure. Thank you.
Commissioner Armstrong, I read and received emails, and I met with the applicant's representative.
Commissioner Munoz, read and received emails, and I'm familiar with the site.
Commissioner Gower, I familiar with the site, received and read emails, and met previously with the applicant's representative.
Commissioner Draculich, I've read and received emails and familiar with the site.
Commissioner Velto, same disclosures. I also visited the site and I spoke with the applicant's representative.
Almost forgot about you, Alex. Sorry, buddy.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Now we'll open it up to public comment. Michelle, do we have any requests to speak forms?
I did not receive any requests to speak forms for this item. No voicemails were received. Previous public comment that we received at the January 4th meeting have been entered as part of the record for this meeting as well, and have been provided to the commission. And we didn't have anybody register on Zoom for this item either.
Okay, thank you. Would anybody in the audience like to speak on this item? Okay, with that said, thank you very much. We'll open it up to the commissioners for questions of the applicant or the city.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Munoz, I'll start. This is going to be for Andy. You had on one of the slides, it was the 16 properties laid out, and I believe it was 7, 8, and 9.
Yes.
What is the elevation change in distance from the property down below that across Leroy?
So, I did skip over, in the clustering of this, I mentioned that we were preserving the hillside over on the east side over here. In addition to that, we do have a landscape buffer that would also be included on this side, 20 to 30 foot landscape buffer as well. So we have a buffer along that side that does help make up some of the grade. So these lots do sit up a little higher. The cuts and fills portion of the request, we do exceed the cuts more than 20 feet in this location. That's the detention basin. So cutting for the basin pond there. And then just along this back edge, there's a sliver fill that just exceeds that 10 feet. So these lots sit up just a little bit higher than the adjacent street grade.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Villanueva, please.
Hi, Andy. Thank you for coming back. Last meeting, January 4th meeting, did we have that traffic information that you provided at this meeting? Right.
Andy Drilling, for the record, yes, you did.
We did, okay. So can you go into a little bit more detail regarding the trips? So do you actually have your engineer? I mean, maybe it might be.
Yes, Lauren Chilson with Headway is here, so he can speak to the specifics if you like.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. Just kind of. And then did you work with the city on city's engineers, or did you guys just create this on your own, working with the applicant?
No, Lauren Chilson, Headway Transportation for the record. We've worked with NDOT and city staff through the process as there was a lot of interest in a comprehensive and cumulative traffic study for the entire plateau, as we call it. And so that's what we performed, and city's reviewed, and we've gone back and forth a couple times.
Okay, so I'm looking at this project, obviously, I'm doing it as a standalone because that's how it's being presented. But the trips on average, my concern is that it's connected to that highway and then it's going into that smaller community. And I understand that there's that gate for the emergency access. But on average, are these normal numbers? I'm not a traffic engineer. I don't know what normal is or what's safe. Can you just elaborate on what you look for when you're looking at these numbers?
Sure, absolutely. First, I think I'll just start by saying the 16 lots would generate about 16 peak hour trips, which is a very low number. The numbers that are cited here are TCA properties in whole, so all of those pieces put together, right? So you're seeing here the cumulative TCA properties, and then of course we've prepared the cumulative analysis for the entire plateau. Andy mentioned those numbers a little bit earlier too. Just know that we looked at all properties in combination, identified the improvements because we're working for all of those applicants in one traffic study here very intentionally as requested by the city. We identified all the improvements that would be necessary and then backed those out to phases based on the phasing of those various projects. So in short answer to your question, these volumes are very reasonable for the properties that we're talking about, all of TCA. They're very normal, they're very typical. We've used standard national rates, and we've used a comprehensive analysis to test and prove out all of these recommendations that are presented here. And again, that access to Leroy is gated. There will be no project traffic through there.
So if I'm reading this correctly, it says, so when phase 3's done and all the properties are working together during peak hours, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, peak hours is 2,025 trips, so 61%. Is that what that means?
That's correct. At the time that we finish all of those improvements with phase 3 and all of these known developments are in that we're planning for, there will still be a remaining capacity in the interchange of those 2,025 trips, or about 61%. In other words, we're overbuilding the improvements for this project. There will still be a tremendous capacity left in that interchange.
Okay, and then again, for the last, maybe I just wasn't paying attention hard enough the last time, but for the other two projects, did we have that future, what that highway was gonna look like as far as the outs? I mean, because I don't remember that. So as far as like how it's going to connect in, because I feel like this has more detail, but maybe I could be wrong. So for example, the stoplights, the stop signs, all of that, was that all presented the last time?
It's all in the master traffic study, and I have exhibit here on the overhead that shows that.
Okay, can you go into detail for me a little bit more on this? Because this is really what my concern is. So if you can.
So maybe just a little bit of background on the connection. I know that was a topic of discussion last time. Recall that the access rights and that connection for the south piece of Robb Drive have already been obtained. That was performed back in 2008 when those access rights were purchased by Flying J from NDOT. That still sits. So the access is granted. It's known at this location as the extension. Now comes the part where we identify with these projects what improvements are necessary at that known connection point, which is the extension here. Okay. So what we have is ultimately a traffic signal at both ramps, a 4-lane road here, plus turn lanes, a new on-ramp coming from Robb Drive on, additional lanes, one additional lane on the off-ramp here and a traffic signal, and 2 lanes off of the ramp here. So obviously a number of improvements to make these projects all work together and leave that remaining capacity.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Gower, please.
Thank you. Thanks, Lauren. I actually have a question for Andy on this one. Andy, one of the comments that we received after the last hearing before this one was questioning the increase in traffic to Leroy Street as a result of maybe misnavigation to the site. What will be the official address of this site?
So the city and the county, Andy Durling for the record, the city and the county do the addressing for projects. And so with the extension of Robb Drive and then what we're calling Hanson Parkway that terminates, they would all have Hanson Drive, hypothetically, addresses. Because this is a secondary emergency access, it doesn't get a road name. It's not identified as a public street, right? It is a emergency access for emergency vehicles only, ambulances, Reno Fire, Reno Police. So it would not have an address off of Leroy. It would have an address off of Hanson.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Munoz.
If nothing further, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, please do.
The case number of LDC 23-00016, TCA Leroy Street. Based on compliance with applicable findings, I move to approve the tentative map and major site plan review subject conditions listed in the staff report, and I can make the findings.
Commissioner Veltwell, second.
Commissioner Villanueva, I just have a couple comments that I want to make before, if
Please
that's
do.
okay. So after the last meeting, the January 4th meeting, I thought a lot about the project because I couldn't get it out of my head. I was like, is this, did I get enough information? Is this, did I make the right choice? And so I, reviewed and that's, my question was surrounding the same facts, is a traffic study, going to get us to where it's safe for those residents that are currently there, that it's not going to, be detrimental to the current residents that are there. And so with this project, I am going to vote differently than I did on the last two projects because I've had more time to think about it. I didn't want to make a snap judgment vote that I didn't think I made the right choice necessarily the last time, but then again, I didn't feel like I had all the information at the time that I needed as far as my personal decision. So in any case, long story short, I'm going to vote differently this time.
All right, we do have a motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion? All right, Michelle, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Alex Velto,
Yes.
Mark Johnson,
Yes.
JD Draculich,
Yes.
Peter Gower,
Yes.
Arthur Munoz,
Yes.
Sylvia Villanueva,
Yes.
Harris Armstrong.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. Congratulations. All right, moving on to item 4.3, in case number LDC 23-00025, Riviera Planned Community. We will take a presentation from the applicant.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you in advance for your consideration. My name is Mike Vicks with Monta Vista Consulting. I also have Don Clark from Cathexis with me presenting today. We'd like to introduce you to the Riviera Planned Community. I'm new at this, so let's see. The property is located at 2100 Riviera Street, and it's a 0.3 acre site. The existing residence will be demolished in association with the proposed improvements. It's zoned MF14 and has been zoned that way since about 1947. So this has been zoned multifamily for quite some time. The master plan designation is mixed neighborhood. The project will consist of 5 units, condominium development, so they will be sold individually. Additionally, we will be upgrading utilities. Parking will be provided below, partially below grade in an underground parking garage. There are 10 spaces provided, and then 2 additional spaces will be available on the street for guest parking. We have also, that parking ratio meets the City of Reno standards as well as ITE standards. We'll be installing landscaping throughout, that we will be making drainage improvements and common area open space improvements. One thing to note, the existing residence is located essentially on the southern property line. Once it's demolished, we will be adhering to the 20-foot setback standards, so we'll be actually increasing setbacks when compared to the existing condition. Drainage was brought up as a concern, so we wanted to address it. The site is located in FEMA Flood Zone X and therefore out of the flood zone. If you were to look at the lowest level of our development and compare that to the established flood elevations in the Truckee River, there's nearly 4 feet of additional freeboard above the flood zone, so there should be no flooding issues. The current site drains essentially from Riviera Street to the adjacent properties. And with the proposed improvements, we will be redirecting a majority of that drainage to the existing city infrastructure in Riviera Street. A small portion of the site will still drain to the rear. And in order to improve drainage conditions further, we will be installing a small infiltration area back there to hopefully vastly improve drainage in the area. There are several surrounding uses that are very similar. There's a two-story apartment complex directly to the west. There's also a two-story apartment complex directly to the north. And then, although they're all zoned multifamily, to the south, southwest, and to the direct east are single-family homes. One thing we would like to point out is with the MF14 zoning district, this development could move directly to permit without any public hearing or entitlements if it was developed as apartments, which this is a viable project as apartments. The owner wishes to sell them off individually as condominiums. Therefore, we're before you here with the tentative map application to provide for the 4 or 5 individual lots which will be sold. But if this was apartments, we would not be here before you today. Here is a picture of the existing multifamily building that is to the west of our development. It's a 2-story CMU structure. They've got, you know, minor landscaping, but nothing significant. This is a picture of the existing apartment directly to the north. This is the driveway to our site right here. Again, a 2-story masonry structure. At this point, I'm gonna hand it over to Don to go over the aspects of the building because he's much more qualified to speak to that than I am. Thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions relating to the site if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Don Clark with Cathexis, the architects for the project, and we can debate about my qualifications for it. Actually, I'm going to see if I can go back to that slide. So one of the things we looked at, like Mike said, this is actually the entrance to the site as it exists today. We're moving it into the middle of the site, so this will be landscaped and access to this part of the building right here. So we've got a front porch that works off of that. We split this with a drive down to the parking, and then we have another unit here. And as you look at the building, what we've done is we've used, so this is allowed to be 35 feet in height. I think our highest spot is in the middle of about 30 feet. We drop down to about 20 to 22 feet in this area. The back 2 units drop down to about 22 feet as well in height. The materials on this are a mix of stucco. The tan color you see is all cedar siding. And then we have some fiber reinforced cement also. We actually built a physical model to show the setbacks and how we're making sure we stay behind them from a height. And as you, in this zoning, from the street level, the height leans back so that you have to continue to make sure you're addressing how much it may or may not impose on the street. One of the concerns that came up in the earlier hearings was concern about privacy from the neighbors in the backyards. Like Mike said before, this is the existing structure right here. So we'll be pulling this back 20 feet here. We're also planting some larger trees back in this area as well. One of the concerns we had in designing this was the fact that we also are concerned about the privacy for the people that are here. So it's kind of a mutually reinforcing design of privacy in the 2 areas where we have a 5-foot setback that's actually required all along the outside edge. This is actually a deck along here. And then the only place we come to 5 feet are in this location where we have an entrance to this unit here, an entrance to this unit here. We have a solid wall other than a small window up high, and then a window into the backyard. So we actually create privacy for any folks in both directions. We can't see into the backyards of these. And so and then everywhere else we're roughly 10 feet of setback, even though we're only required 5. So we've been using that as a kind of a guide for what we're trying to do. Even in these areas on the buildings, this is actually a 2-story volume, so it's only a ground floor access. So there's no unit that sits here that looks back into these 2 yard areas. It's further along and looks directly back. There's not a lot of fuss to this. We really paid attention to the standards. We didn't try to do anything where we needed any kind of a variance. So we request the approval of the tentative map, and we're here for any questions that you have.
Thank you, Don. Now, a presentation from the city.
Good evening, Commissioners. Carter Williams, Assistant Planner for the record. All right, well, before you today is a tentative map request for a 5-unit condominium project. The project is located within Ward 1, southeast of the intersection of Idlewild Drive and Riviera Street. It's located within the MF14 zoning designation and has the master plan land use designation of a mixed neighborhood. So the property is a little over 3/10 of an acre. In the immediate vicinity of the property, there are a number of multifamily apartment complexes. That the ones closer to Idlewild Drive are 2 stories in height, and then there's 2 duplexes that are further down along Riviera Street. So staff believes that this adds to the mix of uses within the area by providing an attached single-family product, condominium product, and it gives the opportunity for individual ownership and with this sort of density. So with the maximum density from MF14 with density bonuses, up to 6 units are allowed. So the applicant is proposing 5, one less than the maximum. The proposed site is shown here. Generally, the proposal will be bringing the landscaping and drainage into conformance, or improve the drainage and reduce the number of accesses from the 2 to 1 along the site. The proposed building design is here, and Don did an excellent job of giving presentation on that. But one of the techniques that are used elsewhere in the city is breaking up the building mass across the block frontage to give almost a distinct appearance of 2 separate residences. So that's demonstrated here. This is a view from Idlewild Street with the existing developments on either side of Riviera Street. And then the step back diagram that was shown in the previous presentation. This is a code requirement for side and front property lines. The applicant's proposal also provides it on the rear, which isn't a requirement in addition to the 20-foot setback. Also with this, the staff recommends a condition for site lighting to reduce the amount of light overflow onto adjacent properties. Normally, this is required for residentially adjacent properties for non-residential development. We're looking to expand it for this project. Before you are the findings for a tentative map. Through staff's review and analysis, we can make all the findings. And on the screen is the recommended motion. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We'll get it to the commissioners for disclosures. Commissioner Gower, if you want to start us off, please.
Thank you. I have received and read correspondence and familiar with the site.
Commissioner Munoz, same disclosures.
Commissioner Armstrong, same disclosures.
Commissioner Villanueva, I'm familiar with the site.
Commissioner Johnson received and read emails and familiar with the site.
Commissioner Velto?
Commissioner Velto, same disclosures.
Commissioner Draculich, same disclosures. All right, we will now open it up to public comment for this item. First, we have Eric Robbins wishing to make a statement in favor, and after that, we will have Tim Hosfeld come up. Eric, come on up. Eric, are you in the room? Nope. Okay. Eric is not here. All right, next up, Tim Hosfeld wants to make a statement in opposition.
Thank you. 3 minutes, gosh, can hardly cover it. My name is Tim Hosfeld. My wife and I lived at 1419 Samuel Way. We've lived in Reno for 40 years and in this neighborhood for 37. Our home is our most significant investment. My wife was a teacher, I was a pastor, and so this is our nest egg, our house. The same is true for many in our neighborhood because it's not a very wealthy neighborhood. Living in this neighborhood for the past 37 years, though, we decided to stay in this home for the rest of our lives about 3 years ago. And we began preparing our house for a time when I'm bedridden, which is coming in a couple of years. And just as we were finishing our improvements, we learned about this project. As great-grandparents, we have concerns about privacy for our family. The project has several windows. In the back, I know that was downplayed a little bit, but let me see if I can do this right. Is there a chance you can pop that up? It's only because, I'm sorry.
Hang on, he needs the overhead.
I'm sorry. You'll see numerous windows on the south side, looking at my house and my neighbors. So there are privacy issues. The second thing is our concern, pardon me, I'm terrible with this. The second thing is that we are all concerned about the value of our homes. This project will cause some of my neighbors to go be underwater with their home loans because of our home properties being devalued by this project. A lot of people don't understand this, so I've created several slides that will combine the architect's renderings with photos to illustrate my point. This is not the first one. This is the last. Okay. Where to go? Sorry. I just had it. Whenever it comes up, it will show, that's not it. We'll show the property as it is today. The point that I wanted to make was the developers paid no attention whatsoever to the homes around there. This doesn't complement our neighborhood. It doesn't complement anything in our neighborhood. And boy, if you could get those pictures, I've spent days trying to get them up, is as it is today. And this is what it's going to look like after it's in. The artist renderings have all been really.
A few more seconds. Go ahead, Tim.
Let me show you the last one. This home is right behind it. You can see what people will see right behind this 1415 Samuel Way. My home's on the left, but no one is going to pay top dollar for this home. And the value of our homes, all of us, are going to suffer.
Thank you, Tim. We need to respect the others in the room wishing to speak. We do appreciate your comments, though. Next to speak is, I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher your last name, Jennifer Matalarayan. Yeah. You wish to make a statement in opposition. My apologies.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, board.
Commissioners. My name is Jennifer Madalainen. For the record, I'm here. I live directly behind the development that you guys may or may not approve. Hopefully you will not approve it. As my neighbor has mentioned, I have many concerns, just like my neighborhood family. I call them my family because I've lived there for 5 years and they have been nothing but supportive, caring, loving. They have lived there, most of them, like Tim said, 37 years. I've only lived there 5, and I felt like I've lived there all my life. I'm asking you guys to reconsider this project. I moved here from California. Everybody, you're welcome. I'm a teacher. I came out here for a better life. For me, for my family, I chose this neighborhood. Let me repeat that again. I chose this neighborhood. Not only to be a teacher in this neighborhood at Swope Middle, but for my daughter to go to Hunter Lake, to Swope Middle, to Reno High. I am proud of my neighborhood. I'm proud of my family neighborhood. You guys letting this condo come in is not gonna make it better. I live directly behind it. 25 feet from where I'm standing to where that wall is. Construction is gonna start. I'm gonna have construction workers practically in my backyard for the next 2 years. The damage that could happen to my yard, I have a dog, I have a 6-year-old that's here today, bedtime, 20 minutes ago. I'm asking you guys, I'm pleading with you guys. I have so many concerns. Not that much time to go. So, I'm looking at the security. I'm looking at the privacy. I'm looking at the devaluation of my property that I'm spending my hard teacher money on. That I've worked hard for my community, and I'm asking you guys to work hard for me now. Please, please reconsider it. Especially in the back windows. I have people now, people I don't know, looking over my 6-foot wall that I have, and they're gonna be able to look into my backyard as my daughter's swimming in the swimming pool. I'm asking you guys to address this. I'm asking you guys to address, if you guys do push forward with this and you guys do approve this, I'm asking you guys to consider the construction, the damage that the construction can do. The underground parking, how is that gonna look? We're on Riverbed. I worked at Swope. They're under construction right now. Riverbed, that delayed our project at Swope. I'm asking for flooding issues. They say that it should, and as a teacher, should. It's a very difficult word to handle. And I want you guys to think about the flooding issues. If it floods, it's coming into my backyard. My backyard. It's gonna ruin my backyard, not theirs. On top of it, I'm asking about shadowing. 35 feet tall, that's how high they're gonna be. Think about my desert sun, winter sun. It's coming over into my backyard. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Fred Contreras would like to make a statement in opposition, and after Fred will be Anna O'Brien.
Good evening. I'm Fred Contreras. I live at 1411 Samuel Way, which is adjacent, the street adjacent to the Riviera project. I live right next door to Jennifer, to the east of her. Currently, I understand Reno is growing and we're doing projects all over town. I understand that it's a growing town and things are going big and it's going quick. But I plead with you guys to think about the mass of this project in a residential area that is just, it's such a quaint residential area. Like Jennifer said, we chose this neighborhood. We chose to live here for a reason. You know, we knew there was a little bit of apartments around the area, but on our streets and everything else, there was nothing going on. The magnitude of this project for 2 years of what it's gonna bring to all the residents around us is just, it's a shame. The dust, everything that's gonna go on, the privacy issues like they're talking about. You know, one of my main concerns is infrastructure right now. We have a lot of issues with, well, the city of Reno is probably out there pumping our sewer drain on our street once a month. In fact, they were just out there the day before yesterday again. So the infrastructure with the sewer just is a huge issue to me, not knowing how this thing is going to plan out. My background is construction. As a superintendent, I built a lot of buildings here in this town. So I know what we had to go through to get approvals, to make things better, to get things going for this town. Like I said, the biggest issue that I can see is the privacy. They've got 2.5 stories and they got sun decks on top. People are going to be looking into these yards. Now, the previous tenants that were in the house renting this house before, used the top of this house as a sun deck also, and they were up on top, and this was only a single-story house, and they could see into our backyards. Now, the single story compared to a 2.5 story with a sun deck on the top roofs, we got to think about that. You got to think about what we're doing in this area. I mean, Tim tried to show you some pictures of what it's going to look like. It just does not fit the neighborhood at all. And we're going to plead with you guys to just, think about this a little bit more. I have no objection about building, but going so high, isn't there a way to do this, keeping it down lower? That's my objections. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna O'Brien, feel free to come up to the podium, making a statement in opposition, and after Anna will be Scott Wright.
Hello, my name is Anna O'Brien. I have lived at 2040 Idlewild Drive for 40 years. My family has owned this house for 55 years, and I'm just going to go with the little sappy story as to what's going to happen to our family. We had intentions of living in this house for many generations. I know my daughter wants to live there and raise her family, and her daughter or son may want to live there and raise their family. And one of the things that we've been doing all these years is gardening in this area that's going to become a dead zone because of this 2.5 tall building. Because of this building, we will know the garden will not receive sufficient sunlight to be able to bring in the harvest that we've been accustomed to bringing in all these years. This area is enjoyed by the family in the summertime, in the wintertime, and now that this building is going to be there, we won't be back there enjoying this area because we don't know who's going to be looking down into our yard. They're going to be strangers. How are we going to make friends with them? Why would they make friends with us? Maybe we'll get lucky, but our garden will be gone. And basically, that's just the simple statement that I want to make, is that's the long-term generational effect that this building is going to have on our family and everybody that lives in this neighborhood forever and ever. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Scott Wright, please feel free to approach the podium. And after Scott, Dalen O'Brien wishes to make a statement in opposition as well.
All right, good evening, commissioners. My name is Scott Wright. I'm also at 2040 Idlewild Drive, and O'Brien was my girlfriend's mom. I've lived there for 10 years. That's a generational house that was bought many, many decades ago. I took over that garden, and these 2.5-story roof decks will now be shading my garden and looking into it. And I'll have 5 trash enclosures that will be right there on the fence line that I don't believe was mentioned in either the staff report or the applicant talking about it. And although I do not agree with staff's recommendations and lack of better approvals, I appreciate all the time you guys have today to work through all this. First, the only way they're really reaching this dwelling units per acre and any sort of density bonus is by implementing this underground parking that I feel we didn't really go into detail at all when the applicant and staff went over it. This is something that's not found anywhere in this area, and it's completely unprecedented for adjacency to single-family houses. This is not some saving grace from not building apartments today, but it's really just a distraction to them not utilizing their parcel properly and attempting to maximize all limits such as height and setbacks. In the online report and the presentations, there were no site photos. Those just seemed like Google images that they took pictures of the 2 apartments, one which was across the street along Idlewild and not Riviera. And they didn't really show any photos of any of the single-family houses, the real adjacent parcels. There's about 5 of them that are single-family houses that weren't in any of those photos, either from staff or the applicant. The unfortunately placed MF14 zone, which seems to be obviously just unthoughtfully given to parcels near the intersection, is being abused by these out-of-state applicants. There's major privacy incompatibilities taking place after zero effort was made by the applicant to reach out to any of us. We made lots of comments at the NAB meeting, meeting the applicant for the first time, and nothing was really addressed. The staff report says the height was adequately addressed. Nothing has changed. And I understand that reaching out is not a requirement, but it does show that this development is really not trying to be built in good faith. I understand our community is aiming to grow. I worked in the development community in the past. Most of us really don't have problems with it. If they change this house, I think it's a 5-bed, 3-bath. If they want to build these apartments overnight, they really could have just changed this into a triplex. No one would have batted an eye. There's no 2.5-story roof decks looking into our yards. And we would not all be here right now. This is really just demolishing compatibility and just putting something that doesn't look like the neighborhood at all. I really wish those elevations were up with actual site photos. I know the first presentation from the audience here attempted to do something. These are things that the applicant really should have done. This is just not even close to what the city should be trying to accomplish. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, Dalen O'Brien, please feel free to come to the podium as you wish to make a statement in opposition, and after him will be Nathaniel Bass.
Hello. Sorry, I'm like shaking. So I'm against this project. I am part of a multi-generational home whose garden fence, which has been mentioned before, runs along the property in question. My family has been tending to our vegetable garden for over 40 years. My grandmother, my mother, my mother's uncles, who some have passed, have actually built the walls and laid the paths. All of our garden is all blood, sweat, and tears that our family really cherishes. My partner and I of 10 years have been playing with it. We've had an ornamental pumpkin garden. We've had just experimentational above ground planter beds. I grew up in this house that's, 2040 Idlewild Drive, which is right along the back fence line. I grew up in that house, and I spent hours playing amongst my lilac bushes and stealing raspberries off of our raspberry gardens. By allowing this project to be built, you will be robbing my family because I intend to be inheriting this property. So this will be my babies that are gonna be at this house that won't have this garden, that will lose all of the sunshine. The future generations of my family, the joy of our garden will be taken from us. The southwestern sunshine exposure will be gone. This complex will be kind of a visual corruption of our neighborhood, and it'll block my view from the mountains, the sunsets, everything. When I wake up in the morning, when my parents wake up in the morning, when my babies in the future wake up in the morning, letting this gentrification thrive in our neighborhood just kind of seems a little out of place. It's not really a metropolitan area. It's not midtown. It's not really downtown. I understand that there's apartments nearby. I grew up next to them, and people do come and go, but we also know the landlords, and they've been really gracious as apartment neighbors. It's kind of strange. I don't know. It's intense being up here talking like this. My house is the original house of Idlewild Drive. The men who built the California building built this house for themselves to live in while they built the California house. It's a historical landmark. It's made out of riverbed rock. So is the house that will be demolished, which I think is a shame because it's against the law to build houses with riverbed rock now. I don't know. I just think this project didn't take into consideration who will be affected by it. We'll lose our fence lines for 2 years potentially. We have a new puppy. I'm not really sure what we're gonna do to take care of that. I know it seems really small talking about all of this way, and I'm sure there's more important things I could say, but this is my family's home. It always has been. All of my siblings, all of my nieces and nephews. Dan Knapp has played in that backyard. I don't know. I'm just like begging like you won't approve this project just because oh, it's just like my worst nightmare that I never knew could exist till a couple weeks ago. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nathaniel, feel free to come to the podium. And after him will be Tina Dills wishing to make a statement in opposition.
Could you bring up the slide with the picture of the zoning on it for me? Is that possible? I have one that I can show it, but I wanted to show, I have pictures of the houses that Scott was talking about, and I wanted to just show examples of what's around in the neighborhood. So if you could bring, what's that? Sure, whatever has zoning of in that area, if you have that slide available, that would be awesome. If not, I'm okay. I'll just show you the pictures.
Go ahead and you can put your pictures on the overhead and then
Okay.
just state your name for the record. We'll start the timer.
They're pretty big, so I'll just do one at a time. Okay, so my name's Nathaniel Vass. I live at 2161 Riviera Street. I don't know if I'm the only Riviera Street resident coming here, but this is quite a concern for our street there. The edges of the street are zone multifamily, but it isn't consistent with how the neighborhood has been developed. The zoning is old, outdated. That clearly that the neighborhood is a single-family resident type neighborhood. The multifamily resident homes that are there is this right here. This is a duplex, and this is a multifamily residence that is right next to that apartment building that had the Riviera on it. So this is right next to it. And then this is more closer to the proposed development. This is across the street. This is also a duplex. So these are the multifamilies that they're saying are around their development. I can show you, let me show you on this map real quick. So this is where the proposed development is. These two houses are the houses that I'm saying are the MF14s that are currently duplexes. This is my single family right there. So I'm really close. This building will definitely affect my housing values. It's an emotional issue for all of us, and I feel like my neighbors did a great job sharing that part of this. My concern is really more with what it's going to do to the neighborhood with parking and where they're going to do simple things. Parking, underground parking. It's snowing right now. Who's going to remove their snow? Where's the removed snow going to be placed? Riviera doesn't get plowed. We haven't had to plow any of these snowstorms. So where are they going to put their snow? That's a real issue. Parking, 10 units underground. Say we get a snowstorm, they're parking on the street. There is no street parking. We're so close to Idlewild Park that we get individuals coming to Idlewild Park parking on our street. This evening, when I was coming here there's an individual from one of the apartment buildings that couldn't find parking at their own building because they only have one parking spot per unit on those older buildings. They didn't have the same parking requirements. So those individuals infill down Riviera Street. So I believe that this development will just make that even worse. Their trash can layout, they have 5 units, that's 10 trash cans. They're supposed to be 2 to 3 feet spacing between each trash can. So they're trying to put nearly 50 feet of trash can along a road that has no place to place a trash can. That section of Riviera is actually marked red, no parking, and you're not supposed to be laying up trash cans in that area. So those are pretty easy things that just make this not make sense. I don't think the developer really took any consideration of the neighborhood. It's an extremely inappropriate design. Underground parking in that neighborhood is just, I don't understand how this is even a thing. I think that I believe in infill housing. I really do. I think taking urban areas, consolidating housing, great idea. But this is not the way to do it. Who's going to afford these condos? What is the price point going to be at? We're not creating truly affordable housing. I hear that all the time, and this is not going to be that. This is one of those stories that it will be affordable, but it's not going to be. I propose that we do something that has on-site parking for all units, a dumpster for trash, no roof, no on-top decking for
Nathaniel,
lounging on the roof. I understand.
Do appreciate you.
And conforms to the look and feel of the neighborhood. Thank you guys for your time, and I wish I had more than 3 minutes.
Thank you.
And please come check out the neighborhood and understand what we're trying to say about this. Thank you all for your time.
Tina Dills, please approach the podium.
Good evening. My name is Tina Dills. I live down the street on Idlewild Drive, so I'm not even as close as the residents that you've heard from already. And I feel a great impact from this project, and I felt compelled to come in and speak to you. As quixotic as it may be for me to speak to the Reno Planning Commission, I am opposed to this project in its current form. The proposed development does not fit within our established character of our area, and it is completely out of context in where it is placed. To be summarized, it's too tall and it's too ugly. I keep hearing people say it's got underground parking. It doesn't. It has partially below ground parking, which places the entire building above grade level. So there's no interaction between those people and the streetwalkers. I walk my dogs past that house all the time. I've spoken to the neighbors on that street. All of the neighbors in that house will be 6 feet above my head. So if I want to speak to them, which the windows actually don't come out onto patios, so I'm not really able to speak to or interact with them like I am all the other residents on Riviera, it's 6 feet above my head. In none of the renderings are the neighborhood buildings around it shown. So thank you, Tim, for those wonderful pictures that actually show it doesn't fit. It's way too tall for that area. It's going to tower above all of those apartment complexes that I keep hearing and the duplexes next door. It's going to be a leviathan compared to those buildings. It is completely the wrong design. It's a massed structure that has no context through the historic neighborhood that it's placed in. The first thing you see when you look at that is the giant gaping hole where the driveway is. It's not got on-street parking. It has partial submerged parking, and I really feel sorry for whoever's going to clear a north-facing, shaded, sloped driveway from snow. That's going to be a problem, along with putting the snow places. It's going to decrease our walkability, it decreases our tree canopy, and it decreases our quality and our place of living. It's neither responsible nor well-managed growth, and you can hear all of the neighbors speaking to, it just doesn't fit our neighborhood. In summary, we don't mind if you put in a duplex or a triplex or apartment complex. This particular building is simply too small or too short, too tall, and it doesn't fit into the neighborhood. It was designed by a min-max in Minecraft. It is not speaking to the historic character of the neighborhood. Those little details, and we would be fine with it. If it was a normal apartment complex like we have next door, if it had some contextual relationship to the rest of the neighborhood, we'd be fine. But in its current form, I am deeply opposed to this project anywhere in the historic Southwest neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, it's all the requests for speak forms I have. Do you have anybody online or any voicemails?
We do not have anybody online registered to speak. Correspondence was received. Oh, wait. Correspondence was received. No voicemails were received. Somebody just raised their hand on Zoom. Hang on just a second.
Ready for whoever that is.
I believe we're moving Jennifer Huron into the meeting. Just one moment.
Jennifer, if you're ready.
Jennifer, can you hear us?
Yes, I can now. Sorry, I have a sick baby, which is why I'm not there in person.
Okay, you have 3 minutes to make public comment.
Thank you. I live on Samuel Way, not as close as all these other people. But I do have a few things to point out, and I agree with the gentleman on Riviera about the trash cans, because that's a problem even in my neighborhood with, I think they only showed storage in there for 5 cans, so that doesn't even give people the option to recycle if they want to. And then yes, putting them on the street. I don't know why that street is painted red. I don't think there's a fire hydrant there. So it could be that there's site issues, site distance issues to the intersection. So I was concerned about that. They're also adding a significant amount of impervious area compared to what's existing there. They show a basin on this back sliver of the property, which seems like it's going to be in conflict with the landscaping that they're proposing to provide privacy to those behind them. And I don't see how they're gonna maintain that infiltration and sedimentation basin with just walkways. How is machinery gonna get back there to clean that out? I'm wondering about the noise that's gonna carry from these 2.5-story decks that are above everything else in the neighborhood and facing a lot of open space with the park there and the river. I'm curious about the garage, if there's gonna be a gate there, not just for snow removal, but vehicle stacking coming in and out. It's very close to that intersection. Looking at my list here. I also don't totally understand how they get 5 units, because if it's a third of an acre parcel and they're zoned for 14, doesn't that make that 4.5? So I'm not sure how they got 5, but that's my last comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate that. Anybody else online, Michelle?
I don't believe so.
Anybody else in the audience wish to speak on this item? Not at this time, sir. I'm sorry. You've had your time. We appreciate your effort, though. If you do wish to make a comment, please go to Michelle. Huh? Oh. No, this gentleman in the back. 2.
Why don't you just go ahead and make public comment and then come back and fill out the public comment card?
Okay. Please state your name for the record when you come up. You'll have 3 minutes.
Live at 2970 Idlewild Drive, so I'm down the street from that. I'm in shock over what this is. It looks like a goddamn warehouse going in. You guys, come on. You gotta think about what was just said to you by all these people. It just seems to me that suddenly something like that gets built, and then the rest of Old Southwest will start looking like warehouses. So, and one thing I can tell you about where I live, we have underground rivers there, okay? All this snow and rain, guess what? Lots of water into the houses, okay? So I don't know if the engineers knew that or looked at that. I hope you guys had a soils survey, whatever. Anyway, I'm just telling you, I didn't come here for this, but I'm thinking, oh my God. And I was here before you for the other complex that hasn't been built yet, yay. But in any case, I'm in support of all the neighbors on Samuel Way and Riviera and Idlewild that are don't want to see that. I believe it should be modified so that it fits with the community. Thank you, Mrs. Villanueva, for your issues on parking or traffic. Really appreciate that. In any case, I just wanted to express my support for my neighbors up the street from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead and fill a request to speak form, please. Thank you. Looks like I got one more. Go ahead. It looks like your name's coming my way.
I'm Mike Madeleine. My wife spoke earlier. So I live right behind it at 1450.
Can you state your name for the record? Sorry.
Mike Madeleine.
I got it.
Sorry. I live right behind it at 1450. So I guess one of the major concerns for us is the drainage, right? If it's all going to be coming our way, it's going to flood our backyard. That on top of putting it in a 2.5-story, what was built to me as a party patio on top, right? I don't know. I just kind of like to put that in perspective of everyone here. If that was moving next door to you, how would you feel? It'd be pretty rotten. I want to put up this photo for Tim because he couldn't do it earlier. So, okay. So here's our house. And then
Can
this
you
is-
bring the microphone with you so we can hear you,
Oh,
please?
I'm sorry. So the first one was our house, and this is the one with the rendering behind it, right? So not only is it going to tower over above our house, but you're going to have people partying up on the roof. Yeah, I don't think so. This is our neighbors with the garden. Sorry, neighbors with the garden. And this is how they would look, right? It's going to be hard to grow stuff. Those are the ones that are on here. So, you know, I would just like for you guys to take into consideration what our neighborhood is and what it will become with this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you all for your public comment. Appreciate it. We're going to kick it to the commissioners for questions of the applicant or the city.
Can you close public comment, please?
Oh, close public comment. My apologies. Kick it to the commission for questions.
Mr. Chairman, I'll start.
Go ahead. Thank you.
To the applicant, please. And I'll follow up with staff with a similar question, but can you just describe the outreach process that you've had with the community to present your plan and the feedback that you've received during that process?
So there has not been an extensive one. We did have a NAB meeting, and we went through that public process for the comments, and then we took the comments and we felt like we did address them. We didn't meet with the neighbors. It's designed within the standards, and we also knew that if it was apartments, we would just be able to go build. One of the things I want to make sure the neighbors do understand, the roof area that is being called a roof deck is actually not a deck that's on top of the building. It's actually tucked in the middle that you can only access internally, and it only faces the street. So you can't see the neighboring properties at all from that, and it's not above. So I want to assuage some of their concerns about some of that. So
Thank you. And I just wanted to get back to my original question. So just confirming that you went to the NAB.
Yep, we did. There was not other outreach. The comments that went out for the noticing, and then had the NAB meeting, but we did not do other outreach.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Gower. Any other commissioners with questions? Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm actually going to ask staff a question first. Carter. So just want to understand from the way this was presented, as I'm understanding it from your presentation, we're zoned MF14. So by right, this could be a single unit as an apartment complex. The reason we're looking at this is because it's being broken into a tentative map for individually sold units. Is that?
Carter Williams, Assistant Planner, for the record, that is correct. Yes.
Okay. So I guess the second question is, there is in that zone, if we built another single family residence or a duplex or a triplex, are any of the requirements that are looked at, do the setbacks change? Do the height requirements change, or is that all based on the zoning of the property?
The height and setbacks would be the same, yes, and none of the property characteristics would change. We would lose the capacity to, like that one condition on lighting. That is not something that's generally applicable to other residential properties.
Okay, so under that scenario, a large two-story building could be built 20 feet away from the property line in the back by right. We're just looking at it because it's multiple units for individual ownership.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And then the follow-up, and I'll ask you this from looking at it, and I can follow up with staff. I heard during the presentation, there was some discussion in the applicant's presentation about modifying utilities and drainage for the site to tie into existing City of Reno infrastructure. So what does that mean in staff's mind with respect to storm drainage for the property?
So currently the stormwater flows are being directed towards other adjacent properties. So with the grading on the lot and this inclusion of this infiltration basin, it'll direct the most of the stormwater flows to the street, so to connect with existing facilities.
Okay. And then I guess the other thing we heard during public comment, there was some concern about sewer capacity. Obviously, this is would be an increase in the number of fixture units tied to the sewer. Has the city looked at or been involved with planning any sewer or infrastructure upgrades in this location?
So with the application, a sanitary sewer letter was submitted that identified that the impacts would not trigger a full report to be submitted, and that was accepted by the engineering division as acceptable.
Based on the added units
correct.
that are there? Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I have additional question for the applicant, if that's okay, if anybody wants to.
Please
jump
go
in.
ahead.
Okay. So for the applicant, there was a number of questions that were raised about the location and availability of trash units, receptacles for these five units. Is where on the site, and you can pull up the plan if you would like, are these indicated to go on the site plan or storage? Because it appears that the internal portion under the deck is bike storage or some other. So I heard some information in public comment. I'm trying to wrap that with the site plan that I'm looking at.
Mike Vicks for the record, Monta Vista Consulting.
Yeah, if you can use the mouse, because I can't see the screen
Sorry.
back there.
It fell off, I didn't see it, I apologize. Oh, now we gotta go back. The trash storage is along this, in this area right here. So there's a little trash enclosure that is for individual roll to the curb dumpsters with no on-site management, and there's no way for an actual dumpster to work at this location. The city code won't allow it in the front setback, and so this is the only way to provide trash service.
Okay.
And so we've located that here along the eastern property line. It'll be screened in an enclosure.
Okay, screened to which side?
I believe all four sides.
Yeah, it's screened from the neighbors, and it opens up.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
This is Don Clark again for Cathexis. It's screened towards the neighbors completely, and it just opens up towards the unit, so.
Okay. Thank you. So the access would be from there down the sidewalk and out to the street from that
that's right.
location? Okay.
And like other single family, they pull them out to the street. There's no alley access here, so.
Understood.
Actually, I live in the old Southwest and do the same thing, so.
And then, and I didn't look, and I forgot to ask Carter on this. So, since these are individual sale, is there intended to be or a requirement for any type of HOA or individual representative for both landscape maintenance and snow removal?
Mike Vicks for the record. Yes, condition of approval is that there is an HOA enacted as part of the final subdivision map, which will govern landscaping, general maintenance, snow removal, et cetera. So there will be an overall maintenance association created, and they will have everything specified in the final HOA documents regarding maintenance, et cetera.
Okay. All right. I'll turn it back to Mr. Chair if there's some other questions from the commissioners. Thank you.
Commissioner Villanueva, please.
Good evening. This is for Carter. So Commissioner Johnson touched on this briefly. He touched on this is zone MF14, and a development like this is permitted by right. Can you explain what that means?
Yes, so when a development is permitted by right, it means that no additional discretionary review is required, so it doesn't go through a public hearing process or through an administrative discretionary process. So it's considered a ministerial review, so it goes straight through to the building permit for review by reviewing agencies.
Okay, and then, so what are we reviewing today?
Well, this is a request for a tentative map, so for the subdivision of the parcels so that there's an opportunity for individual ownership.
Okay, so, and I know you touched on it briefly, I just want to reiterate that for those listening. And this project, what is the height of this project?
The height, so the top of roof is at 28 feet at the highest point, and then there's a parapet that extends to, I believe it's 33 feet.
Okay, what's the limitation for height in this zoning area?
In the MF14 zone, the limitation is 35 feet in height.
Okay.
But I will caveat that the parapet is allowed to extend 4 feet above that, so there's an effective 39 feet
Okay.
allowed.
So this falls within that 35
Correct.
foot height, okay. We heard a lot about shadows, and is that something that the city or the applicant and, we need to consider in this type of project, is shadows and how that impacts? Or is that something that needs to be looked at and reviewed, or is that something that is considered at all in something like this?
The code contemplates a specific trigger for when we start looking at shadows, and it's applicable to any type of development. So when a building exceeds 35 feet in height, we'll request a shadow analysis, whether it's through this process or the building permit process, because the building can't exceed that. From a code perspective, it's seen as no different than any other development throughout the city.
Okay, so it's not triggered in this case as far as how that's going to impact the neighbors?
Correct. That requirement would not be triggered.
And I know I did see a condition. I'm sorry, can I keep going?
Please do. You're fine.
I did see a condition 6, construction hours. So it does start pretty early. Is that standard, 7 a.m. on Monday through Friday? Is that standard construction hours?
That is a standard condition that we apply to most projects. So that those hours are standard, yes.
Okay, is that something we could potentially modify? Is it customary to modify? Can we change that if it was maybe, if the applicant was willing to work with some of the neighbors?
Yeah, if there was, the condition can be modified. It's not established in code. It's more of a policy and how we implement that condition.
Okay, and then my 2 more questions. So I know the HOA, the covenants and conditions, we kind of touched on that, so I actually won't go into that. But parking, can you just elaborate a little bit on parking, and then is there going to be ADA parking?
For single-family residences, the ADA parking is not required. Yeah, there's nothing, ADA parking isn't provided for this specific. And so each unit is required 2 parking spaces per code. That's met 5 with 10 spaces.
And that's being met in this?
Correct.
Okay. All right,
Yes.
thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Armstrong, please.
This is also for the city. Thank you, Carter. So a lot of the issues I've heard raised this evening are around privacy and compatibility, specifically with design. I understand the zoning aspect of why it fits, but can you maybe drill down more into the rationale of the city of, one, how is privacy actually mitigated effectively to address some of these concerns? And 2, when you look at compatibility, especially with the house that's directly behind it, it doesn't appear to necessarily fit in the community.
So to address the privacy issue, the city, there's not really a code, there isn't a code requirement generally throughout the city for privacy, and it's not related to the findings. So from staff's perspective, it's not something that we're analyzing for this request. From the compatibility perspective, there are wall articulation standards that are built into code. Most areas in the city don't have a specific design style or architectural style that needs to be met to address compatibility. So from staff's perspective, we're looking at, is this building meeting these wall articulation design elements, which there's a number of them that include wall plane offsets and variations in building height. And are they meeting there's streetscape standards that are required for any single family development. And those were all being met. Those design elements would be addressed either through this process or the building permit process. It's code. It's not something that's established through this review. It's something that would be, it's just a code requirement.
Thank you.
Commissioner Munoz, please.
Thank you. It's going to be for developers. With everything that's been said tonight, and obviously if you wanted to go in and build an apartment building, I believe it's 6 units that you'd be able to put on that.
That's correct.
Okay, and 39 feet would be the
That's
maximum height you could go?
Yes.
Without site review, or? What is the benefits for you, and why are we going through this route instead of you guys just building?
So this is Don Clark from Cathexis again. It actually is to raise the value of the property too. The owner wants to keep one of the units for himself and maybe 2 of them. And by doing them as condos, the quality of construction, the quality of materials is actually higher, including the maintenance and the ongoing care of the property as well. That does require the reserve maintenance that is continued. So that's actually the reason why. It's not, if it was going to be a lower quality project, and it isn't an affordable housing project, it's actually seen as a high-end project from their eyes. They would have gone to 6 units and probably gone to the setback lines, which this stays quite a ways away from, pretty much the whole perimeter of the building, and tried to fill the whole space. So that's the reason.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Velto, I didn't want to forget about you being virtual. You have any questions?
No, just discussion whenever we get to that point.
Okay, I have one question for the applicant. Just can you enhance a little bit more about the underground parking? I guess I didn't get a really strong understanding what that's looked like and how that's being built in here.
So driving into the site, we actually go down, it's a half story, so it lifts up the front units up a half a story. We could have gone deeper, but it would have pushed the parking deeper, which would have been fine kind of geometrically, but it would have taken the back 2 units and actually lifted them up, which we didn't want to do. So we tried to contain it so we could keep those even lower. They're about 20 to 22 feet, so a typical 2-story height on the back 2 units, and then only took the area that was pushed up further up near where that the apartment building is, and that's the only section we lifted up, and then we stepped the building back down towards the street. So a lot of it was actually trying to balance not going too high for as much of the building as we couldn't, but also get to 10 spaces. And the covered parking is actually great for snowy. They'll have to shovel the driveway, but you don't have to shovel the parking spaces, which is a whole other thing.
So covered parking, obviously spaces, is it going to have garage doors? Are those open and closing? Or are those open?
Has one, it's a gang parking for one garage going in.
Okay.
So, and then there's access up into the center of the project and out. So.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Commissioner Villanueva, go ahead.
Thank you. This is for the applicant. Would you be willing to, I guess, slightly reduce those hours of construction, maybe move it from 7 to 8? I mean, I don't know if that's something that, might alleviate some of the concerns. I mean, I don't think it will, but some of the neighbors obviously did have concerns about construction. Is that something you guys would be open to, or the applicant?
It's not an answer I can give. I'm not the applicant on it. It's I would say it's likely they wouldn't want to, because that's normal construction hours kind of across the city. And as you're getting, I mean, Mark can speak to this well, as you get to subcontractors and other things, it's, it's pretty typical that's when construction starts around. And
Yeah.
yes, we understand construction is disruptive when it's happening, so.
And the design, do we get, actually, this might be for the city, but maybe you can answer it. Does design come back to us for review as far as aesthetic and compatibility with the neighborhood, or is
No.
that's not something? Okay,
No,
because I didn't.
it's just a more contemporary design than what's next door, for sure.
Okay, and I'm not an architect, so maybe if, I don't know if Commissioner Johnson's willing to chime in or any of the others familiar, but I know that was another concern that was raised, is the compatibility as far as the look. And, you know, I don't want to say no to this project. I think, you know, well within your right to design it, quite honestly. But it'd be nice if you could be empathetic to some of your neighbors and, you know, consider some of their concerns. I can't force you to do that, but, you know, it'd be nice if you can consider that.
I am sympathetic to their concerns, so I'm not dismissing their concerns. We're also, it's kind of both sides of the street. We're also next to two very monolithic, flat roof apartment structures that are literally, this actually tucks up into and next to. So we use this project in a contemporary way, which if you see kind of everything that's being built now is much more flat roof, contemporary lines, but also broke it down, I think, in the articulation in the building and split it so it was two small structures that approach the street and it breaks down in between and then it steps down in the back. So we really were trying to pay attention to the impact it would have in the neighborhood and the transition from the two apartment buildings down to the single family that goes to the west. So
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more
Please,
question, if I may.
Commissioner Gower.
Carter, question for you, to follow up on my first question. Did you present this at the NAB?
I was not present at the NAB. Normally staff rotates, so we're usually not we may not be the person who's the case manager at the NAB.
You know who was at the NAB presenting it or
It was,
representing?
Mr. Winter.
Joey?
Yeah, so.
Do you know, can you tell me anything about what happened at the NAB meeting? If there was comment, because I didn't see anything in the packet in terms of feedback from the NAB.
I didn't get any public comment from the NAB members themselves. And many of the people that were at the NAB were here to voice their concerns. So I'm not aware of the specific discussion at the NAB.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Chairman, can I just start discussion? Because I want to just build off of that point.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, for me, the proposal itself, relative to our findings, I hate to use a cliche term, but it really checked all the boxes. I didn't have any issues relative to the findings. The concern that I have is that we have a process with a neighborhood advisory board that is intended to provide the type of feedback that we received tonight earlier in the process. So those conversations can happen and be provided to the Planning Commission. Frankly, I feel a little bit blindsided with the community objection to the project, and that is one of the biggest opportunities for the Neighborhood Advisory Board, is for the community to present your concerns and have a conversation with the developer of the project and hopefully resolve some of those concerns. Like I said, I don't necessarily, based on the comments that were provided, based on the answers to the questions that we've received, based on the underlying MF14 zoning of the property, the proposal is within the right, and it's actually less intense than could actually be built on the property. So from that perspective, I mean, I can make all of the findings, but I feel like there's a missed opportunity here for the project proponent to be a good neighbor, to Commissioner Villanueva's point, and just have these conversations ahead of time. And maybe they occurred and I don't know about it, but like I said, I just feel like we're hearing all of this opposition, and it's really, really surprising. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that opportunity to provide those comments.
Jason Garcia Lebu, Planning Manager for the record. Just to shed some light on the process, through our current development services review process, items that become before your commission, we look at the wards and then we line those up with the corresponding ward NAB date. And those are typically, staff does not do a separate presentation as part of that process, but typically the applicant will and be available for discussion and questions. And then through that process, typically will see comments or review comments. In this case, I see there's a couple comments that were submitted through the NAB process over to staff. So we had those and kind of addressed some of those, but of course, there's been a lot more comment tonight. But I just wanted to at least bring that to the commission's attention that while we don't necessarily do a staff presentation, typically the applicant will do some form of outreach through that process. So.
Hey, Mr. Chair, if I could just respond to Jason, it wasn't any sort of, a slight on staff or anything like that. I appreciate that response. Like I said, I was just surprised of the reaction that we got here tonight and was wondering if we missed something in the process or, if something happened on the way here. So appreciate that feedback. Thanks.
Commissioner
Sure.
Velto, yep, please.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Commissioner Gower, I'm with you on this, that I'm a little surprised by a lot of the comments that are coming from the public. At the same time, I'm not so sure that we can hold that against the applicant, given that they showed up at the NAB. And oftentimes in the past, when we've heard that applicants were not listening to members of the public, we hear that in public comment. We'll hear that from a member in the public that I spoke to the applicant a dozen times or 3 times or talked to them at the NAB and they just gave me lip service or didn't care. And I didn't hear that from anyone in the public. So that tells me that I can't necessarily hold that against the applicant as we go through that. And I'm not suggesting that that's what you're saying, more just that's how I'm looking at it. But I do concur with you that I can make all the findings on the project given what's permitted by right, and that this is less intensive a project. That really helps me be able to make the decision. And a lot of the concerns that the neighbors have brought up, like the height, the property values, blocking sunlight into the garden, all of those concerns would still exist if they were to pursue the alternative of an apartment complex, but we'd have absolutely no discretion, and it might be worse. So I don't think we should make perfect the enemy of their good, or in this case, like relatively better when there's a worse option that's allowed by right that we have no say over. So because of that, I can make all the findings and I'll be voting in favor of the project.
Any other commissioners with discussion? Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Johnson. I think I appreciate the comments regarding the process. I will say that there was in our packet at least a half a dozen copies of the request to speak forms from the NAB, from the same residents that we've seen here tonight, all of which marked, in opposition. So I'm maybe not quite as surprised by the opposition. Perhaps the number and the intensity of it was a surprise, but maybe not the challenge. There are certainly some items about this that I can see being concerning, but probably the biggest one, and I've heard a lot of it tonight, and is the compatibility issue. And thankfully for all of you, I didn't get into a big architectural discussion with the other architect in the room, because every one of us in this room has a different idea of both aesthetics and compatibility. So this could have been designed any number of different ways, but I can guarantee you that the standards that Carter spoke about for the city would not allow this building to look like the buildings across the street or the single-family buildings next to it. The articulation standards require those ins and outs, those ups and downs, those material changes. So whether this is the ultimate aesthetic version or a Minecraft build, as I heard tonight, is really in the eye of the beholder. So holding that against a project is not something that we as a commission really can do. The aesthetics, as long as it meets code, is what we need to look at. Certainly it doesn't look like anything else that's there. And I could make some suggestions to the applicant to perhaps consider some more traditional, at least details or ways of looking at things. but I don't know that that's the aesthetic that they're going for. So a lot of the questions that I was asking in my presentation, and I appreciated both staff's and the applicant's answers, the intent of the development and the intent of the code review is to do things the way, you know, we want to improve the situation. So we want to improve the drainage, we want to improve the utilities. That wants to happen. Certainly there's some challenges that go with it, but we're not looking at a zone change. We have an existing zone. This is allowed by right, and it could be worse. So when you're hearing the commissioners say they can make all the finding, it's based on the fact that this is not, we're not asking to change anything in code. We're just looking at something that complies with that. So while and what I also want to say is, in looking at this, I do see that the backside is lower. It's 22 feet to the top of the parapet roughly. That's a two-story building. That's a two-story building 20 feet away from the setback line. That's what you would get if somebody came in and built a triplex right now with parking out in front of it. It would be the exact same footprint in the back. And it could be worse. It could be taller. So I think there is some stepping down for that. And I do see that the exterior decks are internal to the project. I will say you know, as an architect, I struggled with some of the presentations in here, so I can't imagine, you know, just trying to understand what was going on. So I really understand the issues in trying to see that. But there are no roof decks that are looking out. The height could be worse. The aesthetics are a matter of opinion. So really, I think just to follow up on the conversation, it is the kind of project that we typically are asking for at this commission. We are looking for infill, we are looking for density, preferably in a situation where we don't have to change the zoning to do that, and that's what this is. So it is a change, but it is sort of allowed, it is allowed by right and could be worse. So I appreciate the discussion, but again, in looking at the findings that we have, this is a project that meets those findings and could be significantly worse with respect to some of the items that we've heard this evening. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Chair, I would make a motion if there's no discussion.
Go ahead, sir.
In the matter of case number LDC 23-00025, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to approve the tentative map subject to the conditions listed in the staff report, and I can make all the findings.
Commissioner Villanueva, I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
I have further discussion,
Oh,
sir.
I'm sorry. My apologies. Go ahead, Commissioner Munoz.
I'm empathetic to this, and this is a very frustrating one, because like the commissioners have said, this checks the boxes. It does. And nobody wants a larger building right behind them. Nobody does. And for anybody to come in and say, oh yeah, put a 2 or 3 story building 39 feet tall behind my house, I couldn't think of anything greater. You're not going to hear that. Unfortunately, there are findings that we have to go by. We do not have a choice on this. Compatibility for the way it looks, I kind of agree. I don't like the way it looks, but that's my opinion. I'm not allowed to put my opinion in this. So it is frustrating. So with that being said, I do have to agree with the commissioners, but not as willingly as I'd like to. So thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right, Michelle, do you want to do a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Velto,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Draculich,
Yes.
Gower,
Yes.
Munoz,
No.
Villanueva. I'm sorry, could you, we're taking a vote here. Could you please hold your pause? Thank you. I'm sorry, Villanueva?
Yes.
Thank you. Armstrong?
Yes.
The motion passes 6-1. Mr. Vice Chair, could you read the appeal process into the record, please?
Yeah, definitely. In regards to the appeal process, any final action not including recommendations or failure to take action by the Planning Commission may be appealed to the Reno City Council by the applicant, the mayor or a city council member, or any person who is aggrieved by the action or inaction. An appeal, together with fees, must be filed with the city clerk within 10 business days starting on the day after written notice of action is filed with the city clerk. If the applicant has elected to use the former zoning code in effect prior to January 13, 2021, as authorized per RMC 18.01.602, appeals must be filed within 10 calendar days starting on the day after written notice of the action is filed with the city clerk. And if the 10th calendar day falls on a weekend or holiday when the clerk's office is not open, the appeal may be filed the next business day. Thank you. We'll be closing item number 4.3.
I request a short break.
Yep, I was just going to say, and we're going to take a short 10-minute break. We'll be back at 8:36. right, thank you all for coming back in after that short break. We will now start with item 4.4, case number LDC 23-00026, Ground Point Townhomes South. We will start with a presentation from the applicant's representative.
Is it working? Oh, there, it's working now. Good evening, Commissioner Stacy Huggins for the record with Wood Rogers representing the applicant in the Grand Point Townhomes South project. Just to start with a little bit of background on the location of this site, this is a 2.2 acre parcel located on Grand Point south of its intersection with Mayan. For those of you that might be familiar, there's a post office directly north of that. To the west of the project site is a commercial center. There's a Rayleigh's in that shopping center. And then to the south and the east, the subject site is surrounded by single family residential. This property is and has been identified as an ideal opportunity for infill development. Looking at the master plan and the zoning on this property, the master plan is suburban mixed use, and the zoning is multifamily 14, which allows up to 14 units to the acre. That zoning in particular serves as a good transition between the higher intensity commercial uses to the west and also the single family residential to the east and the south. So we are here tonight seeking approval for 3 parts to this project, if you will. The first is a tentative map for 30 townhouse units. There's also a CUP for more than 20 units, and that is worth mentioning that the code actually says that if you have between 20 and 100 units, it's a minor conditional use permit, which would be approved or reviewed administratively. But because we were coming forward with a tentative map, we elevated it and bundled it with the tentative map so that you all would have an opportunity to review the entire project as a whole. In addition to those 2 entitlements, we're also seeking approval of an alternative equivalent compliance, and that is specifically for a setback along the south property line, as well as to modify the location of the street trees as they pertain to this project. So looking at some of the project details, this project, these 30 townhome units have been designed as a cluster project, which allows some flexibility in lot widths and lot sizes. As a part of the cluster development, the units have been oriented so that the driveways and the garages are actually, in this case, internal to the project. And what you see facing the perimeters of this project is actually the front door of the project. Not a traditional a single-family attached product in most cases. There will be no, in the case as you see it here designed, there will be no vehicles backing out onto the north access road. That north access road does provide ingress and egress to the post office. Primarily, you can see it provides access to the rear of the post office where the employees as well as mail delivery trucks go every day. So these units were designed intentionally to have access internal to the site, which supports the road design as presented here. There is a common area along the eastern edge that was preserved primarily as a result of topography. We were trying to minimize our disturbance on this site, and so because of the steep slope on that east side, we retained it as common area, not to be disturbed with the exception of the landscaping. One thing I want to mention, historically, there has been a lot of discussion from the neighbors to the south about not wanting through access at Backer Way. So the project was designed with an EVA coming to the south into Backer Way that will be gated on both sides. It will not be a through road providing access between Backer Way up to Grand Point. The 30 units, we did a trip generation analysis where by code, we are well below the threshold for a full traffic impact analysis. So looking at the trips that are anticipated with this project, we're looking at approximately 200 average daily trips and 15 p.m. peak hour trips. The current road network in the area consists of collectors, which have been designed to accommodate this type of traffic. Looking at the buildings themselves, so each unit, or this project, consists of 2, 3, and 4 unit buildings. You can see those on the site plan. I don't know if this mouse works. Oh, there we go. The 4 unit buildings are primarily over here on the east side. The 2 packs and the 3 packs are mixed within the interior of the site. Each unit will have a garage, a 2-car garage. So the parking is really provided with each unit. Minimum parking requirement for single family attached is 2 per unit. So in addition to the parking spaces required for each unit, there are 8 guest spaces on site. You can see those here on the eastern side of the project. And then there's also room along Grand Point for on-street parking that would be about 4 spaces. As designed, the project includes private streets that are 28 feet wide. This street circulation and this design has been reviewed by Reno Fire Department and been approved for their circulation purposes. I mentioned the common areas. Again, there's this large common area on the east, as well as everything you can see in green in here. The roads, because they're private, will also be considered common. They will all be maintained by a homeowners association responsible for cleanup and any snow removal that might have to happen. And then I do want to point out that on this plan, there are approximately 65 trees shown. Just a quick glance at what the architecture of these units will look like, and I picked here as examples. This is the 3-pack. If you want to imagine a 4th unit on the end, they generally look the same. The top will be the front. Again, that's facing the perimeter of the site, if you will. And the bottom picture is the rear, which is oriented internal to this site. In the MF14 zoning designation, the maximum allowable building height is 35 feet and 2.5 stories. These units are designed at 26 feet to their roof peak. So we are within, or actually below, the allowed building height for the MF14. And here's just an example of what the 2-unit buildings will look like. So just talking or looking at the alternative design equivalent compliance, sorry, that's a new terminology for me. We are asking for the opportunity to reduce the south side setback. I mentioned earlier that because we elevated the minor conditional use permit to a CUP so that the whole thing could be reviewed as one package. The conditional use permit requires a 20-foot setback when you are adjacent to single-family zoning in the multifamily district. So we needed a CUP because we were over 20 units. So the code says if you need a CUP, you need 20 feet. If we weren't doing a CUP, or if we had really just kept this as a minor conditional use permit, which would have been reviewed administratively, we would not be required to provide 20 feet along that south property line. So we would be required to provide 10. And as you can see on the site plan on the overhead or in my PowerPoint, we have a minimum of 10 feet on the far west corner, and then the setback varies as it moves to the east, with the maximum setback at 17.4 feet. We believe that the alternative equivalent compliance at 10 feet meets the intent of the code, and to further mitigate for that, we offered, and there is a condition that requires us to plant additional trees along that setback. So just quickly, so you can see what the conditions look like out there. The picture on the left is taken from the lower right-hand corner, looking up the fence line, just so you can see what the conditions are. Within those existing homes, there is mature, lush landscaping along those fence lines within those adjacent property owners' backyards. And the picture on the right really shows the same thing, just from a different angle, looking at it from Grand Point, looking to the east. So again, I mentioned that we agreed to provide some additional landscaping along that south boundary. So you see a row of trees here. These were not originally included in the proposal, but to offset and mitigate for that reduction in setback, or in order to meet the 10-foot, what would have been the 10-foot required setback, we are agreeing to provide those trees along that south property line to help mitigate, in addition to what was already being provided. So these trees were all already part of the front yard requirement. So we added 17 trees along that south property line and increased the total trees on the site to 75. That is our project. I do want to just mention these are for sale townhomes. They do provide a good transition between the single family detached on the south and the east, between the commercial to the west and the civic post office to the north. The project brings another housing option that can help to fulfill, the need for attainable housing in all of Reno, but specifically in this area. There's not another product up there like this. And then the project does meet several master plan policies related to infill and redevelopment, neighborhood connections. One thing I neglected to mention, right now there is no sidewalk along Grand Point in front of this property. So there's sidewalk south of here and there is sidewalk in front of the post office, but there's a gap. And so this project will make that improvement with curb, gutter, and sidewalk along there to further make the connection to the schools that are south of here that much safer for children. That summarizes our project. I am available for any questions, as is the rest of our team.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll now take a presentation from the city.
Good evening, members of the commission. For the record, Leah Brock, Assistant Planner with Development Services, City of Reno. And this late evening, I am presenting the Grand Point Townhome South application. The subject site is currently vacant and it's 2.25 acres. It is located on the east side of Grand Point Way, just south of Mayan and a couple of blocks north of Winnemucca Elementary School. Today's request, as the applicant stated, is for a tentative map for a 30-lot, single-family attached townhome subdivision. In the MF14 zoning district, over 20 units requires a minor conditional use permit, and the applicant did elevate that to a full conditional use permit to be heard by the commission along with the tentative map request and the alternative equivalent compliance for that reduced setback and the residential street tree requirement. Again, the subject site is located in the multifamily residential zoning district. That zoning district does allow for 14 units per acre. And again, that minor conditional use permit is required for the single family attached development with 20 or more units. If it was multifamily, it would be more. Key issues here were overall site design, compatibility with surrounding development. The proposed tentative map includes 30 single-family attached townhome units, which yields a gross density of 13.33 dwelling units per acre. This is within the maximum density of 14 dwelling units per acre. Site design features the Paseo orientation with vehicular access provided from the street frontage and pedestrian access from that Paseo frontage. The garages will be set back 6 feet from the street to discourage parking in the driveway. And condition number 8 is that CC&Rs will restrict vehicle parking in those driveways to keep those streets free of traffic. Regarding compatibility with surrounding uses, as the applicant stated, to the north is the post office, to the west is that commercial specific plan district, which is a commercial center with Rayleigh's. And then to the south and to the east, we have that single family 8 dwelling units per acre zoning district. Sorry, it's been a long day. To mitigate the impact on the surrounding residential neighbors, the hours and days of construction will be limited per condition number 6. So the request for the alternative equivalent compliance is for 2 different things. One is for the street trees. We require 2 street trees for each lot. However, in this particular case, the interior streets function more like alleys with this 6-foot driveway rather than front yards. So providing street trees would impede the vision triangle and probably conflict with the utilities because the utility boxes are set out there as well. So the applicant has requested an allowance to provide the equivalent number of required trees on the front door side of the units and or the common areas, and staff does support that request. The second request for alternative equivalent compliance is a little bit confusing because this is an inconsistency in code, so I want to make sure that this is understood. So what Reno Municipal Code says is that any project requiring a conditional use permit in a multifamily district shall have a minimum 20-foot setback from any property line abutting a single family district. So let me read that again. Any project requiring a conditional use permit. In this particular case, this doesn't require a conditional use permit. This requires a minor conditional use permit. So if the applicant came forward with this and all they were requesting was that minor conditional use permit to allow for over 20 units, this would be reviewed administratively. We would look at it. We would say there's a 10-foot setback required here. It's met. It's approved. But in this particular case, because they escalated it to the conditional use permit, they're subject to these increased standards. And so when staff looked at this, we said, okay, if this was multifamily, it would be 10 feet. If this was processed as a minor conditional use permit, it would be 10 feet. So to go above and beyond, what we want to do is we want to do an alternative equivalent compliance. And then not only do we get the 10 feet that would be required, but keep in mind too that that's 10 feet of landscaping. That's a common area there. So it's not people's backyards backing up to this. We're getting increased screening along that side. We're getting the trees planted every 30 feet. And the roof height on these could be potentially 35 feet, given the zoning district. That would be allowed by right. But as the applicant stated, I think the tallest buildings at the peak are 26 feet. And I think a couple of the designs were 25. We measure it from the median of the pitch, so it's actually less than that. So just want to throw it out there that if this came forward with a multifamily design, it wouldn't be subject to that criteria, and these buildings could be much taller. So staff is in support of the request for the alternative equivalent compliance, and condition number 11 has been added to get trees planted every 30 feet along that property line. Regarding public comment on this project, as of yesterday when I turned in this slide, we had 4 letters of opposition and 2 letters from NAB. The NAB members both were in support of this application, and they cited that this was infill, transitional development, and compatible with surrounding development and uses in the area. The opposition that we received was citing traffic, the reduced setback, which I understand the concern there, adequate infrastructure, noise pollution, and number of units. As of today, we received a few more letters and I think a voicemail of opposition, which were forwarded to the commission for your review. So I think we're at 7 in opposition, just to give you a number, with one of those just concerned and one of those neutral. Also, we added condition number 7 to include that RTC Smart Trips program with every sales document, just to try to get people reducing the number of trips there. On the board are the conditional use permit findings. Staff does recommend approval, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. We have more findings than what I could fit on one slide. So here's the tentative map findings, and here are the alternative equivalent compliance findings. Again, staff has been able to make all the findings and does recommend approval, subject to the conditions. That concludes my presentation. The recommended motion is on the screen, and I am available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Appreciate it. We'll go to the Commission for Disclosures. Commissioner Velta, are you with us virtually, my friend? There you are.
Yes, I spoke with the applicant's representative. I believe I received an email and I'm familiar with the area.
Commissioner Gower.
Commissioner Gower previously visited the site, spoke with the applicant's representative, and received and read emails.
Commissioner Munoz, I'm familiar with the site and read and received emails.
Commissioner Armstrong, I met with the applicant's representative, read and received emails, familiar with the site.
Commissioner Villanueva, no disclosures.
Commissioner Johnson, familiar with the site, received and read emails, and spoke with the applicant's representative.
Commissioner Draculich, same disclosures. All right, we will now move into public comment. I do have 2 requests to speak forms. We will kick it off with that. We have Lisa Manning, who wishes to make a statement in opposition.
My apologies for speaking out of turn earlier. This is my first experience with this process. My name is Lisa Manning. I live at 1545 Corona Court. I'm one of the property owners just to the south side of this development. My concern is with how close these units will be to our homes and our property line. One of the things I'm really concerned about is privacy. I know that trees are proposed, but who knows how long it'll take for those trees to mature and help. I don't know how much that's going to help as we have residents traverse right along the fence line there. I'm concerned about noise. I'm concerned about drainage, and I don't know if that was one of the things that was mentioned, but I know I certainly had mentioned it in one of my questions to Leah. This is all going to be pavement and rooftop. We sit a little bit lower. My property sits a little bit lower than this current property, and I worry that you know, in this time of atmospheric river, that we're going to end up with some of that water in our backyard, and our house sits down below that. So there are a lot of things I'm worried about. Traffic is another one. I know that that it's considered capable of accommodating the traffic, but just know that there's only 2 ways, well, there's 3 ways out of this area. There's going to be a lot of cars trying to get out onto Mayan and Robb, and people drive very quickly on these streets. We've got a lot of high school students that drive crazily on these streets. It's going to be a mess. I'm not opposed necessarily to having the multifamily units there. I'm just, you know, as some of the other arena residents that have talked about other projects, you know, this is my investment. This is my life's work. Everything I have is invested in this home, and we've got now people that will just be just on the other side of the fence. And these are front doors that just come right up. I mean, in my neighborhood, nobody's front door is sitting in somebody's backyard. I think if you have standards for a 20-foot setback, why have them if you're going to just waive them? I think, I don't know if I have much more to say about it, but it's, you know, these are people's lives that are invested in their properties, and we want to be able to enjoy our properties and not have a lot of noise behind us and not have people walking right behind us. One of my questions, I guess, is what is their proposal for drainage and what is our recourse if there's problems with it? Another question I have is, what do we, can there be a wall preventing, people from like looking through the cracks in our fence and stuff like that? Just some thoughts.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you for your time.
You bet. Thank you. Next up to speak is Ian Franson, wishing to make a statement in opposition.
Hi, my name for the record is Ian Franson. I'm a resident at 1518 Backer Way. I'm a long-term resident. I grew up in this neighborhood, and I chose to stay in this neighborhood. I just realized this morning that this is actually two separate projects, so bear with me, I'm speaking twice. But could I get that map, the overhead view up here? Just to point a few things out. I'm really not sure the developers did all their homework on this one because, as the last speaker just said, there are issues with drainage. There were some issues with this map. The pictures didn't seem to do justice to this area. I walk through here, 10 times a day, sometimes going to the grocery store. I ride my bike. So I feel every crack in the road. The traffic's bad. The roads are bad. And there's some things, the smaller one where you can see all the units, maybe with the trees and stuff in there, similar to that. Okay, so where to start? So if you look at, I can't really, okay, so if you look at the mouse, oh, okay, thank you. Okay, so if you look, okay, first of all, I'm right here, and I've lived here a long time. So there's a lot of pedestrian traffic right here, and I don't see any access for pedestrians. The high school kids walk through this dirt field. They walk down like this. This is the same way I walk. This is the same way all my neighbors walk, and it looks like pedestrian access may be shut off. I'm not sure about that. So that's one concern I have. Another concern, well, a few concerns, hard to know where to start. Seems like a few things in this are a bit misleading. Okay, so this right here, this is a concrete drainage ditch. I don't know how that's gonna go for a common area or how those trees are gonna fit in there because it's a drainage ditch. It was built with a ditch. This concrete runs below all our houses through our backyards. These people on these properties on Shadow Park who are not here to represent themselves, they don't have solid fences. So that's a big privacy issue too. Whoops. Sorry. Okay, and like these trees here. These trees are already here. You can actually see them right here. This is the post office. They already have these trees here, so that's a little bit misleading. Right here, and this is not a built feature, but this is a small gulch and creek. It is currently flooded. This is currently a flooded creek that drains into here. And I don't know if y'all really did your homework or how familiar you are with this piece of land. Have you walked it? I'm not sure that you have. But I really think that this, and I'm trying not to repeat myself in the next one, this seems kind of ad hoc, like they just put it together. They're really shoving them in there. Like this is gonna be really dense. There's a lot of traffic here already, okay, between the elementary school that was crowded when I went to it 25 years ago, the post office, which is busy all day, every day. Look, right, this is a one-way in, one-way out for this post office. All the post office traffic from the back, all the workers, everyone who goes to the post office, they come out here. They turn here, they go up here. I have been in gridlock here on Grand Point for 15 minutes because it's very hard to turn left onto Mayan sometimes because it comes around in a blind corner. Okay, so between all that and the Rayleighs, it's gonna be way more traffic than we're used to, and the roads are already bad. It's gonna decrease our quality of life. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Michelle, do we have anybody online who'd like to speak?
I don't believe so. We did receive correspondence for this item. We're looking. Voicemails were received. All were forwarded to the Planning Commission. Do you want to transition into the voicemails?
Please, go ahead.
And they have no other requests to speak forms, just so you know.
Hi, my name is Joanna Morrow. I live at 1679 Shadow Park Drive. Our backyard backs up to the property of Grand Point Townhome South proposed unit of LDC, Larry David's Charlie's 23-00026. And I am totally against having public housing back there. Between littering garbage, sounds, we already have bass, people driving by recklessly with loud bass music all night, smells from drugs to cooking smells would travel right into our homes. I have no trees blocking the back end of my household, so the back end of my property dips down, and then on the other side of our property fence is a gully. It's supposed to be the county drainage line. It needs to be cleared out. It has lots of weeds and huge cinder blocks of cement and alcoholic beverages and everything over the years that have collected back there. And it's not, it's not beneficial at all. Anyways, everybody driving in at nighttime, their headlights would come into our property. We would have no privacy. We can see straight out to that property from our kitchen table, from our bathtub, and from our master bedroom. So there would be absolutely no privacy for us whatsoever. I know my neighbors have trees, so that's not quite an issue for them. But I also work at the Billinghurst Middle School, where a lot of kids are unattended. Austin Creeks, Austin Crest apartments, Ambassador Drive apartments, with all of the teenage, delinquent and everything like that. All the crimes that we've had in our neighborhood have come from Austin Crest or just up by McQueen. Once they've been traced back. So we have disruptions during the middle of the night. We have smells. We have no privacy, and littering, crime. Bored teenagers or whatnot would be jumping fences. I don't even care if they put a cinder block wall up. That's not going to stop them. At any rate, I'm totally against it. I don't mind a bank or Alzheimer's house, hospital, clinic, something like that would, have respectful operation hours and respectful property. But, we have bought our homes. I've been here 15 years. My neighbors have been here 25 plus years, and there's new babies in 3 of the homes around me. And sounds and everything is invasive. We already have all the sounds from the post office at 2:30 in the morning, 2:20 in the morning, and 4:30 in the morning. But especially late nights on hot summers, we have to leave our windows open, and this would give us absolutely no.
Is that it?
My name is Valerie Santana, and I live on Backer Way, and I'm calling regarding LDC 23-00026, the Grand Point Townhome South. I am supporting this building, but I do want to put in, for the record again, my concerns that the access point on Backer Way not be a main entry point, but a fire access only point, because there's going to be a lot of traffic problems. There already is a lot of traffic problems, even though that road is currently a dead end, because the maps tell people to go through there. So both for the community that's going to be built and those around it, we'd really appreciate it if that would definitely stay an emergency access point only and not for entry and exit in and out of the community as part of the planning. Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chambers wish to speak tonight on this item? Okay, we will close public comment and move it to the commissioners with questions for the applicant or the city. Commissioner Gower.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stacy? I think I'm going to start with stormwater, actually, so we might need an engineer as well. But I'll pose the question, and you can defer it to who you want to. We heard some concerns and questions about stormwater in the public comments. That was one of my questions going into the hearing tonight. How does the project accommodate stormwater? What's the capacity of the existing system to take care of the stormwater from the site?
Sure. So Stacy Huggins, for the record, I am going to defer to our project engineer on this question. He has some nice exhibits that will help show you what's happening there now and also how the project will actually solve some of the problems.
Okay, thanks.
Good evening, Mark Sendagorder for the record. So this figure, this upper portion of this figure, the area that's in blue is the area that is currently draining to the south offsite onto what looks like 4 neighboring properties, possibly 5, that easternmost property. The Suncrest Unit 2B civil plans that were built many, many years ago showed some temporary interception swales that were to be built along that south boundary. That was many years ago, I think just due to lack of maintenance and those being silted over. There really are no interception swales there now. So that area that's in blue, which is roughly 0.6
Sorry,
acres.
can I ask you to use the mouse just to
Sure.
clarify where you're talking
Sure.
about when you're pointing?
That's the document.
Oh, it's the
You can
document.
use
So yeah,
your-
maybe you can just point on
Can I
the
point?
overhead there. Yeah.
So this area that's in,
And that's not the property that we're looking at, right? That's the northern
no,
project?
it is, that's the southern property. So this is Backer Way.
Okay, so you have two separate exhibits.
Post office is up here,
Okay,
and this is the site.
gotcha.
Sorry, it's hard to do without looking at it. So this area that's in blue is roughly 0.6 acres. This area is currently sheet flowing onto these lots here. With this site, this diagram down here shows that this area that's in green is all going to be an area of drainage that gets intercepted with the site. So it gets drained or intercepted through swales, drainage inlets, pipes, and that sort of thing. So in the fully developed condition, none of this area that's in blue is going to drain to these lots. It will all get intercepted. It'll be routed to an existing 36-inch City of Reno public storm drain that's built within Backer Way and runs up to Grand Point.
Okay. Trying to follow the arrows. It's like connect the dots. And then can you talk me through what's going on the eastern portion of the site with that drainage?
Sure. As it was mentioned, there is an existing drainage along the eastern side. It's an existing open drainage. There's a 15-foot drainage easement on this property. On the neighboring properties to the east, there's an existing 25-foot drainage easement. So this area that's in pink, that's up here, is the area draining currently to that eastern swale. So in the fully developed condition, dropping down to this lower figure, the area that's in purple is the area that will then still drain to this eastern swale. So what that means is that there's roughly 60% less flow that's going to go to this eastern swale in the fully developed condition because it gets intercepted and then routed to the 36-inch public storm drain.
Say that last number one more time, just so I, 36% less?
There is 60% less
60%
runoff
less.
in the fully developed condition going to the eastern swale than there is now.
Okay. Thank you. I think that covers my questions there. Follow-up question for Stacy, if I could, regarding the landscape plan. One of the commenters brought up the landscaping potentially being within some of that drainage infrastructure. Is that how you read that too? On the eastern portion of the property? Maybe we can show the landscape plan.
If you will give me just a second, I have I think I have a cross section that might help this conversation. Before I do that, let me do this one first. So Stacy Huggins for the record. So the first thing I want to show you, and I guess just to focus on the south project, this looked at both because we did cross sections for both projects, but looking at the south project here, we did 3 cross sections across the bottom and then the 2 of them across the east. And so to really answer your question, Commissioner Gower, I'm going to start by showing the cross section that was labeled number 6. So that would be this cross section right here. Okay, just for location purposes. So in this cross section, you can see the proposed unit set back from the PL 11 feet with a 4-foot sidewalk along there and a retaining wall. And then behind the retaining wall will be a drainage swell, as Mark mentioned, and then the property line. So the trees will actually be located, some of them are located on this side of this sidewalk area, and then there will be additional trees planted in here in this drainage swell area. And those additional trees that we're providing to mitigate for the reduced setback are in that swale area.
Stacy, how does that work if they're in the swale?
I'm pretty sure that, Mark, that is consistent with what you told me, right? Trees are in the swale. Sorry, just double checking.
Yep. And if we want to come back to it, it's fine. I'm trying to reconcile the location of the vegetation relative to the drainage
I
infrastructure.
misspoke. No, I misspoke. My fault. Sorry about that. The second row of trees are actually located right on this side of the sidewalk, not in the swale.
Okay, so you have an 11-foot section there,
Separation.
4-foot sidewalk area, and then,
Trees on both sides of the sidewalk.
okay,
The trees on the far south side of the sidewalk are columnar trees to ensure that they fit along there.
okay, so up against that retaining wall.
Correct.
Okay. What about the trees on the eastern property line? So if you bring up the landscape plan, there's vegetation proposed along that side of the site too, and there was a comment made about that vegetation potentially being within the drainage infrastructure that's already there.
I have another exhibit. Hold on. I really tried to be so organized, and then I organized myself out of organization. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you. Sorry about that. So the landscape plan that was submitted with the tentative map is preliminary, right? It's kind of our best guess of where we think trees and shrubs and other landscape elements might be planted. So this plan has been pushed along significantly further since we submitted the tentative map. So what you see here is a more formal landscaping plan for this site. And so you can see that, well, you will see. The trees that are planted on the east side are, again, closer to the west edge of that common area where it is not concrete within our project boundary. I think that's what you're getting at, the mention of the concrete within that drainage area.
Yeah.
My understanding is that the concrete portion of the drainage is actually on the adjacent property owners' properties, not within our property boundary.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get at,
Yes.
is where that drainage is relative to the property and what's being proposed on the site.
The concrete portion of the drainage is not within this project boundary.
Okay, great, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have a few other questions, but I can pause there and let other commissioners jump in here.
Commissioner Munoz, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question will be quick. This is gonna be for Stacy. On Backer Street, the picture shows that it looks like there's 2 gates there, where it comes into the property. Is there still gonna be pedestrian access in this, so kids walking to high school, or people walking to the market can still get through there? Or to the post office?
Yes. Thank you for bringing up my PowerPoint. Let me just jump there. Yes. So while that area that the arrow is pointing to will be paved so that fire trucks can get through there, the gates are just intended to make sure regular passenger vehicles can't get through there, but it won't cut pedestrian traffic off through there.
Okay.
So people will be able to continue walking through this site, utilizing the pedestrian paths that are provided with the project.
Great.
Sure.
Commissioner Velto, do you want a chance to chime in?
No questions right now. Thank you, though.
Commissioner Villanueva.
So I know you're asking for the 10-foot setback versus, I believe, what would be a 20, is that right? Am I understanding that
Yes.
correctly from the neighbors? So can you go into detail about that for me a little bit? Why that's needed, why we can't do the 20, and why this development is required, or at least in your opinion or the applicant's opinion, requires that variation?
Sure. So the image on the screen really shows, this site is very much constrained and it's very narrow. The access road on the north end provides access to the post office, both to the customers and also the employees and the trucks in the back. So we don't have a lot of opportunity for wiggle room on that particular access point. It's a known constraint on this property. And then the development surrounding it is also obviously a known constraint. So in order to work within the narrowness of this project, we looked at laying out this site in what we thought was the most efficient way that also really took into consideration earthwork impacts. So what you see here also minimizes earthwork as much as we can. The 20-foot setback, as staff mentioned in their presentation, and I also mentioned in mine, really only came up because we elevated the number of units, the review of the number of units to a CUP so that the Planning Commission could look at the project in a whole. The 20-foot setback would not be required if we wanted to put one building along the south boundary. It could be 35 feet. If it wasn't tentative map, it could go straight to building permit. So we think that providing the 10 feet actually meets the multifamily 14 zoning district setback. And we think that by providing the additional landscaping along the edge, we're actually creating a better situation for the properties to the south. It's also worth noting that those 7 units facing south are the front door of the units and probably do not see a lot of activity because people are going to pull in their back into their garage, which is on the back, and they're going to go inside their house. They're most likely not going to be traversing up and down that fence line to get from their home to anywhere else.
So the 20 isn't because of the height, it's because of the number of
So
units?
the 20-foot setback is triggered because of the number of units, but in code, a conditional use permit is only triggered if you're over 100 units. We technically only needed a minor conditional use permit. And we could have gone that route and asked staff to review and provide, their approval if they sought it, if they agreed with it. And then you would have only been reviewing the tentative map lots, not the setback portion of this project. But again, we understand that the Planning Commission likes to review the project in a whole. And so we elevated it to a CUP as opposed to a minor conditional use permit. And now we're asking to be allowed to have a 10-foot setback on that south property line instead of 20 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Stacy, you put a section up in response to Commissioner Gower's questions. Wow. Oh, I thought I did something wrong. Usually what happens. There were a couple of questions that raised for me. If you can find that in your in the overhead again.
Sorry.
Michelle,
Could I have
can we get the overhead?
again, please?
So one of the questions that came up from adjacent property owner to the south was some concern about some screening. So there's a couple things that I'm seeing here. One, there's a retaining wall. Do you have what is the material that retaining wall is constructed of? Because we don't have, oftentimes we'll have a condition for what's required for a retaining wall, and I didn't see that in this project.
So I, just as a disclaimer, this is not, you know, the necessarily the right color for this wall, but this is what the wall will likely look like. And then it will have a railing on top that's similar to what you see here, but it'll only be 4 feet in height. Not this, what you see here is a 6-foot railing on top. For this project, it will only be 4 feet on top of the retaining wall.
Okay, so that, and does that retaining wall appears to be a varied height, does it extend the entire length of the south property line?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so because we have, it looks like the 4 or 5 properties to the south, there's varied distances from this. Some of them are side yard setbacks, some of them are rear yard setbacks. So it looks like this one is to the east, so it's a side yard setback. And then we would have in the center that same situation, but with additional, so this is the section cut there that you're showing. Okay, so the other ones would have the same assembly of retaining wall and guardrail fencing above that. Okay.
Correct. The wall will extend at some varying degree of height along the entire south boundary there.
Okay. Including on the other side, to the east side of Backer?
Yes. Is it on the east side of Backer of the wall? No. No.
Thank you for clarifying that, because okay. Okay, so I appreciate that answer. So then, and I guess just to follow this further, because you mentioned one of the questions that Commissioner Munoz had about circulation through here. So if I was looking at the way to go from the route off of Backer Way, is that sidewalk that's adjacent to, that we're looking at the cut through, does that sidewalk open up to the emergency access on Backer Way? And you know where I'm going. There's a requirement, there's a finding requirement for pedestrian safety. And so I'm looking at how the potential site circulation through here would go if you would go from Backer Way, instead of going along the roadways, if you would get onto that sidewalk, which it appears then provides you access in some fashion out to Grand Point.
I'm going to put that landscape plan back up there so that
Thank
you
you.
can see. This landscape plan doesn't show a sidewalk connection right here. But again, the gate isn't going to preclude people from going around the gate, and it will connect. They can connect to sidewalk that goes up on this side of this unit, or they could connect to path that goes along here.
So there's a grade differential between the edge of that sidewalk and Backer Way?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm gonna turn it back to Commissioner Gower.
Thank you. Commissioner Gower, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stacy, honestly, on first look, when it comes into focus there, the site plan looks a little chopped up, I guess. Can you just kind of talk me through the rationale for this particular site plan, again, with the constraints, and then what that hammerhead on the west side, what the requirement is there, and why it doesn't connect through back to the entrance street?
I can. I think that the exhibit in my PowerPoint might be a little bit easier to read from, if you guys wouldn't mind flipping back to that. Thank you. So again, looking at the narrowness of this site, the road is 28 feet in width. It meets fire requirements and City of Reno requirements for street design. We needed to have this as a hammerhead to also meet fire turnaround requirements. So that meets the fire requirements. I am making an assumption that you are trying to understand why potentially this road does not cut out to the north. Is that a fair direction that you are headed?
Yep, heading that way.
Okay. So I think there was some discussion about should this road loop around and tie into Backer Lane. You heard at least one resident that called in that said they really did not want access into Backer Lane. And I mentioned early on in my presentation, historically, these neighbors to the south have been opposed to the traffic coming through here because they did not want a significant amount of traffic coming this way. And we agreed to that and held to that because it was something that had been talked about historically with the landowner. And so as the new developer, we said, okay, we can do that and we can make it work and meet all the city requirements, which is what you see on this plan. We heard some concerns about, and as part of looking at whether we could make the 20-foot setback work along the south boundary, there was a suggestion to consider bringing this road all the way around the south side and looping it back up for a secondary access out here. We explored that. I do not, in my opinion, think that having a road along this south access makes this better. Now it puts all of the traffic back here because essentially if you do that and you eliminate this private street in the middle, all of these units turn around and the driveways and the back of the house is now facing this direction where to the south on these south units, right? So cars are now backing out of their driveways in the direction of these existing homes, or their headlights are shining in the direction of these existing homes. And on the north side, if these units are flipped, they are backing out of their homes onto this private drive access, again, where traffic going into the post office creates a conflict with traffic coming out of these units on what is a 6-foot deep driveway, not a 20-foot deep driveway. So they really don't have an opportunity to stop. They're backing out of their driveway right into the street. And so it created some challenges. So we do not think flipping this and having the access out here works. We had conversations with the City of Reno engineering staff. They also did not agree with having vehicles backing out onto this street. So two other things to just sort of consider. When we looked at this design and the opportunity to potentially bring, even this road come out this way, this access point is too close to the existing intersection with Grand Point. In order to meet the intersection spacing, this would have to be about 200 feet from this intersection, which actually aligns it back here with these current driveways. And the reason for that is that Reno Fire will not, this would have to be considered a road, and a public street has to be 200 feet back from the intersection. If this was a driveway and it was serving less than 20 units, then it would only have to be 50 feet from this existing intersection. As you see it here, this only fits to 45 feet. So we maybe could have gotten to 50, but we do not believe Reno Fire would have supported this design because it serves more than 20 units. So the other option, just so you know that we looked at everything, we did consider what would happen if we brought in access. Again, if this road came all the way around and came down along the south and came out to Grand Point, the driveway for this existing house directly south of us is too close to this intersection. And then the distance between this potential intersection and this intersection has to be a minimum of 400 feet, and the distance between those would have been 160. So there was no wiggle room for us to make the circulation on this site work, let alone the fact that engineering staff was not supportive of these units flipping and putting a paseo in the middle of the units with the units backing out onto the street. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thanks for walking through those scenarios, and appreciate you looking at those alternatives. I guess the last follow-up question I have on that is why 20 units then? Or why the number of units being proposed? What's the magic number there?
Just to clarify, the 20 unit threshold is a fire department regulation. We're asking for 30 units total.
30 units, sorry. Why 30 units?
Why not? 30 units is below the MF14 density, and we can make them fit on this site based on this design with the street sections the way they are.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, if I could have Commissioner Munoz, did you want to jump in there? I just wanted to follow up with staff on the setback consideration.
Please do.
Thanks, Leah.
No problem.
So the AEC and the findings associated with the AEC put us in a little bit of a interesting situation. So we have a particular finding, number 4, under that says that doesn't result in essentially any less issues. Yeah, you had it on your last slide there. No greater impacts occurred. So how does staff make that finding? And what is your suggestion for Planning Commission making that finding based on your interpretation of the code?
So based on my interpretation of the code, there's not going to be a greater impact because we're still meeting the 10-foot side setback that's required per the MF14 zoning district. So if you look at code and you're looking at multifamily residential, 14 units per acre, and you look down the chart and you look at side setback, it's 5 feet. And then it says, except when adjacent to single-family residential, it's 10 feet. So the side setback for the zoning district is 10 feet. In this particular case, there's no greater impact on the neighboring properties than any other development that would be occurring on that property. And again, when we looked at this is an inconsistency in code, because basically what happened is that the applicant was held to this higher standard of 20 feet because they chose to bundle the minor use permit with the tentative map to be transparent when they came before this board. So in a way, they were being punished for bundling that and presenting it all as one application rather than piecemealing it into the city and letting one be an administrative review and then bringing the tentative map before the board. If they had done that, they wouldn't even need an alternative equivalent compliance. So when I look at the MF14 zoning district and I look at the findings for the alternative equivalent compliance, there's no greater impact on those neighboring properties than it would be under any other development with a 10-foot side setback. And actually, they're exceeding code by planting those trees.
Okay. I'm going to digest that for a second, turn it over to Commissioner Munoz. Thank you, Leah.
Thank you. This is going to be for the developer. Looking at the site map that you have, and then the two properties that are already to the south, closest to the shopping center. The last two on the hammerhead to the south, so S15 and S14, as a vehicle makes a left-hand turn south there, the headlights are going to be pointed directly at the backyard of the second property off of the cul-de-sac there to the south. What mitigation or what is the developer planning on doing to screen the headlights coming into that area? I think the last one before that was a better other way. Right there.
So yeah, those are the same image, but Stacy Huggins for the record. So again, as part of the and the condition that requires it, but also we acknowledged that. So we agreed to provide additional trees here along this south property line, right along here. We could certainly consider adding a second piece of landscaping here to further buffer that if you think that would be appropriate.
Okay, if that's definitely something you consider, that's going to be something I'm going to have to get to make the findings for that. Because of the elevation and the elevation picture you have that you showed us a couple people ago who were talking, the headlights are going to be elevated and coming in. So I would, in order for me to be able to approve this, I'd have to have some sort of screen other than trees. I mean, you could have literally 6 trees side by side, and the gaps that are going to leave between headlights are going to come right through that. So I would definitely have to have something else there if you guys are willing to make some kind of an extra condition for that.
I hear what you're saying. I think I probably need a minute to just confer with the developer on what might go there.
Please.
I guess I do just want to mention that, and I understand the headlight concern. This existing resident is 45 feet from their PL. So, and there's, as you can see here, there's significant landscaping that already exists along this PL. So I just mentioned that for consideration. I caution us about putting in a very tall wall there, and I don't know that that's where you're going, but I'm not sure what else we might put there besides landscaping.
I'm not looking for a wall. I'm looking for a more solid type of landscaping.
Okay. Okay, well, if you would be willing to kind of let me talk through that with the developer, I think we can, and maybe there's some other questions. The developer has heard you.
Please, yeah.
So I think that they might be talking about it themselves. If there are other questions for me, I can try to answer them in the meantime. Or I can take a minute and talk to them.
Commissioner Villanueva?
Thank you, Chair. So, Stacy, is that your name, Stacy? Okay, Stacy. Since you're going to go back and talk to the developer, can we present to them the idea of reducing the number of? Because I'm not against the development itself. I just think that we're trying to do more than this lot allows for, but maybe reduce the number of units. If that's something you can discuss with them as well, because it didn't seem like you had a really good answer for me as to, well, not for me, but for the commission as to why you chose that number. again, I like the development overall, generally, aside from, I feel like the applicant's really pushing the boundaries with what's, compatible with that spot and the neighboring, and the neighbors. So yeah, please get back to them about that.
Commissioner Armstrong, did you want to chime in?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This one's for the city. And it's on our favorite topic of the alternative equivalent compliance. So I'm trying to wrap my head around the rationale for it, and I can follow where you're going. I guess I would like to know if there have been similar projects that have requested the same kind of AEC, and if the remedy was similar. Do you see where I'm driving at? Like, have we dealt with this before? Was it satisfactory on maybe a comparable project?
Leah Brock, for the record. I'm trying to think if I've processed anything. I've processed a few for alternative equivalent compliance, and an alternative equivalent compliance is a fairly new thing in code. It's only been around since we updated code 2 years ago, and it only pertains to the development standards in Articles 8, 9, and 10 of Reno Municipal Code. So there's only a very small, limited section of things that you can apply for an alternative equivalent compliance. Because this setback is not a step back standard of the zoning district, and it's a design standard for the compatibility between the two zoning districts, I can't think of any situation where we've dealt with anything like this before. Alternative equivalent compliances can be used in, like I said, any of those design standards, but I can't think of anything offhand where we've done this. And I'm looking to Jason and he's shaking his head, so I don't think so.
Thank you.
Jason Garcia Lebu, Planning Manager for the record. In this request, there's kind of two components for that alternative equivalent compliance. The street tree part is something that we've seen in other projects, but to Leah's point, for the setback part, that we don't really have any examples of that. So it's sort of a yes and no situation.
Commissioner Gower.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was hoping that someone else would bring up parking, so I didn't have to bring up parking, but I got to ask about parking. And Leah, since you're there, I'll ask. I mean, how does staff look at this? So there's no driveways. We're asking residents to park in their garages. There are, I think, 8 visitor spaces parking along the street. That's enough parking?
Well, I do know that we've approved designs like this before with these short driveways. And in previous projects that I looked at, we had these 6-foot driveways, but then we had the sidewalk behind them. So in turn, what happened is people park on the sidewalk. They park half in the driveway and half in the sidewalk. So when we looked at this design approach, we looked at the fact that we weren't going to have those sidewalks there, so it really limits that. There was definitely concern that people are going to park on these streets, and it's only 28 feet in width, and it could potentially block it. But the applicant has agreed to include CC&Rs that allow for no parking. Everything is going to say no parking, and they have their 8 visitor spots, which, did we increase the visitor spots? No, it's 8. Okay. So design standards for this type of development require 2 parking spaces per unit, and they do have that in the garage.
Okay. I'm going to follow up with Stacy on that if I could.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Leah. Stacy, 2 questions. First one about the garage depth. The second one about the parking spaces, the visitor spaces. I'll ask about the visitor spaces first. Is there any sort of mechanism that that we could employ to prevent residents from parking a third vehicle there, for example?
Yeah, Stacy Huggins for the record. Yes, we have talked about it on our team, and we can definitely, include a note about that in the CCNRs. And then we will also put signs in those parking areas that clarify that those are guest parking spaces only and cannot be used by the residents.
And you'd be willing to have that as a condition?
Yes.
Okay, great. And the question about the garage depth, and it didn't really come to my mind until I started looking again at the aerials of the adjacent properties, and you just see a lot of just larger vehicles. Is that a consideration that we're limiting ownership to people who have smaller vehicles?
I don't believe that that is the intent. They are standard garage depths. It certainly could limit someone who wants to buy one of these units, but we're not designing a project that meets the, monstrosity vehicle, if you will. It would have a much bigger impact on this project if we had a 30-foot deep garage, which is not consistent.
Okay. I'm not trying to be sarcastic. I'm just trying to understand what the implications are of people and the reality of people owning certain vehicles. And that was leading into my request for the visitor spaces, which I think we've addressed. And is there opportunity anywhere else for someone with a larger vehicle to park that vehicle?
They could park along Grand Point, where we cannot sign that because it's a public street.
So that's a public street, anyone could park there?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
If I could, while I'm here, Mr. Chair, can I respond to Commissioner Munoz's question?
Go ahead, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
no, that's okay. Could I please have the overhead? Commissioner, so I had an opportunity to talk to our team during that time, and so I just want to mention, because they informed me, so where that road comes up to that south property line, right here, the road is actually in 3 feet of cut. So it actually is coming in lower than the current property south of here. So we, just so you know that, the headlights are not going to be shining into those adjacent properties, but we would be willing to plant a hedge along that portion of the road, understanding that it's not going to be 10 feet tall because we're already in cut, but we can agree to put a hedge along that portion of the road that will mitigate headlights a foot worth of, it's really just a foot. Like headlights on cars are about 4 feet from the ground. So we're 3 feet in the ground there.
Okay, thank you. That satisfies me.
Sure, great. And then just to answer Commissioner Villanueva's question about losing a lot, we cannot lose a lot on this site given the infrastructure that's needed and also the continued conversations within our region for more attainable type housing. We believe that 30 units is appropriate for this site and still meets all the intents of code. So,
Commissioner Villanueva, go ahead.
I actually have a question for the city for Leah. So Leah, before I get started, I just want to acknowledge I understand what both you and the applicant said as far as, this could have gone a different route. We may not have even have seen this project, but unfortunately we have seen the project. And so, and that means we're on the record and that means there's precedence. And so I did kind of in and out hear what Commissioner Armstrong was asking, and maybe I heard incorrectly, but what I heard, and I could be wrong, you said that you haven't had something similar as far as the setbacks, like what you're asking for here. So my concern again is we're looking at potentially setting precedent for something like this that maybe could have, been handled administratively, but that's not the case. Obviously, now we're on the record, and now other projects may come forward that potentially don't necessarily fit into or are necessarily compatible with the situation. But then they're going to point to this project and say, well, they did it over there, and there's nothing really different about this project than was that that happened in that project. And so that's kind of my concern, and that's why I asked about the applicant about potentially reducing the units, because I want to see a project like this move forward, because I think it is appropriate, but I still need to make the findings, and I still need to be able to make that call. So did I understand correctly? This is my question. Did I understand correctly that we haven't seen a project like this, or at least that you can recall?
That is correct. But again, I just want to reiterate that alternative equivalent compliance is not an option for all sections of code. It only pertains to Articles 8, 9, and 10. So this is within Article 9, and we have seen several AECs that were in that same article, but not specifically this standard.
This standard, what do you mean this?
This particular standard, which is the standard that says hold on, I'll pull it up. That says, quote, any project requiring a conditional use permit in a multifamily district shall have a minimum 20-foot setback from any property line abutting a single-family district. So that is within Article 9. It's not in the other sections of code. So we would be setting precedents that you can obtain an alternative equivalent compliance for items in Article 9 because we have done them in Article 9 before.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Velta, you've been quiet. You need to jump in at all?
Just topics for discussion.
Okay. Does anybody have any more questions, or would you like to slide into discussion? Okay, we'll move into discussion. Commissioners? Oh, there we go, yeah. Commissioner Veltos. Commissioner Velta, did you have topics for discussion? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I want to address some of the topics that were brought up about the number of units. I'm a little concerned with us pushing back on that. We don't necessarily know the kind of we don't know necessarily what they're trying to do or what they need to do in order to be successful in the project. So I'm concerned about us limiting it, even though there was an answer that maybe wasn't as in depth as to why the number 30 was chosen. Generally, though, I think they've done a lot of good things with this project with the space. I think this is the type of project that we want to see, which is housing that's more attainable, more affordable. While it's more in the suburbs, it's still an infill type project and more of a density project near commercial, which means it could be somewhat walkable for folks. And I do think this is an interesting project and good for the area, because this type of housing is not necessarily commonly found in that part of town.
Thank you. If no other discussion, we can entertain Commissioner Gower, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple points on discussion. I hear what Commissioner Velto was saying, and appreciate all of the responses to the questions. And I think for me, the two considerations. Number one is that the number of units trying to fit on this site is resulting in a site plan that generates compatibility issues for me. It generates compatibility issues along the southern property line, which play into this AEC consideration. The mechanisms of how staff is interpreting code and the findings that we have to make for that AEC request I still can't quite get my head around that, because I look at finding 4 and it's asking, is this creating a bigger issue from 20 to 10? And it does, but staff is essentially saying that we really need to just kind of not consider that because it could have been processed differently. So I'm trying to reconcile that. But I think fundamentally, it's a great infill project, and infill projects, to Commissioner Velto's point, address a lot of those things that we're looking for at the master plan level with those goals. But when it's done in a way that is just trying to put too much onto a site, I think it does a little bit of injustice not only to the site but to the surrounding property owners. And I feel like that's the case here. I feel like we're just trying to squeeze, a sidewalk and landscaping and drainage swales into such a small area along these property lines that I questioned, is that the appropriate intensity for the site? And is there a better way to do it? And we heard that there isn't really necessarily a better way to do it. So that was my follow-up question. Then what about the number of units? That's what we're reacting to. I'm having challenges with some of the findings in addition to that AEC finding. So that's where I'm at. Thanks.
Commissioner Villanueva, please.
Thanks. I just want to add to discussion and kind of reiterate a lot of what Commissioner Gower said. I think this could really be a good project for the area. I think it's the type of development we're looking for, but the way it's being presented and the way it's done, it makes it really difficult to make the findings. I feel like, I'd be open to maybe continuing this and, seeing what options are available, things we can work through. I'd like to see a project similar to this be, approved, but it's just really hard for me to make the findings as presented. So,
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Johnson, I'll just weigh in maybe looking at it. I definitely understand some concerns about the level of work that's going on here and the density, but I think some of those, in my mind, I appreciated actually more than anything kind of the engineering discussion about some of the changes that are being made. I think there's a recognition here of some of the challenges and a real effort to address those with the way that the site is being graded and worked with and that. And so, on first blush, I maybe didn't react to it as maybe the overbuild that I'm hearing about here. And I guess one of the ways that I looked at it was, the setback along the south and some of the grading that's a result there is, interesting because we've got one of those situations where we have streets and a cul-de-sac. So we have existing residences whose backyard backs up to what would be a side yard here. And there's concern that we're looking at it. But if you zoom out a little bit, those same houses have a less than 10-foot side yard to the backyard of their neighbors because they're on a cul-de-sac. So there's, I guess, precedent for, this sort of side yard, backyard setback situation that we're looking at. The alternative equivalent compliance is a slightly different mechanism than, say, a deviation, where we're really looking at specific standards in code that we're going against. I understand the rationale for using that here because it's more like an articulation standard or a glazing standard or something along those lines where we're looking at a way of mitigating it. And so this, I don't think, is setting a precedent. It's the alternative compliance here is for us to review if the additional trees and the situation with the adjacent properties, are the trees and the situation, suitable as an alternative to the 20-foot setback. That's really what we're being asked. Staff finds it in a way because code in another place would require 10 and we're meeting that. To me, that's not the question. It's, are we doing enough to address that reduction? And that's a matter for debate. I don't know that trees every 30 feet are really doing that, especially looking at 2 trees on either side of a sidewalk in an 11-foot section before a retaining wall. I'm not sure how those are going to grow. So I'm not sure that, you know, we're necessarily getting there with what is being proposed, but I'm I'm looking at it more from the standpoint of this is it's a unique situation. The setback there is essentially it's like a side yard setback if we were to do this a different way. So I know I'm not necessarily responding one way or the other to the questions, but I think, the applicant has done, some due diligence to make this work on the site in a way that, I think responds to some of our concerns. Ultimately, if that is applicable or not, I guess is, for each of us to decide. But I think, I don't look at this as potentially overbuilding. I think they're doing everything that they can to sort of fit within the parameters of a challenging site in a way that maximizes both, the land use capabilities and the housing that we're looking for. So that's my point for discussion. I do think the discussion about the findings, there are a couple in there that, get into, compatibility with the neighbors and some traffic issues, but the alternative equivalent compliance, I think, is more of a design aspect for us to review than an actual benefit or something that we're putting on the property as opposed to, imposing something to the adjacent one. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other points of discussion? We want to entertain a motion. Commissioner Armstrong, go ahead.
Yeah, assuming no more discussion, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, thank you.
In the case of LDC 23-00026, Ground Point Townhome South, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to approve the tentative map, conditional use permit, and alternative equivalent compliance, subject to conditions listed in the staff report.
Commissioner Belter, I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Commissioner Villanueva.
Before I go, I unfortunately I can't make the findings. I really want to be able to see this project move forward, except the way it's presented and the way it's designed now, I can't. Unfortunately, I'm a no vote, but I wish I could have gotten it to a yes. But that's where I am. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Munoz.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Munoz. We had 2 discussions, 2 additional conditions. One was a parking restriction signage, and the other was the hedge or the blocking for the driveway. Would you be willing to add those into your motion?
Yeah, I'm fine to include those in my motion.
Okay. Are we allowed to do that and then also get a second on that?
I'll add that into my second.
Carl, good to go with that? Okay, great. So we have a motion and a second with those 2 added conditions. If there's no other discussion, we'll go to a roll call vote, please, Michelle.
Belto,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Draculich,
Yes.
Gower,
No.
Munoz,
Yes.
Villanueva,
No.
Armstrong.
Yes.
Motion is 5-2. It passes.
Okay, it passes. Thank you. Good luck with your project. Before we move on to 4.5, I did want to address time issues. We have 3 more items up. Obviously, we'll hear 4.5. Question from my fellow commissioners, how we feel about 4.6 and 4.7 for the sake of the public in the room. How are we feeling about pushing to 4.6? It sounds like 4.7 we need to go to another meeting, unless you guys want to go deep. So open to discussion on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Munoz. I do have concerns about 4.6, and I believe that is going to be it's going to be a longer one as well, which is going to take us well past the 11 o'clock hour. So I do have some concerns. I don't know what the ability of us to do anything tonight with that is, but I am concerned.
Fellow commissioners?
I guess I would look to staff. I never like taking an item that has public here for and postponing it because they're already here. So I would, I guess, I would like to hear the items that people are here for this evening. even if it means that they run late. Because I'd rather hear them while they're here than force the public to come back at a later date. That's just my feeling. Not that I want to stay up till 1 o'clock in the morning, but I also don't want to put an imposition on. So that's my thought.
So to have it right, would you want to hear items 4.6 and 4.7 tonight?
I guess my question would be, I would like to hear as many items as we possibly can, especially those items that we have request to speak forms on in the public here to see. So I would defer to staff and Michelle. I haven't seen the forms. I don't know how many people are here for which items.
I have request to speak forms for 4.6 and 4.7. I believe you have some for
4.5 I have in my hand, yes.
And we also have voicemails for 4.6.
Commissioner Villanueva, I think because we do have so many people in the public and they've been here all night just like we have, I mean, I'm fine sticking it out, but I guess we'll defer to you all.
We can take them out
Commissioner
of
Armstrong,
order
go
if you want.
Michelle, what were you saying? Sorry.
I was just going to say you can take those items out of order if you wanted to.
Go ahead, Commissioner Armstrong.
I agree with all the comments that have been said. We have a lot of people here that are very interested in the remaining agenda items. They've been very patient to make their comments, so I would like to push through and give them that opportunity.
Commissioner Velto, you want to chime in?
Sounds like enough people support us continuing. I would hope that if it's possible, we could have less agenda items on these meetings because it's difficult to balance this obligation with other obligations we have. Though I do think it's important to have the public be heard.
Okay, I guess just the way I was looking at it is if we're going to make it to 4.7, we're probably, at our pace, starting that, well after 12 from what it appears. Maybe I'm wrong there, but as long as we're all prepared for that.
Can I suggest that we move to 4.6? I believe the majority of the people in the room are here for that. According to the...
Can we do, I mean, I think I agree with that. If we can take it out of order, what do we have? We have public comments for 4.6 and 4.7 and the majority for 4.6?
We do have public comment for 4.5, which is coming up next.
Well, Stacy's here to present for 4.5 and 4.7.
Oh, okay.
You have Derek Wilson here for 4.6.
There's no pretty answer here.
Mr. Chairman, I'd recommend that we just continue on with the agenda on the next agenda item and just keep going.
Perfect.
Thank you.
If everybody's good with that, we'll do that. Okay, thanks. I just want to bring it up. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item 4.5, case number LDC 23-00027, Grand Point Townhomes North. And we will start off with a presentation from Stacy.
With Wood Rogers. Is it on? Okay. So I'm here on this project for Grand Point Townhomes North. So this property is on the north side of the post office, and just so that you are all aware, if you haven't noticed, these projects are very similar. The north project is very similar to what we were just talking about on the south project. So I will try to kind of quickly touch on the things that are similar. But this is a 5.1 acre primarily undeveloped, undisturbed parcel. There has been in the past some stockpiling on this property, which was done as part of the post office being developed, as well as when Mayan was constructed. So if you drove by the site before there was snow on it, you may have noticed some disturbance out there. That's what that is from. It is, again, surrounded by existing residential and the commercial development to the west. And it is, again, another great opportunity for infill development where services and infrastructure are readily available to support development of the project. This piece of property, still, it's master plan suburban mixed use. The zoning on this piece of property is neighborhood commercial, which does allow single-family attached townhomes as were being proposed with this project. So for this project, we're looking at a tentative map for 78 units. Code does require a conditional use permit for more than 50 units. We need a conditional use permit because we have fills that exceed the 10-foot threshold on this site. And then it's also a cluster development, which triggers a conditional use permit. And then similar to the South project, we are seeking the alternative equivalent compliance to address the location of the street trees. And again, that's because the street trees are located internal to the project inside these paseo areas rather than along the streets where you would typically see them in a single-family residential development. Same concept for these units. They are oriented with the rear or garage side towards the street, and the front of the units are oriented either towards the perimeter or into the paseos in the middle. All of those paseos have pedestrian connectivity through them so that there is full connection through this site, internal and also external. Similar to the other project, in front of this piece of property, there is no curb gutter or sidewalk. So with this project, we will complete the sidewalk gap on the east side of Grand Point. So now you will have sidewalk that extends the entire length of Grand Point on the east side. In addition to the sidewalk along Grand Point, as I mentioned, there are pedestrian paths internal to the project that connect from the north to the south and actually provide access out to those sidewalks. With this project, with the 78 units, we are looking at a 526 average daily trips from this project and 40 peak hour trips. As I mentioned before, that's below the threshold for a traffic improvement analysis or a traffic study. But I do want to just, for the record, mention that we did a trip generation that looked at both projects combined, and combined the two projects generate 55 p.m. peak hour trips, so we're still well below even with those two projects. If you do have questions about the traffic, Lauren Chilson with Headway Transportation is here and can answer questions related to that. Again, same as in the previous project, we have a mix of 2, 3, and 4 unit buildings. Each unit has a 2-car parking or garage. On this site, we have a little more guest parking internal to the site. So the original plan had guest parking spaces in this northwest corner up here, and then 3 more spaces down here in the lower southeast corner. And since we made submittal, we have been able to identify 3 additional guest spaces over on the east side of the project, and then we were able to squeeze in 1 more parking space up here in this northwest corner. So now the project, as it's shown here, will include 11 guest on-site spaces plus along Grand Point. Again, because it's a public street, there's room for about 10 additional spaces. So there would be a total of 21 available guest parking spaces associated with this project. And similar to the South project, we will sign those. We are good with a condition that requires that they be signed so that they are just for guest parking. The streets, same design in this project, 28 feet wide private streets. The common areas are all still maintained by the homeowners association, and the common area does include this area along the east that's been preserved as common area with this project. As this project is shown here, there's approximately 148 trees on the site. I mentioned that we need a conditional use permit for the fills. So it's a grading CUP. We are in excess of the 10 feet in that area shaded in blue there. We're exceeding it by 6 feet. So it's not a large fill, if you will, there. But you can see in the picture, and I know it's a little bit hard to see, this area to the right, or this would be the west, this is the post office. And the post office is actually a split level building. So this part here is higher than what's happening down here. And then what you don't see below this current grade condition is the parking lot and the back of the post office. So in order to even out this property or grade it out and make it level, we have to bring in some fill. As I mentioned, it is in excess of the 10 feet. And then to support the fill, there will be a wall along this southern boundary that will make sure that there's no impact to the post office parking lot or the post office parcel to the south. Same unit concepts, again, front door oriented towards either the streets or the paseos. You can see the 2-car garages with them. In the NC zoning, similar to the multifamily 14, the max allowable height is 35 feet, and the only difference between this site and the previous site is the number of stories here are allowed to be 3 stories, but as you can see in these architectural renderings of the units, these are proposed as 2-story units at a max height of 26 feet. And again, same, this is the 2-pack unit. That is our project. Again, these are for sale townhomes, provide a good transition between single family detached and the adjacent commercial uses. Continues to provide an opportunity for housing that does not exist in this portion of town, and meets the master plan policies for infill and redevelopment, neighborhood connections, and building orientation. And with the added condition regarding the no parking in the parking lots, we have reviewed all the other conditions and agree to them, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Stacy. We'll now take a presentation from the city. Looks like Leah again.
Hello again. For the record, Leah Brock, Assistant Planner with Development Services, City of Reno. Moving on this evening, I'm going to be presenting the application for Grand Point Townhomes North. Again, the subject site is located on the corner of Mayan and Grand Point. It is just over 5 acres at 5.1. For this request, we have a tentative map for a 78 single-family attached townhome subdivision. We have the conditional use permit for over 50 residential units, fills greater than 10 feet in that small area on the south, and cluster development. Again, this is a request for alternative equivalent compliance to vary from the residential street tree requirements. The subject site is located in the neighborhood commercial zoning district. Key issues analyzed in this request are overall site design and compatibility with surrounding development. One thing that I do want to point out here is that the zoning on this parcel was changed from professional office to neighborhood commercial in 2019. That designation is consistent with the site's suburban mixed-use master plan land use designation. I believe that there was another development that was planning on going in at the time, and that was the reason for that zone change, but it never came to fruition. So overall site design here is 78 units, which yields a gross density of 15.29 dwelling units per acre. The neighborhood commercial zoning district does allow for 30 units per acre, so it's well less than that. We have the same design as we had on the previous one with the 2 fronts with the garage, the 6-foot driveways, and the paseo. Again, condition number 8 is going to restrict the vehicle parking in driveways. In this particular case, we do have grading happening on that lower portion of the site there. As Stacy pointed out, there are fills greater than 10 feet in height, up to 16 feet in depth. That is adjacent to that post office that's there to the south. Also, again, on this one, even though we just have the residential off to the east, we are limiting the hours of construction. Regarding compatibility with surrounding uses, we have single family on just that one side. South is the post office located in the public facilities zoning district. To the east, or I'm sorry, to the west is the commercial specific plan district. And to the north across Mayan, you have single family SF8 or SF6. I'm sorry, that might be mixed up right there. So the project has been designed to cluster the development away from the eastern boundary line that's adjacent to that single family residential. Approximately 0.45 acres of common area will be preserved and landscaped back there along that concrete drainage ditch, which will just further limit the impact on the adjacent residential. For the alternative equivalent compliance, in this case, it's just to deviate from that street tree requirement. So as we talked about last time, there are 2 street trees required for each lot. The applicant is asked to not have them there because it impedes vision triangle and interferes with utilities. They will be planted elsewhere. Condition number 9 requires the HOA or equivalent for maintenance of those common areas. And condition 10 is that equivalent number of required trees planted in alternative locations. Regarding public comment, we received 8 letters of opposition and 2 letters from NAB members, again, with support for the infill transitional development and saying that it's compatible with surrounding uses. Same concerns as last time, only without that setback issue: traffic, adequate infrastructure, noise pollution, and the number of units. We did add condition number 7 for the Smart Trips program to be included with all sales documents. On the board are the conditional use permit findings, and here are the tentative map findings and alternative equivalent compliance findings. Staff has been able to make all of the findings and does recommend approval of this application, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. That concludes my presentation. The recommended motion is on the screen, and I am available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Kick it to the commissioners for disclosures. Commissioner Johnson, if you could start it off, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Johnson received and read emails, familiar with the site, and spoke briefly with the applicant's representative.
Commissioner Villanueva, no disclosures.
Commissioner Armstrong, I read and received emails. I met with the applicant's representative, and I'm familiar with the site.
Commissioner Munoz, read and received emails, and I'm familiar with the site.
Commissioner Gower received and read emails, familiar with the site, spoke with the applicant's representative.
Commissioner Velto?
Commissioner Velto, same disclosures.
Commissioner Draculich, same disclosures. We do have 2 requests to speak forms. We'll start with those. Starting off is Joanna Morrow, wishing to make a statement in opposition, and after her will be Ian Franson. Oh, I'm sorry, and I meant to open public comment. My apologies. But we had a Johanna Morrow.
She's on Zoom. So
Oh, she's on Zoom. Okay.
Joanna?
Sorry, am I there?
Yeah, we can hear you. Would you like to make public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I was in the house all night and I was sorry, I was joining you, but I had to come home and get my kids.
Okay.
This is a small enclosed area with residential homes, as was discussed, sandwiching the post office with both housing units that have just been discussed. This is a short road that is only about 3 car widths wide, and it's only about 2 blocks long with kind of a tight curve. You guys said you're familiar with the area. There's 2 busy streets that T-bone each one of those ends of the streets, both Mayan and Simmons, which we've had car accidents at both intersections. We've also had crime where people have had their homes broken into just behind where these units is proposed to go into. One of my neighbor's homes is still being repaired from the previous break-in. And we have had, as mentioned, some dumping and loitering that has led to alcohol and drug people hanging out where they can not be seen from the street. So they like to come up against our property line. My house is actually located just kitty corner behind the post office, so the last units mentioned by the bill would be right outside my kitchen. It also would have clear view right into my master bathroom and my bathtub and my master bedroom. So this creates a very uncomfortable feeling for me to have housing this close. We do have a number of pets along this street line. We have a lot of neighborhood protection where we keep track of each other's, the sounds and smells and everything, so that we can help keep protection of each other on this street line. Also, I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Also, it's something I'd noticed is that the post office has sleep disturbances at 12:20 a.m., 2:20 a.m., 4:30 a.m., and 6 a.m. when the vehicles, at 6 a.m., the vehicles have to do their inspections where they all have to honk their horns before taking their vehicles off the property. But at the other mentioned times, they are busy loading about 8 to 12 pallet jacks onto and off of big rigs. And so during each of these time zones, you hear da 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 da, and that is very much sleep disturbance. There is also right behind the post office kitty corner of this property is a coyote den buried right behind the property right next to my house. So there would be an animal disturbance, and there's also a consideration of the dumpsters that would increase smells and exhaust coming right into our houses. So my concerns and the concerns of my neighbors that I have talked with, smells, noises, crime, loitering, pets, and traffic are all our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you as well. All right, we'll stay in the chambers here, and Ian Franson, if you could come to the podium, please.
Hello again. This on? Hi. So just because something's legal, that doesn't make it a good idea. Okay? I mean, we could probably agree on that in concept, not necessarily applying to this. I've lived here a long time, and if you approve the last one, my gut tells me you're probably going to approve this one. We're talking about 108 new units on one street that's already high traffic, okay, that already has big cracks. So they don't fix the street properly. They put in tar, and it just makes bumps on either side of the crack. And I ride a bicycle. I feel everyone. I see the kids crash on their skateboards. There are car accidents. There is gridlock. There's gridlock on a 2-lane suburban road. That's not really normal. And we want to put another 108 units there? Like, this hurts me. This hurts me. This lot is a place where I could find peace. And I know they're going to build something there. Like, I get that. It's an open space. And, you know, we value these structures more than, I don't know, dirt and sagebrush, our state flower everyone seems to think is a weed. But I know it's going to reduce our quality of life. I'm looking out for my neighbors, okay? Like, I may not live here the rest of my life. And whether or not to sell my house does depend on how things change after these are built. I'm really 50-50. I may leave this neighborhood, which I grew up in, because of these two developments. Okay, like, this hurts me. And like, I know that that's not policy, that's not the law. The law doesn't reflect my feelings, okay? But it is going to reduce quality of life for the people in this neighborhood. It's gonna reduce our home values, it's gonna increase crime, it's gonna be more pressure on the roads and the schools, okay, that are already so far beyond overcrowding. How come we only build housing and we don't build new schools, don't build new fire stations, don't build, infrastructure, just cramming more housing in? And I'm just talking even beyond this one development. It just seems like that's what the city of Reno wants to do, is just increase the population without increasing the proper services and infrastructure for all these people. So like, I've chosen not to speak on a lot of developments that I was concerned about because I was waiting until it came to my front door, until I actually had to be immediately affected with it. I know I will be affected by this. I know my neighbors will be affected by this. And it's not going to be a benefit to us. It's not going to be a benefit to the neighborhood. It's a benefit to the developers' bank accounts. That's it. Sorry. I mean, that's the way I see it. Okay. And everyone's entitled to their opinion. And I'm not telling you all how to do your jobs. I know you're seeing if it's legal. You're seeing if you think it fits. But let me tell you what, these programs are a square peg in a round hole. I mean, at the end of the day, like I can't dress that up. It makes me sick to the pit of my stomach. You know, I value open space. I value going down the street and seeing my state flower. I value knowing that I live in the Great Basin because there is still wild desert patches in my neighborhood. And if you take them all away, I might as well be in Cleveland. You know, I'm gonna have to go farther and farther just to find peace away from the traffic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Michelle, do we have any other correspondence online?
We did receive correspondence on this item that was forwarded to the Planning Commission and has been entered into the record. No voicemails were received, and I have no other request to speak forms for this item.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chambers wish to speak on this item? Can you please fill out a request to speak form? Oh, yeah, you know what, go ahead and speak and do that afterwards if you can.
Hello, this is Lisa Manning again. I've lived in this neighborhood for over 20 years. I don't think that the traffic study that has been done will really adequately address the traffic issues of this development. That is a lot of people. It's more than the surrounding single-family home dwellings are feeding out onto these streets. There's going to be backup, multi-car backup. I don't know how they're going to deal with people trying to get onto Mayan and those that can't get there because it's backed off onto Robb and then trying to exit out. It's going to be a lot of cars. I don't see how this is going to be managed well. There's going to need to be some additional traffic, either stop signs or stop signals or something to help manage this. You're going to have a lot of busy, rushing drivers out on the road. Again, with this particular development, I am still concerned about drainage, and I know it doesn't matter related to the other one, but when you plant trees close to things, those roots are going to grow into drainage. It's going to be an issue when we have dumps like we've been having. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak in the chambers? Okay, we will close public comment and kick it to the commissioners for questions of the applicant or the city. Commissioner Munoz.
Thank you. I'll start. This is going to be for the city. Leah. Just a quick question. Has there been a consideration for a stoplight at the corner of Mayan and Simmons?
I think I'd have to defer the question to engineering.
Okay.
Because they reviewed the traffic information and were direct connection to the roads department on all of that.
Okay, thank you. Is this going to be Mike? No, Mike? Okay. Maybe the developers, Stacy, maybe you could touch on that or do you know anything about that or why there wasn't a consideration for a stoplight there?
Yeah, Lauren Chilson with Headway Transportation. May I just confirm you're speaking of Mayan and Grand Point intersection?
Excuse me, Grand Point, yes. I apologize.
Again, we have not evaluated that. The level of trip generation is so low that that is a trip generation letter level. No analysis is required technically. The intersection is pretty standard configuration, so on the surface, there's no reason to go evaluate a traffic signal need there. Not that it couldn't be, but it certainly wasn't in our scope of work at this time.
Okay, let me get into this a little deeper then. So there was no traffic studies done on the road because this wasn't going to generate enough traffic in order to set that off, correct?
That's correct. It's not required, and even both projects together doesn't trip that threshold for a study either.
Now, my concern is with the Rayleighs and the shopping centers there, one of the main exits for that, and it's an exit that I've used before, drops right across from where the new entrance exit will be for the North Point.
Sure.
Wouldn't that set off some kind of alarm of, hey, maybe we need to check this out a little bit further to make sure we're not impacting the neighborhood? Because I can see how this, even though maybe itself does not generate a huge problem, the existing neighborhood and the shopping center as a whole probably do impact that significantly. Is there any mechanism whatsoever that would set off some kind of a need for a traffic study or anything? Is there anything in the works that would make that do that other than this property? Does anything looked at as a whole?
Again, I can only speak to the requirements for this study. If there was other base issues, I assume the city would have brought them up and asked us to address them. That was not done.
Okay,
or
and I
not
apologize.
asked.
I know this isn't all on you, and I was hoping that the city would still be here for this. So that's kind of where I'm going with this. So that's all I have for now.
If I could cut in for a second. Jason Garcia, LeBoux Planning Manager. Just to speak on Mike's behalf, they did review this, and I believe it is below the threshold, so it didn't trigger that traffic requirement. So the Development Services Engineering Division was satisfied with that. I am trying to see if we can get a hold of somebody for that, but if we could maybe come back to that.
Commissioner Draculich, yeah, I kind of wanted to, when we get to there, I had the same question about what will trigger the point where going north on Grand Point, I know that left turn is not pretty. I've done that, and I've done a couple of turns that go across that traffic. And so I'd like to know what that mechanism is and what the plan was or what the perspective of the city. I don't know if you want to chime in on that left turn specifically. It looks like there's enough lane for, left turners and people turning right onto Mayan, but that could stack up pretty quick.
Understood, and I hear you loud and clear. What I would offer is that there are alternate ways to exit the neighborhood, right? You can also travel south on Grand Point, go over Simons, and during congested periods, and make a U-turn on Robb Drive, right? There are alternate ways to travel for those peak periods where a left turn is congested. That's not to say that there's never congestion there. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying if that's a concern at peak times, there are alternate travel routes. And, we install traffic signals when they meet warrants. I suspect this one's not in that park. I don't know that for certain. That could be evaluated by the city at a later date. But it certainly wouldn't be triggered, a signal wouldn't be triggered by this magnitude of project, in my opinion.
Thank you. And once again, just like Commissioner Muniz said, we know this question really doesn't fall on you, but maybe if we get back to that, we'll continue this on if any other commissioners have questions outside of traffic.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like a similar explanation on the stormwater flow as we received for the previous project from the applicant's engineer, if I could.
Mark Sindegorda, for the record. So this very similar to what we showed on the south side. The area in pink that you're seeing right now is the area that sheet flows to the east and ends up in the open channel that runs along the eastern boundary. Again, there's a 15-foot drainage easement on site, 25-foot drainage easement off site. So this is what is happening now in the current condition. When fully developed, the area that's in green is going to be intercepted through a system of swales, drain inlets, pipes, and is going to be routed to an existing 18-inch storm drain pipe that was stubbed to this site. And that's, I can point to it, it's right down here. So the area that's in green, again, gets intercepted, channelized, and then routed to this pipe. The area that's in purple is the area that would be left to sheet flow to this open drainage on the east side. So similar to the south project, which saw a 60% net reduction, on the north side, it's actually 80%.
Thank you.
Commissioner Velto, do you want to chime in while you're over there? Oh, you're on mute.
No, I don't have any questions right now. Thank you, though.
Okay. Doesn't seem to be much else, any luck with Michelle getting a hold of Mike. Okay. All right, looks like we're going to have to wing that one. There's no other questions for the applicant or the city. We can shift into discussion. Commissioner Gower?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start discussion. I would say, unlike the previous, the Southerly project, I feel like the intensity of development and the way it's laid out on the site is more appropriate on the north parcel. And I think it just mitigates some of the compatibility issues that I had on the Southerly property. It's just an overall better site plan with better flow, and it just fits better. Fundamentally, my biggest concern is the traffic, and particularly that intersection there at Grand Point and Mayan. It would be great to get some more information from the city on how they looked at that particular consideration, because it does relate directly to our findings of the infrastructure available to accommodate the growth. Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Johnson, I agree completely on traffic. I think that's a question. I guess the one thing that we do have is that we know they reviewed it. We know that this access is directly onto Grandview. It's the only access. So I would like to hear it from Mike, but it does sound like they've reviewed it. I guess one thing that I wanted to weigh in on, we did hear some public comments, some concerns about items other than traffic, some concerns about the potential for crime and some other issues in this area, cleanup, vandalism, those kinds of things. Usually those decrease when vacant lots are developed. You have eyes on the street, you have people that are there the bad things happen when nobody can see it. And so when we develop these infill sites, a lot of those issues go away. And as far as, from an open space standpoint, this has always been intended to be developed. And when I look at the area from an open space standpoint, I think we saw it actually earlier tonight, there's a park and an open drainage area just to the east of this that's existing open space that's zoned in open space in perpetuity. So this is always intended to be developed, and I think the development will not be detrimental in the ways that we're hearing. I think infilling vacant property tends to make those decrease. So that's just my take on what I've heard this evening, and I do agree. I think this is, a little bit better layout for the site. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Commissioner Villanueva. Sorry, it's getting late.
Commissioner Villanueva, for the record. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what was said. I also think that this is a good site for this particular type of development because of where it's located is infill, but there's also neighboring commercial grocery stores, which is nice because it can potentially assist in alleviating some of the traffic flow when it's that close, and that connectivity for other forms of transportation. There's also, I think, a bus stop and transportation right there. With regard to the open spaces, a little, Commissioner Johnson touched on this a little bit, but also it is, yeah, there is a balance here when dealing with private land and open spaces. I'm very much pro open spaces and public lands. And I'm theoretically, the more we're able to develop, smart, in a smart and thoughtful way in the inner city, the more we're able to protect those actual public lands and those open spaces. Because theoretically, we won't be running out of land. So, all right, thank you.
Looks like Mike just chimed in. Does anybody want to, Commissioner Munoz, do you want to fire off your question again for him?
Sure. Mike, you there?
You're on.
Daggy, sorry if we woke you up.
Yeah.
I know it's kind of late.
Yeah, Mike is here.
We're
morning.
With the North project here, we're trying to figure out why we know the project itself isn't enough to generate a traffic study, but with the shopping center right there and with the residents that are already in the area, why has it not been brought to light, or why has it not been proposed that there be a stoplight put at the corner of Mayan and, excuse me, I'm drawing a blank. What's the name of the street? North Point? Grand Point.
Well, I would imagine because the thought was that the warrants would not be met. Now, has a traffic study been done for the entire area? No, not to my knowledge. But this project in and of itself, and the South project, I don't know, it just didn't seem to rise to the level of doing a full comprehensive study for the entire area, in my opinion.
Okay, and so let me ask you this. Going forward, if this project is passed, what is the next step for residents in the area, the city, the planning commission? How do we get a traffic study done in that area to help alleviate some of that traffic if a stoplight is warranted at that intersection?
We would commission the RTC to investigate that, and we have our own internal people that can do that as well.
Okay. That's all I have for Mike.
Okay. Figured I'd get a similar answer too, so satisfactory. Any other questions while we have them? Commissioner Velto?
No questions, but I'd be ready to make a motion.
Okay. If the commissioners are good with that, looks like Commissioner Velto is ready to make a motion. Go ahead.
Matter of case number LDC 23-00027, based upon compliance. Based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to approve the tentative map, conditional use permit, and alternative equivalent compliance subject to the conditions listed in the staff report, and I can make all the findings.
Commissioner Armstrong, for the record, I will second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Commissioner Johnson, just posing the question again about the added signage requirement as a condition, if that can be added to the motion and the second.
Commissioner Velto, good with that? That added signage condition?
I certainly will. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Commissioner Armstrong, to your second as well? Yes. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Good luck with your project. I'm gonna throw it out there. Do we need a 5-minute bathroom break before we start 4-6? Okay, we'll make it quick. 5 minutes. We'll start back up at 11:05. Doors, seats. Keep cruising. Everybody. Chambers too. Chambers too. Chambers too. I was nudging Garrett. All right, thank you all. We're gonna move into item 4.6, LDC 23-00018, Aspire at North Hills. We will take a presentation from the applicant.
Good evening. Thank you. Derek Wilson on behalf of the applicant. Great, thank you. So our project is a multifamily complex of 192 units, multiple buildings. 6 of them are 3-story. 1 of them is a 2-story building, a clubhouse, amenities, landscaping. Fairly standard, fairly familiar multifamily layout. The project team, the owner has been in the Reno area for decades. They own the Raleigh Shopping Center directly adjacent to our project. So a community-minded guy. He's been a good steward of the site. He's worked with the library out there for years, so a strong presence. The builder would be Tanamera Construction. Again, a local company, strong track record. Plenty of examples of quality projects from Tanamera. Those are just some quick shots of some existing Tanamera projects. So quality, residential look, an asset to the area. There's the project site, North Hills Boulevard on the south side, Golden Valley on the east side. That's the Raleigh Center adjoining our project on the west, elementary school on the north side, some residential adjacent to our site, and then existing commercial property on our southeast and south. So there's our site plan. Again, I think that's a layout that people are probably familiar with. Moderate-sized buildings broken up across the site. Zoning is in place. No zone changes, no master plan changes needed with this site. Parking distributed around the site. Rec area, clubhouse. We also have on this site highlighted some of the fencing and screening. So that north property line, in particular that northeast property line, some upgraded fencing going on there. I'll describe that more fully in a minute. That yellow line, if you see that northeast building adjacent to Golden Valley, there's a yellow line there. That section of that building would get some enhanced sound mitigation measures for people inside the building. So triple pane windows, possibly some enhanced insulation on that wall. So some sound barrier there because they're adjacency to some of that existing commercial. There's a fast food drive-through there that would get some landscape screening, and then landscaping, or if necessary, a low wall to block any headlights. So a secure, fenced, and buffered site. There's the zoning. As I said, the zoning's in place, no changes needed. The important point here is that we're in the GC zone. Our project's allowed in the GC zone with the approval of a conditional use permit. It's just the number of units that triggers this CUP process. We could go out there and build up to 100 units, 99 units by right. We could just go out there and build those, go straight to building permit. So it's our unit count that triggers this CUP. I think that the higher unit count and the public review process is going to create a better project than just going out there and going straight to building permit. Design features, we're above the parking requirement. We've got 101 spaces above the code requirement. Stormwater retention, we're almost 30% above the code requirement. Upscale architecture, residential look to the project, the blend with the area. Minimal grading required. The site's been graded for decades. It was graded as part of the original Raleigh's development. It's sat vacant ever since. So I think finishing off sites like that is a good move. Our road access is in place, no new public roads. Our driveways are in place. No traffic patterns would change in the area. We're going to use the existing driveways. Sewer flows to Tumwharf, so we're not burdening the North Valleys with any additional sewer flows. The open area, landscape area exceeds requirement. That's an architectural example of the site. That would be the building at our northeast corner. This image doesn't highlight it very well, but there's a peaked roof on there, a residential style roof on there, a variety of materials, quite a bit of building articulation. That's a view of the 3-story building. Again, variety of materials and colors. Compatibility. So the site's been zoned commercial for years. So development has always been anticipated on this site. This is essentially a mixed-use project. The Raley's under the same ownership as a project site, so we have essentially a commercial and residential development under same ownership and functioning together. The vineyards at Galleria, that's an example of a similar project. I have an exhibit of that coming up. That's, in fact, an identical land layout, land use pattern as our project. Additionally, it was also built by Tanamera, so they have experience with this kind of project, with putting multifamily adjacent to commercial on one side, single-family residential on the other. This proposed use is quite a bit less intense than some of the commercial uses that are allowed on the site. I think that residential is going to be quieter, better architecture, less traffic, less noise generation than some of the potential commercial developments. The project is also an infill project. It's adjacent to a school, shopping center, employment areas. A project like this minimizes area-wide traffic. A project like this is the best chance to minimize area-wide traffic. I realize we're bringing new residents to that neighborhood, but we're not bringing extensive required car use. If you don't pursue projects like this, infill projects surrounded by development close to existing roads, you're looking at development further out. You're looking at development out on Red Rock or somewhere on the fringes. So a project like this is the best way to minimize the burdens on our existing infrastructure. No expansion of city services, no new streets, no new sewer facilities, just the laterals to the project. City master plan strongly supports a project of this type. We hit some of the biggest policies in the master plan: need for additional housing, desire for infill projects, desire to intensify existing underused sites. We squarely hit all those major goals of the master plan. Neighborhood communication went to the NAB in October. It was well received. They, from what I understand, they did not offer any comments on the project, but at the meeting, there was some agreement that it was a quality project. We met on site with a group of neighbors in November. These were neighbors that lived on Copper Vista Court, directly adjacent to the project. I provided email responses to all the city emails that came in, offering more information or to talk to people. There was, I have to point out, there was an additional batch of emails that came in today, or came to me today. I didn't have a chance to respond to those, so that was 5 or 6 additional people. If they were hoping for a response, I'll be happy to talk to them. A second on-site meeting with a neighbor group in December, and then during all those neighbor meetings, we had ongoing fence, landscape, and building design discussion. And from those discussions, we made some project revisions. The northeast building was originally 3 stories. We dropped it down to 2 stories. We had some enhanced landscaping that we agreed to, and as well as some fence changes, and I'll get into that in a second. With that lowering of the building, we lost 12 housing units. So this is a view from a neighbor's property on Copper Vista Court. We had authorization from them to get this image. And behind those trees is our 2-story building of our project. So it's set back quite a ways from this existing house. It's behind 2 fences and 2 lines of landscaping. That's a spring or summer view. There's a winter view. So you can see the building in the far background. There's a fence that the fence in the foreground is an existing fence, belongs to the neighbor. That's going to stay. Then we have a second fence that we're adding behind that, plus that row of evergreens in the back. We've committed to working with the neighbors on the exact placement of those evergreens. So at the time of planting, they can stand there and say, shifted this way, shifted that way, to get the maximum advantage from their perspective. And we've agreed to enhanced tree sizes at time of planting. This is a fence. This image was distributed to the neighbors on Copper Vista. They gave us visual approval that they were satisfied with this fence design. That's a synthetic durable fence. Should be long lasting. Tanamera's had good luck with that product at some other sites. So we got some buy-in from the neighbors on this fence design. This is an excerpt from the site plan that shows our enhanced landscape screening along that northeast property line. We've agreed to put trees closer together, 20 feet on average. That's above code, and enhanced tree sizes. So traffic, obviously North Valley's traffic is a hot button issue. I recognize that there will be people that live here with cars and they're going to drive them. But again, a project like this, close to the freeway, close to destinations that are walkable and easy to get in and out of the site. You don't have to drive through any other neighborhood to get to our site. It's projects like this that minimize our area-wide traffic loads. We're adjacent to an elementary school. We're close to North Valley's high school, adjacent to a whole line of businesses. We have a traffic report conducted by a local traffic engineer. No off-site deficiencies were identified in that traffic report. Intersections continue to function. Service levels remain acceptable. This project does not push us into traffic deficiencies anywhere around the project. Project alternatives. So, as I said, the owner has owned the site for almost, I learned tonight, is closer to 19 years. During that time, they've actively marketed the site. They have always envisioned that they would get a commercial tenant in there. They've had 20 letters of intent signed from different retail commercial operators. They were never able to get those projects off the ground, not through the fault of the current owner, but those companies couldn't approve those projects. They didn't have the population density that they required to put in a project on this site. All of them came back and said, when you get more houses, we'll be happy to talk to you again. Pursuing a residential project on this site is not from a lack of trying to get commercial in there. Additionally, we had our traffic engineer look at a sample site plan of commercial development on the site. He did a fairly small development of, I believe, 30,000 acres with 30,000 square feet with one drive-through. He generated 5,000 daily trips per day. We're well below that. We're at 1,200 trips per day. So again, a small commercial development would generate far more traffic than we're proposing here. I think that his analysis was kind of conservative. At the same intensity rate as the Raley's, we could fit about 80,000 square feet of commercial space on this site. So obviously that traffic number would jump up. Additionally, you get some compatibility issues with commercial. I think you get likely to get loading docks or blank walls on the north side of the project. That would be closer to that residential, more visible from that residential. Our project now essentially provides a buffer between existing commercial and single-family residential. So our project is likely to be quiet. It's residential. It's just people living there. And additionally, it provides some sound buffering from the freeway and from that intense commercial that's already there. This project is what I would call a classic land use pattern. You got the freeway, you've got intense commercial development, then you've got our site, multifamily, and then it tapers to single family in the back. That's an extremely common land use pattern. In fact, the zoning is set up that way to encourage that kind of feathering of density. So we're complying with that classic land use pattern. And the reason it's classic is because it makes sense and it works, and you'll find it everywhere in the world. So this is a quick example of a similar project. Inside the red circle is a multifamily project built by Tanamera. This is out in Sparks. It's directly adjacent to retail on one side and to single family on the other. So again, that's a very standard land use pattern. And it works fine. That project was built in coordination with Costco. They liked it. They had no problem with it. And it works now, and it's been a successful project. Support for projects. So the owner contacted businesses that some of his tenants or other businesses that are around the project, and they all said that they would support more residential in that area and that they need it for them to be successful. As I mentioned, he's worked with the library, has a good relationship with them, and has worked hard to keep them successful even during the recession. So existing tenants out there, restaurants, and potential tenants have all said the same thing. They've been very uniform in their response. They need more they need more rooftops, they need more population in the North Valleys before they're going to see more investment in commercial uses. So we can wish for commercial uses all we want. The reality is they're not ready to make that investment. So a project like this is an encouragement to additional commercial development. It's a completion of the neighborhoods out there. All right, so that's all I have. I'll be happy to elaborate as needed. We have a project team here, so if there are specific questions about traffic or about Tanamera, we have people here to cover that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get a presentation from the city. Lovely Leah again, thank you.
Thank you, and again, good evening, members of the commission. For the record, Leah Brock, Assistant Planner with the Development Services, City of Reno. This one, as you guys know, is going to be the Aspire at North Hills project. The subject site is approximately 8.64 acres. It consists of 4 parcels located on the north of US Highway 395 with frontage on both North Hills Boulevard and East Golden Valley Road. To give you a little bit of background, the subject site was annexed into the city of Reno in 2006. The site has never been developed, but was graded flat in the past, most likely during the construction of the adjacent shopping center in 1986. Key issues analyzed in this were overall site design and compatibility with surrounding uses. The subject site is located in the general commercial zoning district. This does allow for a maximum density of 45 dwelling units per acre. The proposed density is approximately 22.2 dwelling units per acre. As the applicant stated, a conditional use permit is required to develop 100 or more units in that general commercial zoning district, which is why we're here tonight. The proposed project includes 6 3-story apartment buildings, 1 2-story apartment building, and 1 clubhouse with associated common areas, recreation areas, and amenities. Prior to issuance of any building permits for vertical construction, plans shall be approved demonstrating those amenities, including the clubhouse, the private recreation amenities, barbecue areas, dog recreation areas, children's playground, consistent with Exhibit B in our staff report. So that is the condition. And then also conditions number 13 and 14 are regarding coordination with RTC on that future expansion of North Hills Boulevard, which is expected sometime in the years 2026 to 2030. Also, we're adding the RTC Smart Trip program for all tenants to that as well. As the applicant stated, the proposed project will include the vehicle access from both North Hills Boulevard and Golden Valley Road and through the Raleigh Shopping Center. Vehicle access points will utilize existing curb cuts. There's no new driveways or street configurations required. Additionally, there's an existing emergency access road across the site running from Golden Valley Road to Alice Smith Elementary School, which will be maintained. Regarding compatibility with surrounding uses, here you can see the chart showing the uses surrounding the site. It's mostly commercial except for the single-family residences and the school to the north. Per Reno Municipal Code, the land use screening is required for a new multifamily development along property lines abutting public facilities and single-family residential zoning districts. To provide the adequate land use screening between the proposed apartment complex and the elementary school, Condition 5 requires a landscaped solid or semi-opaque buffer along that shared property line. And in coordination with Washoe County School District, the applicant has agreed to maintain a pedestrian path between Golden Valley Road and the elementary school. Also, the existing emergency access road will remain in its present function to allow emergency access to the school. Also, we've added a condition where Washoe County School District will review the final building plans to verify that pedestrian access connection and the emergency access road. Back to more compatibility with surrounding uses. Per Reno Municipal Code, minimum land use screening required between a multifamily development and the single-family residential zoned properties on Copper Vista Court is a 6-foot high solid wood fence plus a 5-foot wide landscape buffer. So all that is required is 6 foot solid and 5 foot of landscaping. However, there's an 18-foot grade change between the subject site and the houses on Copper Vista. The applicant solicited feedback from the property owners on Copper Vista and worked with city staff to modify their project design for increased compatibility with these adjacent single-family residences. As a result of those meetings, additional screening will be provided. There is an existing 6-foot tall wooden fence, which the applicant explained, and condition 6 is going to be that existing 6-foot wooden fence shall not be disturbed. Condition 7 is for the 6-foot decorative fence to be installed, including the landscaping that the applicant showed in his presentation. Also, to further mitigate the impact on the residential zoning district, we have limited the days and hours of construction. We have required that all lighting be shielded, and exterior lighting on that side will be limited to 12.5 feet in height. To further increase compatibility with the adjacent single-family homes, the applicant reduced the height of the apartment buildings adjacent to Copper Vista Court and eliminated the 3rd story, reducing the building height by 9 feet and eliminating 12 units. Condition 10 limits the mounting height for all exterior light fixtures on the apartment buildings for the single-family homes to 12.5 feet. Public comment. Agency comments were received and incorporated into this analysis. The applicant presented this project to the Ward 4 Neighborhood Advisory Board all the way back in October and has been working with the community and working with staff to mitigate some of these concerns ever since then. So the main concern expressed by the public comments is the impact of development on traffic in the North Valleys, which we know we've heard over and over. There were also additional concerns expressed related to school, crime, and the need for more commercial options in the area. Also, I do want to point out that there were 2 public comments that were in support of this proposed development. Regarding traffic, the intersection of Golden Valley Road and North Hills Road and the project driveways on both Golden Valley Road and North Hills Road were all analyzed. It was determined that all 3 intersections will operate at acceptable levels under all study scenarios. Also, again, the regional transportation plan identifies that North Hills Boulevard will be widened from 2 lanes to 4 lanes between Buck Drive and Golden Valley Drive, somewhere between 2026 and 2030. The conditional use permit findings are on the board for your review. Staff can make all the findings and recommends approval subject to the conditions of approval listed in the staff report. That concludes my presentation. The recommended motion is on the board and I am available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Appreciate that. We'll open it up to commissioners for disclosures. Commissioner Gower, if you want to start it up.
Thank you. I received and read emails, familiar with the site, and met with the applicant's representative.
Commissioner Munoz, I received and read emails, familiar with the site, and briefly spoke with the applicant's representative.
Commissioner Armstrong, I read and received emails. I met with the applicant's representative, and I'm familiar with the site.
Commissioner Villanueva, I read emails. That's it.
Commissioner Johnson received and read emails, familiar with the site, and spoke with the applicant's representative.
Commissioner Velto?
Commissioner Balto, same disclosures.
Commissioner Draculich, same disclosures. All right, we'll close disclosures and open up public comment. We do have several request to speak forms here. We will start off with Danny Cleus. I do see you want to make a statement and don't. Do you want to come to the podium?
Danny Cleus for the record. Everything he said, bogus. Retention detention ponds, we're going to go above and beyond. Well, guess what? They haven't worked. They will never work. And I got proof. Overhead, Michelle. That is the main ditch going down Lemon Drive. Guess how much rain we had that day? 0.6 inches. That all comes from Golden Valley. That all comes from your warehouses, that the detention ponds still don't work. Told 6 years ago, oh yeah, we're going to get on it. We're going to have the code enforcement out there. We're going to be busting these warehouses and everything for it. Guess what? It's never happened. 0.6 inches. It's crazy. Traffic on North Hills and Golden Valley Boulevard is ridiculous. Until anything gets done with that highway, and he can say all developers have been saying this for the last 6 years. Oh, if we build it, they'll work right there. Then how come we have a highway traffic problem? Morning, noon, and evening. Accidents every morning, every evening, and sometimes in the afternoon. It's crazy. If that road's not going to be widened, North Hills, until 2030, he doesn't build. Until these retention ponds get built and they get governed by you guys that said you're going to govern them? No. I don't care if you build a retention pond as big as their place. No. Schools. Anybody ask the school district if they were full? Because they've been full since 2017. So, you could build whatever you want there. It's just going to add to that, which goes to Swan Lake, which Swan Lake does not have an exit. He was showing the thing in Spanish Springs. That's all good, because that all goes to the Truckee River. You know what happens when Swan Lake overfills? It floods my house. Guess what? Flood insurance doesn't cover it, because we have different soil out there. So you guys can talk. He can talk all he wants about that. Oh, we own the property forever. Oh, we don't need a traffic study. Everybody's going to work out here so there won't be that much traffic. Well, there's too much traffic right now. You guys haven't been doing your due diligence and waiting for it to clear up.
Thank you, Danny. All right, please hold your applause. Thank you. Next up is Robin Lovelace. I would like to make a statement in opposition, and after Robin would be Kelly Orr.
Hi, my name's Robin Lovelace, and I just want to say you guys, the Reno City Planning Commission and the City of Reno, you guys are the ones who are responsible for our traffic problems. Every single project I heard tonight, oh, they don't have to do traffic mitigation because that number of people isn't enough to do a traffic study. But you guys were just concerned with the last project that you just passed, that people can't turn left on Mayan. And it's the same thing in our community. It's the same thing on these freeways. I've lived in Washoe County my entire life. And my entire life, all of the roads in Washoe County are a decade behind. The Spaghetti Bowl, going up to North Valleys, every day there's accidents, and it's you guys that keep, okay, approve everything, so where's the infrastructure approval? Where's the money for our roads? And then a lot of these people, Amazon, Tesla, they come in here tax-free, bringing all this business, bringing all these people, but not helping our roads. And go ahead, just go ahead and keep on approving all these big projects with no backup. 2030 for North Hills Boulevard isn't cutting it for 2023.
Thank you. Kelly Orr would wish to make a statement in opposition, and after Kelly would be Selena.
Kelly Orr for the record. I'm a resident of the North Valley since 2019 and seen extensive growth to this area with no sustainability on infrastructures or commercial builds that allow for our area to thrive. The gentleman speaking with the apartments mentioned the vineyards at the Galleria, saying it's similar, but is quite different. They are surrounded by 3 different sustainable grocery shopping centers, gyms, eateries, multiple shopping opportunities. We have I think it was called a row. We have a row. We are the largest ward in Washoe County, and we have a row, not a shopping community, because unfortunately people that own the Rayleighs and other big commercial out there have not gotten all these letters of intent, these people that want to build and have commercial excited enough to do so. They have not come to the table and said, look what the city is building. We have homes here, homes here, homes here, homes here, homes everywhere. But what do we not have? We do not have the commercial infrastructure to support all of the residents. We have to, what do we do when we go home? We have to go back out to go to dinner. After a sporting event, we can't eat in our neighborhoods. We have to go somewhere else that can service a football team, a baseball team, a soccer team, a cheerleading team, a wrestling team, you name it. There is no sustainability for our children, for us adults that want to go have a nice dinner, a small little quaint place, South Creek Pizza, Twisted Fork in South Reno. South Reno has created sustainability in its neighborhoods to thrive, so traveling is so short-lived. Another parking, we made roads that go sideways streets on Lemon Valley, Military. Military is a joke because it has bike lanes and there's no street lights. So people are dying by running on these roads and biking on these roads because there's no lit area because what it's zoned for. You have Lemon Valley with sidewalks, Lemon Valley Drive. You can't walk on them for miles because it's covered with snow. You cannot give me an apartment complex that's going to now feed in more people to live there, go to school there, eat maybe once in a while there because they all have to get in their car and go somewhere. You have to, Rayleighs will be empty every day. There will be food insecurity every day, which maybe brings in that Rayleighs some more money in his pockets for buying more food. But no, we need commercial. We no longer need housing. I would much rather have more houses out in Red Rock because the city needs to build more transportation opportunities for residents out there already in Cold Springs. There's already low-income apartments going in Red Rock. There's movie theaters, bowling alleys. I can go on for days. What gets me excited about living in the North Valleys when I see opportunity and more housing, more stress on our sewers. Everything is not enough. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next up, Selena Munoz wants us to make a statement in opposition, and after her will be Richard Pruitt.
My name is Selena Munoz for the record. I am a leadership student. I am also student body tech at North Valleys High School. I am 17 and also one of 9 kids. I have been at North Valley since my freshman year of high school, and to say the least, the first thing I noticed is how crowded the schools were. From taking in 2 middle schools, Cold Springs and O'Brien, our student population continues to grow. At the school, I find myself trying to get through the halls from one classroom to another, being shoulder checked, bumped, and even tripped on the way. Sometimes it feels almost impossible to get to class on time. And after we're in the class, we can hardly fit. Just today, I had somebody shoving the back of me, trying to sit into their seat, and we were both normal-sized people, and there was no room in the classroom for both of us to sit. North Valleys is overcrowded. From schools to students riding buses, trying to find a seat on the bus can be a huge struggle, and if you cannot, you must sit on the ground. And I actually have a picture of a bunch of students sitting on the floor on the way to school, and this can be like a really big safety hazard if we are in to get into a crash or anything like that. There is a kid right there on the floor. You can't see him, it's dark, but yeah. Most of the time it's just hard to get to the school, and every now and then we'll have bus driver shortages where due to the large amount of students, the buses won't pick you up, and so it's called a no bus week, and you must find your own way to get to school, which takes away a lot of like learning rights that students are given. And during these weeks, if you can make it near the parking lot, you get stuck in traffic from around 20 to 30 minutes, causing more problems. Starting to drive, I've noticed how far everything is. When wanting to hang out with friends, we must drive 22 minutes to get to the movie theaters, but that's only when there's no traffic. With traffic, you can expect your drive to be twice that amount. Coming from a big family, every now and then we look forward to eating out and sitting down at a restaurant, but that is virtually non-existent in the North Valleys High School due to lack of developers' vision. One day I'm looking forward to sitting in a position like the city council or planning commissioners to ensure that my children will grow up in a city that makes public a priority. That's it.
Thank you. All right, next up, Richard Pruitt would like to make a statement in opposition, and next up is Haley Troyan.
Hi there, thank you. My name is Richard Pruitt. I live at 430 Copper Vista. You've heard that used a couple times. I moved there 2 years ago. I've been in the North Valleys since 1985. I want to say what this gentleman said here is not truthful to you. You guys have done a good job out there with the sewer. You put the light in at Beckworth Drive. Wrecks there every other day. I'm 3 houses away from that, and I'm 1 house away from your subdivision that you want to put up there where it doesn't belong. And why I say that is because my mother-in-law is Catherine Pruitt. She owned that land before.
Address the dais, please.
Yes,
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Before this gentleman's clients bought it, it was never the vision of Catherine Pruitt who owned it prior to being sold to Raley's. Our family's lived in that valley for a long time, and we've been involved in all of the community efforts to move forward. I'm proud of what we've done out there, but I don't think you should allow this guy right here to give you a dishonest approach to the reality of this. I moved from over in Silver Knolls to where I live on Copper Vista, 1 house away from where he's talking about. Oh, by the way, there's nobody in my neighborhood on Copper Vista that I've talked to who is in favor of this. If he took pictures of it and this stuff that he put up there, then I really would question him. This whole project really needs to be looked at from a couple of things. My wife is in a wheelchair now. I remodeled my house so that she could have access to everything because it was the best house I could find in the North Valleys because I love the North Valleys. And what he says is that there's no congestion there. The congestion is so bad, I can't go outside in my backyard. Because there's so much traffic. There's at least every day, I'm retired, every day, 20 buses. All the construction that was done, the pit up there in the North Valleys, the Golden Valley pit, is trucked in truckloads every day, Jake breaks all day long. And now you want to put a 3-story building in a place where we need access as the people who have paid for decades our taxes, and this is what we get? I don't think, if you take the time to really go out there and look, you'll see what I'm talking about. They're looking down on people's houses from 40 feet above is how they're going to be looking down there. Look at the culvert that runs in the back of that, the road they said was not going to have any new improvements. I could show you on paper where their property is draining onto my property. Cost me $1,000 when I bought the house because the water from their property runs through my property.
Thank you. Next up, Haley Troyan wants to make a statement in opposition.
Hello, testing, testing. Good evening, everybody. My name's Haley Troyan, for the record. The first thing that I just thought was interesting is Washoe County Assessor says the owner is Selective Golden North LLC. And Mr. Wilson stated that they were a local company. When you look them up on the Nevada Secretary of State, it says that they're a foreign company based out of California. So I just wanted to state that. That's not part of my argument. I just found it interesting. I'm a Reno native. I was born and raised here. I went to North Valleys High School in Golden Valley, and I was the first graduating class. I created a petition on change.org. I did it 3 days ago, and I got right now, I have 1,695 signatures. And those signatures are stating that we don't have the infrastructure for the people that we have. Mr. Wilson stated infrastructure won't come unless there's more people. The gal, Kelly, I believe, talked and said we're the biggest ward in our, in our area. I did some comparison. I used my virtual Chevrolet on Google Maps, and I walked the North Valleys, and I walked Spanish Springs. I also did some research. So 89506 and 89508 zip code has about 59,000 people just for those two zip codes. That's not all of Ward 4. For Spanish Springs, 89436 and 89441 also have about 59,000 people. The North Valleys has 3 full-size grocery stores, 36 eateries, give or take, I was on Google Maps, and 14 miscellaneous stores such as CVS, Walmart, AutoZone, O'Reilly's, True Value, Big Lots, Grocery Outlet, Pet Station. Spanish Springs, about the same amount of people. They have 6 full-size grocery stores, 52 eateries, and 24 miscellaneous stores, AutoZone, Big Lots, Grocery Outlet, Office Depot, Home Depot, Kay's Jewelers, Mattress Firm, Tires Plus, Best Buy, Michael's Craft Stores, A Boot Barn, Maurice's, More Furniture, PetSmart, Dollar Tree, Ulta, World Market, Kohl's, Ross, Bed Bath & Beyond. We don't have anything. Multiple people have said, there's not even a good restaurant for us to go sit down at. And not a good restaurant, like a Denny's. I mean, you find Denny's in very low demographic areas, and we don't even have a Denny's, and so I'm against it, and the 1,600 people, almost 1,700 people on my petition are against it because we're lacking the infrastructure. And I know that you guys are looking for codes. Is it tall? Is it short enough? Does it fit in the property? But the residents of North Valleys want infrastructure. We don't want more apartments. I don't know what my petition can do, and I don't even know if you guys are the right people to bring my petition to, but in 3 days, I got 1,700 signatures for people who want infrastructure, restaurants, wider roads, wider freeways, and not apartments. And that's all I have to say. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Michelle, do we have any correspondence, voicemail, or online?
Correspondence was received. We did have voicemails from the previous meeting that we were requested to play during this meeting. No other voicemails were received. I think that's it. So we'll transition into the voicemails right now.
Great, thank you.
Hi, my name is Richard Williams. I live in the North Valleys, and I'm calling to request that you folks do not approve the 204-unit apartment complex on North Hills and East Golden Valley Road. There is absolutely no way on the face of this planet that this area can handle that much more traffic on 395 North, and there's no way. There's no way. Okay, that's my public opinion. Thank you.
Hello, I am Susan Holt, and I believe the project number is LDC 23-00018, Aspire at North Hills. Please, please do not build the 204 unit apartment complex or homes in that area. We are too crowded out here in the north. Please, please don't build it. Thank you for your time. Hi, my name is Veronica Rivera, and I'm calling in regards to project LDC 23-00018, Aspire at North Hills. And it's a 204 unit multifamily residential development that I am opposing to because we have a lot of traffic here in Golden Valley already, and our elementary school is overpopulated. So I completely oppose to these apartments being built in this neighborhood. If you have any questions, please reach me at 775-409-2956. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Luis Mike de Anda. I'm in the Golden Valley, Lemon Valley area. You guys are trying to build apartments by Burger King, I believe, in the Golden Valley area. We're already congested. We already have enough traffic. Just please stop building more apartments. It's getting congested. There's a lot of accidents. Just please stop building more apartment buildings in the Golden Valley, Lemon Valley area. Thank you. Bye.
Is that it? Thank you.
That's it for the voicemails. We don't have anybody on Zoom that wishes to speak either. And then, but I believe this lady would, okay, if you
Ma'am,
could
please do.
go
Feel free
ahead,
to
and
approach
then
the
you can
podium.
turn in the comment card after.
.495 Copper Vista Court. My husband and I have been there. We were the first residents on that cul-de-sac. And we're retired. We enjoy looking at the mountains with those buildings being built up that way. We bought that place because we had a school behind us, a retaining pond across the street. And what this does, it blocks our view of the mountains. We have mountain views from our living room, from our kitchen, and it's very upsetting to have 3-story apartments that we're going to have to start looking at when we're retired and we're enjoying our home, and now we're thinking about moving. That area is desperate for a restaurant. If you wanted to put a restaurant in, it makes sense. Nothing else makes sense in that area. Nothing at all. I can see a restaurant there. There's nothing in that whole area. You have to go downtown or to a casino or something to go get something to eat. It's ridiculous. It's all Taco Bell, fast food places. So if you wanted to build something like that, at least it'd be lower. But we've been there for 22 years, and it's just like Bradick Logan said. They made us all these promises when we bought into this place, and it's all been a bunch of lies. You know, they promise you the world, and then you don't get it. You know, you can promise to build a fence behind there with trees, but you know what? I wouldn't count on it. I just don't, you know, I just don't see that. And I know we have to time when we leave our house and when we come home because the traffic is so horrific. It's all the way out up to the next lights. If you were to get off the freeway and go up to the next one, it's backed up completely all the way past the bank, Wells Fargo, you have to time it to get in and out. And I walk my dogs daily. And there's so many people buzzing down the roads, hot rodding. They don't stop. There needs to be speed bumps through some of these places because you can be in front of the school. The school is my backyard, Alice Smith School. And I like my views. I don't want to have to move. Anyway, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Natalie Larson.
Natalie Larson for the record. I am a resident on Copper Vista Court, and I am one of 2 residents who have had ongoing communications with Derek and Jared as one of the residents that he said he's been speaking to, which is accurate. I wouldn't exactly say that we're for the project. We've been working with them in order to cover our own butts just in case this thing does get pushed through. At least we have some things in place that we were proactive in kind of helping ourselves while, you guys get your whatever. Traffic, what else is there more to say about that? We all know. And privacy. And so if we can pull up the map of this complex, I have said several times, and they've shot me down personally about this one particular building, which is a problem, which is the problem that we've been speaking about with Derek and Jared. I have asked them to just delete that building. Like, we've talked about it several times, what to do. It's the 3-story that was reduced down to a 2-story is the one he's speaking about. And I'm like, just get rid of the damn building. Like, that's why we're a problem, because that building is backed up to our cul-de-sac and Tom's backyard specifically, who's the other resident who we've been talking to with him. And they're like, yeah, well, if we delete that building, then we don't have enough front doors, and then financially it doesn't make sense to build it in the first place. And I'm like, okay, then don't. If you can't delete that building and make us happy, then don't build it at all. And to the second point that I wanted to make was that Derek, and we've spoke about this, we want a restaurant. We're great. We're hoping for some infrastructure, something that's not residential. And he says that the property owner has several times put in requests for restaurants, whatever, and have said, yeah, we'll do it, but we don't have enough residents out there or whatever. Like, it doesn't make sense for us to put our restaurant on your property. Well, the thing is that if you put apartments there now, you can't take that back. So if you build apartments because that's what fits today, and then eventually you have homes going everywhere, and then you want that restaurant, you can't now put it there because this is a conditional use permit. It doesn't fit the property. It's not a good fit. It's a round peg into a square hole that's just not appropriate. So I call on you guys to we don't need this. Please vote this down. You can't, once you build these, you can't take it back. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience wish to speak? Okay, with that said, we will close public comment and open it up to commissioners for questions of the applicant or the city.
Mr. Chair, I'd love to start.
Please do.
Leah, it's going to be for you to start off. I'm hoping you can give us a little bit of insight. One of the major things that we're hearing, and we're going to continue to hear, is the traffic in the area. What is the plan for 395 to be widened? When is that supposed to be completed by? Do you know?
I don't know. I'm not sure if Mike Michelle is still on, but he would probably be the best person to talk about road improvements.
Mike, are you there?
Good afternoon, Planning Commissioner Mike Michelle, Engineering Manager. To be honest with you, I don't know when that's planned to be, that stretch is planned to be widened.
Okay.
I know that North Hills is planned to be widened in 2026 to 2030. But as
Okay.
far as the freeway goes, I don't know.
And can you tell me when the last time a traffic study was done for North Hills Boulevard?
Well, a traffic study was done for North Hills Boulevard in conjunction with this project. It
Okay.
analyzed the intersection of North Hills and Golden Valley and analyzed the intersection of North Hills and the project driveway.
Okay.
And there was, I want to say, 6 months ago, there was an apartment complex project proposed down the street, and they had done a traffic study for North Hills Boulevard at that time as well.
Correct. Okay. And that was the one behind the grocery outlet there. And that one was denied because of the traffic. Am I correct on that?
That is my recollection.
Okay. Okay. That's all I have for now.
Any other commissioners with questions? Commissioner Villanueva.
Question for the applicant. It was brought up a few times, drainage, is that an issue on the site? Drainage, yeah. Is that, someone said something about flooding?
Yeah,
And-
that's not something I'd heard. My response would be that the way you fix that is you put something there, you build on it. Despite the opinions that I heard about engineering, I believe drainage and detention basins do work. And if we install that on this site, it would fix any existing problems if there are any.
Is there a detention basin plan for this site?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Above the code requirement.
Okay, because there is risk of flooding, so you guys had to put in a detention basin, is that right?
There's a risk of flooding in that any site can theoretically flood, but we're not in a flood zone, no.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Armstrong.
This is for the applicant. Sorry, I was a little slow there. But so a lot of the comments we've heard are related to lack of commercial development. In the petition that was brought forward to the commission, started 3 days ago, they did kind of a comparison between Spanish Springs and North Valleys. Looks like there's similar population density, but you've indicated that there were issues attracting commercial development specifically to the area. Could you maybe opine on why that is? Like what's kind of driving those discrepancies? Because on its face, it looks fairly similar.
Yeah, maybe in aggregate, it's similar, but Spanish Springs is a large housing area to the north, and it all kind of funnels into one spot. So everyone's going to do all their commercial acquisitions, their shopping in that one area. Then they're going to disperse back to the home. North Valleys is more spread out. There's Lemon Valley, there's Golden Valley. It's more distinct areas. When a retailer looks at a site, they put a pin on a map and then they draw some circles around it. They look, what's the population in that area, in that one circle. You do that in Golden Valley, you don't get the sort of density that you're going to get in Spanish Springs. So it's just not there yet.
Commissioner Gower.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Derek, can you just elaborate a little bit more on Commissioner Villanueva's question about the stormwater and talk to me a little bit more about the destination of flows for this site and what the proposed on-site detention retention looks like and how it functions?
Sure. It would be pretty easy for me to get out of my knowledge zone here, but I'll give it an initial shot, and if you want more, then maybe we turn it over to Mike Michelle. But on-site detention, some of that will be in-ground detention, so it'll be a loose crushed rock kind of thing that will absorb water, basically an underground pond kind of arrangement. We're almost 30% above the code requirement. So these are basically depressions on site that funnel water from our site. Rather than sending it onto somebody else's property, it funnels into our site, into these basins, and it is retained there, and then slowly trickles out either into the ground or into stormwater runoff. But it's slowed. Anything we build there would allow for these systems to be much slower runoff than what happens now.
Where does it drain now?
Where's it drain now?
Where does this whole, I guess, region, this area drain to? Ultimately, like what's the low point?
Yeah, I'd be much more comfortable having a civil engineer discuss address this question.
Okay. If I could shift gears then, Mr. Chairman. And maybe, Derek, I'm going to ask staff this next question.
Okay.
Leah, we've had a lot of conversations in the North Valleys about growth and the implications of growth on things like sewer infrastructure, stormwater, traffic, essentially, the elements that the city can provide infrastructure-wise and then that contribute to quality of life. From staff's perspective, how do you evaluate individual projects knowing that contextually for this area there are those overarching considerations? And you mentioned it in your staff report that we hear about traffic over and over again. And I just want to, before you answer, in this case, this project, it is, in my opinion, with the design as proposed, it meets the city's code requirements for a development. It meets the master plan requirements for infill, for mixed use, for compatibility with adjacent sites. Having said that, we're hearing a whole lot of input about the implications of this type of development and other similar developments in this area. So how do we as a city address those concerns and think about it project to project? And I know that's a tough question probably for 12:07 a.m., but I think it's fundamental to answering a lot of the questions and concerns that we're hearing.
It is, and thank you, Commissioner Gower, for the record, Leah Brock. That's a lot of question for 12-something at night. So when I'm looking at a project that's anywhere in the city of Reno, I'm looking at the zoning and the master plan. So I'm looking at, isn't consistent, does it meet the requirements and the standards of the zoning district? Is it appropriate for compatibility? Is it meeting those compatibility standards? And then I sort of move into the master plan. Is it meeting the goals and policies? Is it consistent with our goals in the area? And the answer in this case on this one is yes. When it comes to traffic, I have to rely on the engineering team to provide those comments and coordinate with Public Works to tell me if it meets the requirements for their code. And in this particular case, engineering came forward and said, we've evaluated these intersections and it meets this threshold. Now, if we're talking bigger picture about what we're going to do about traffic in the North Valleys in general, I think that maybe that's something Jason can talk a little bit about, because we're talking amendments to the master plan and vision plans and things like that into the future. And I know that, we just did the master plan in 2017, so it's not that this is an outdated document. And these were the goals and the policies established at that time 5 years ago.
And if I could, excuse me, if I could follow up on Leah's discussion, Jason Garcia-LeBoux, Planning Manager for the record. Leah's mentioning of the master plan. In the Planning Department, we take what was approved by our both Planning Commission and City Council and use that as our guiding policy document. So we look at that in terms of whether a project comes in and is compatible. So these cases, case by case that come in, that's when you see these staff reports address the different issues and what we're trying to present is the different findings for the different types of projects. So that's essentially what's in the agenda packet. It kind of goes through and it outlines those things. Now, specific to kind of the conversations for tonight, we depend on our other agency partners. So to Leah's point, RTC, NDOT, the school district, through the project processing process, we send those consultations out to those different agencies and receive feedback. So just so that the community knows, and all the people that have come tonight, we rely upon the input from those different agencies. In this circumstance for this project, we heard from some of those agencies. We heard from RTC. We heard from the school district. And I believe that's attached in your packets. So that's where we have these conversations, and through that process, I know the commission is familiar with the process, but we come up with those conditions of approval. And so the idea is to mitigate or hopefully resolve some of those issues so there isn't an impact or there's reduced impacts. So that's where you see the more detailed conversation into the infrastructure components. Now, that being said, without kind of diving in the details, and probably Mike Michelle could explain this way better, but on the engineering front, that's where we really look, with our utility services department as well as our public works department. They are keeping tabs on those, levels and capacity issues and other things like that. So part of the review process is to evaluate that. And so there's certain areas of the North Valleys that we take, that we're closely monitoring at, and there's future projects. And similar can be said for other agencies and their responsibilities. I know, and for instance, using the school district, I know that's not the topic of your question, but in that circumstance, we got response and feedback on estimated levels of kids and other things in the local schools relevant to this project, and when that will be mitigated, when they're potentially adding a new high school and things like that. So long kind of conversation, but hopefully that kind of addresses some of those areas. I don't know if Mike wanted to really add to that, or Leah.
I just wanted to add that I had an answer to the question about when the 395 improvements were going to happen. And I just looked at the regional transportation plan, and it's 2026 to 2030. So it's sometime in that time frame. It looks like it's phase 2 of the project.
I appreciate the answers to those questions. And I guess as a follow-up, are you getting the answers so you coordinate with those agencies and you get feedback from those agencies? Are you getting the information that you need to be able to confidently say that these projects will not create impacts? And I think, Jason, I'm glad you brought up the school district, because I was going to ask that question. I mean, North Valleys High School is already over 100% capacity. 2030, it's over 125% capacity until a new high school is developed. I mean, how do we reconcile that with the phasing of projects and knowing that in a given time frame there's going to be a deficiency of infrastructure on a magnitude of 20+% overcapacity in a high school?
And Jason Garcia-LeBeau, planning manager for the record. In those circumstances, we really rely on the coordination with those agencies. You'll notice some of the conditions for this proposed project, we've set that up that way, that when the development actually comes forward, that there will be necessary coordination and plans presented to the city to address some of those areas of concern. So in addition to that, some of the, I'll call them partner agencies, but some of the different agencies that have responded through that consultation process, we've worked closely with them to kind of get a better idea, even if it's just a time range of when those updates or changes or new facilities will be built. So some of the city things we have a better idea on as far as kind of infrastructure components, but again, we rely upon that consultation process for school district and other agencies. So.
Thank you for that. And I guess the last question then is, so we're seeing these individual projects come through. We look at them based on their own merits with those considerations. Would there be a point where the city would say, you know what, the time frame for expansion of 395, NDOT isn't moving forward with that soon enough, that it just doesn't make sense to pursue new development in this area because the infrastructure capacity isn't going to be there. With the city if that scenario played out before we got to an individual project, would the city say, hey, let's hang on a second. We've got a situation here with infrastructure, whether it's schools or stormwater or roads. So we're not moving forward with projects knowing that infrastructure isn't there. Is that mechanism there to say, hey, well, let's wait a second?
That, to answer that, that depends on the type of issue. For a lot of the infrastructure issues, such as sewer or other limitations, that is something that that would have to be addressed. So there could be potential limitations on that, but again, we're trying to plan ahead for that in those respective areas for those improvements. Traffic is a little bit of a different story because yes, we look at and evaluate when projects come in, if they're above that threshold. We had a conversation about thresholds earlier. Some of the smaller projects don't necessarily have that. In this situation, we have had a traffic study conducted because of the project size. That gives us a little more information on what we call the level of service. So again, Mike's world, he could probably spin around a million different ways, but we in that it's a little more. It depends on who's really responsible for the project, and that's when I say that. There's some roads that are NDOT. There are some roads that are City of Reno. So it just really depends again on our partner agencies. So there's some types of infrastructure where we have a little more control as the city, where we work with, and other types of infrastructure, that's where we rely on those different agencies.
So Leah, based on all that, where your recommendation for this proposal?
Based on the information that was provided by the internal and the partner agencies, we were able to make all of the findings and recommend approval.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Villanueva.
A question for the applicant, and I guess the city, I don't know who this is best for, but for timeline, so get this, say we get this approved, what does the timeline look like for when we would actually have people in, residents living in these building units?
Yeah, I'm guessing it would be on the order of 24 months-ish, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I would guess 24 to 36 months.
Okay.
So about 2 years.
That's Craig Rowe with Tanamera Construction. Excuse me?
I think we need his name for the record.
Excuse me, this is, I'm Craig Rowe with Tanamera Construction and Development.
Engineer, or what's your?
No, we're actually a developer, and we're going to build the project, and we're also.
So you're the applicant or applicants?
Well, yeah, I guess we're working with the applicant.
Okay.
We're contracted with the applicant to help him design it and build the project.
Okay. So, sorry, I had my question and.
Do you guys know who I am? Anybody?
I don't.
You don't know?
I have no idea who you are now.
Okay. Well,
I know who you are after just now presenting yourself, but I don't know who you are as a person.
Oh, okay. So sorry. No, I've been here since '95 and done close to $3 billion in development throughout the community. The Reno Tahoe Tech Center, Sparks Galleria Shopping Center, Reno Corporate Center, Double Diamond Ranch, single family homes.
Okay.
Development. We've been here for a long time. Done a lot of development in the Reno and Sparks area.
Okay, and then question so I'm reading this letter from Washoe County School District, or Washoe Schools, and It looks like they had a concern. Do the applicant or the city or applicant, I guess, address the concerns with regarding to it? I guess it abuts up against the school. Were the county, was the school district's concerns addressed?
Yes, absolutely. There's a walking connection to the back of the school now. We're going to keep that. We've agreed to work with the school on that. We want that. That's an asset for us. We expect people to walk to that school.
All right, thank you.
Chair,
Please go ahead, Commissioner Velto.
I just want to jump back to the question that was asked earlier. I understand that Leah mentioned the regional transportation plan. And I was curious if the applicant had any more information about the regional transportation plan. That seems like an important point when we're evaluating this project.
Lauren Chilson, Headway Transportation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about that a little bit. I think sometimes we get lost in understanding exactly how regional transportation planning and funding in this community works. And we have a very well-established system. It's called the Regional Transportation Plan. It's performed every 5 years and updated by the RTC and with partner agencies Washoe, Sparks, Reno, and NDOT. Through that plan, all the improvements are identified region-wide that are needed for all of the master plan in hand. Those projects are then programmed and put in the funding mechanism. At that point, an impact fee, the Regional Road Impact Fee System, is created, and the amounts due for every project, including the small ones that don't get a little traffic study because they're so small, they don't go without paying a fee. Every project that comes to the cities and the county pays the fees based on that regional transportation plan and the impact fee program established by the agencies, every one of them. Those monies go into the coffers and they get put back out to projects. Projects like the Lemon DDI that just got built to the tune of $11 million. Projects like the Lemon Drive widening study that just got built. Beckworth Signal, Red Rock and Moya Signal, Red Rock and Silver Lake Signal. All of those things that have been going in the last few years come through that program, and that's how the funding occurs. Everything in that regional transportation plan is agreed by NDOT and RTC, including NDOT's plan, the overhead please, for 395, which shows 3 phases right now. Phase 1, actually Parr Boulevard was phase 1A. The Parr interchange just got built. That was phase 1. Phase 1B is the next segment from McCarran up to Golden Valley, slated for 2023, and I happen to know that project's still on track. The next phase is 2, which goes from Golden Valley up to Stead Boulevard, programmed for 2026, as stated by NDOT right there, and that project is in design. So these things are happening. I understand the frustration. I understand traffic comes before solutions come. That happens because if the traffic doesn't come, you don't spend the money there. That's just the reality of it. That's why everything in the RTP is prioritized. And yes, it takes a little bit of delay, but these monies have to come in, the projects have to be prioritized, and then they get spent. And there's evidence of that in North Valleys. And so I'm not saying there's no congestion. We all recognize there is, but there's a plan to address it, and it's a regional transportation plan and funding system. So please just remember that in the conversation. I think that gets lost sometimes, but all those things are behind the scenes. I do have, I won't keep going, it's late in the night, but I do have the phasing for Spaghetti Bowl improvements, the freeway improvements, all of those things, if you're interested.
Commissioner
Thank
Velto,
you.
more, oh, go ahead.
I
Continue.
hope I answered your question. I kind of went on a diatribe there.
You did, I appreciate it.
There's no other questions. Want to go to discussion? Commissioner Munoz?
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Chair. The frustration for me and a lot of projects that happen in the North Valleys comes with a lot of silence from the North Valleys. And I have called on the North Valleys, and I've called on Ward 4 time and time and time again to show up. show up. This impacts you. This is impacting you. And I am basically up here making decisions on my own with no feedback from the Ward 4. Thank you for showing up. This is a big deal. This is a big deal. This impacts our community. This impacts me personally. This impacts you personally. And we keep getting the same song and dance. Oh, we need to put more houses up there, and then we'll put some retail. We need to put more houses up there, and then we'll put some commercial. We need to put some more houses up there, and then we'll put some restaurants. And with every project that comes in on a commercial property like this, they soak up another property we can no longer use for the things that we need up there. It happens every single time. And I know staff works extremely hard with what they do. And I know they take great care in putting these reports together and putting the staff reports. I know they take a lot of time in doing that. But I am going to beg to differ that the big picture is not being seen here. The big picture has not been seen for a year and a half in the North Valleys. And time and time again, it's another big project, another big 300 houses, another 200 houses, another 400 apartments, another, the list goes on and on and on and on for the last 2 years since I've been here, and it's been nonstop. And we keep hearing, well, they're going to fix the roads. They're going to fix it. We know they're going to fix the roads. They've already told us they're going to fix the roads, and we do not need this project for the roads to get fixed. It's happening. But hearing, and I was waiting to hear, what is the timeline for this to be built out? When would you get another 1,000 trips on our road? When is that going to happen? Maybe 36 months, maybe 24 months. And the roads, they're telling us, well, maybe 2026, probably 2030 is when it's going to happen. So you're going to get your roads, people, but let us throw another 10,000 houses up there. We have another set of residents going in Cold Springs that we're waiting for construction to start. Just up the road from here, where our traffic study was just done in Washoe County, right across from the high school, hundreds of more homes are going in there, which is going to impact this. And those will be done in the next 12 to 18 months. So you're telling us, let's just throw another bunch of houses up there and another bunch of apartments, and we're going to catch up eventually. We've caught up. We've caught up. The roads we're overwhelmed up there. We don't have places to shop. We don't have places to eat. It took my wife 2 hours to drive 10 miles the other day to get my son to class. 2 hours for 10 miles. And anytime I get from the Spaghetti Bowl on rush hour traffic is when I tend to get home every single time. I know I'm going to spend at least 35 to 45 minutes to drive 10 minutes. But we got to keep waiting for the roads till maybe 2026. And I'm going to ask the commission here that I'm a little torn because I like this project. I like the project. I think it's a good-looking project. In 5 years, we are not ready for it now. We cannot sustain any more of this building up there right now. It's got to slow down. Somebody's got to come to stand up for the North Valley and say, enough's enough. We can't live with this anymore. You're killing us up there. That's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Chairman.
Oh, Commissioner Velto, go ahead. Go ahead.
So anytime we have these projects in the North Valleys, Commissioner Munoz, you are a great advocate for the community you live in, and you always raise these issues. And I agree with you. I want to see more commercial. I want to see the roads improve, North Valleys, and I want to see a lot of things change. But what I'm struggling with this project in particular is that it seems like it's designed in a way, or where it is mitigates the traffic impact. Because in theory, a lot of those people will be getting onto the highway, and they've compared the effect of having that residential versus actually having commercial in that area. And the effect of commercial in that area is would be worse and more burdensome on the roads. So given that there's a path directly onto the highway, and that I think the alternative of commercial would still have an effect, I struggle seeing that this would drastically affect traffic. As to the need for commercial, there's a lot of area or a lot of acres immediately surrounding this parcel, this property, which are zoned commercial. And if commercial were cost effective at this point, we would see commercial projects. And that may be my bias and may just be how I look at growth and development, but I can't fathom that it would make sense for a developer to choose to build residential as opposed to commercial when there's lots nearby that are zone commercial, zone GC, and they're just not being built on. So I don't necessarily think that there's a trade-off here between what it is you want to see happen and this lot being used for residential because it's close to a school. It achieves a lot of the goals in the master plan. It's an infill project. It's potentially walkable. I think it checks a lot of boxes for what we're trying to do. But I hear you, and I struggle because I wish we could tell applicants when they come forward, we want you to build this. There's a need here for commercial. There's need here for restaurants. I want you to set up to build, to make sure that restaurants go here. But I don't know if we have that power, and that's where I've struggled, and we've had differences of opinion in the past. It's just I don't know how to do that with some of these projects when I think it checks the boxes, and I don't see commercial in the surrounding areas being developed, even though that's expressly allowed and could be developed without coming to us. So I guess those are my thoughts.
Thank you, and I'll piggyback on that. I just always am so proud to be a commissioner with you. You're passionate and you're looking out for your people, and you live there, and you know. And I usually end some of these meetings and talk to you afterwards and try to get greater insight. So it's always calculated for me. To the point of Commissioner Velto, specifically to the GC that's abutting the highway, I do see that as most likely to be the better place for future shopping malls, restaurants. Maybe a bigger box store like a Target or something that's more useful. But we've got some vacant parcels right there. This would be the better place for the residential in my eyes. And the one thing that always catches me off guard is every time we have an applicant come up who, going back to the item that we had a couple months ago, just on the other side of Walmart, they were talking about how they've been shopping this as a commercial site. That parcel for a commercial site for whatever years. They can't get someone to buy it. They're holding on to it. They're seeing it as more viable as residential, and we more or less approved that project. And it kind of feels like we're in the same place again here. Is this, ultimately the better use for this area? And that's where kind of I land. It's incongruent because I do believe you guys are lacking commercial uses and retail and shops, but why isn't it being built? Where is it? And we've also have heard from other owners of places like off of the shopping centers off of Lemon that have, empty spaces or businesses not doing as well as they'd like and struggling to stay up. And so it's just incongruent. It doesn't mean that it's not real with what you're saying, but it always just catches me. It's something I can't get over. But anyway, those are just my thoughts. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it was interesting listening to Commissioner Gower's line of questioning because he made a comment kind of, what's the fundamental question here, which is exactly what I had written down here, because there was this extreme disconnect between the presentation that we had from staff and the applicant with respect to all of the specifics about this project and everything that this project is doing in its immediate vicinity. And then all of our public comment is speaking about all of the broader picture. And Commissioner Gower asked the question far more eloquently than I could have ever done with respect to how staff is looking at that. Because this has been a question for a long time. I think, a couple of years ago, we had a discussion in this very commission about what is the last project, or what is the project that's too much? And we always seem to be asking that question, and the answer never seems to be this one, because to the point, there's other factors involved that we, some of which we control and some of which we can't control. And to Commissioner Munoz, is it coming? And they keep saying it's coming, so we keep approving everything because it's coming. So I guess that is just a fundamental question of at what point in time do all of the findings based on a specific project and its specific neighbors, does that look out beyond that? So it's not just mitigating the traffic and looking at the traffic at this particular intersection, but mitigating the traffic that can't be mitigated as a part of this project. And therefore, are we, can we make that finding? And I bring this up not knowing the answer to that, but appreciating having the ability to have that conversation, because this is a project that, as was pointed out by both, actually, I think every commissioner, the fundamentals of this match everything in our, desired approach to infill, previously graded. We're not on the outskirts. We've got infrastructure in place. It's all there. It checks the boxes. But there is and has been that bigger picture. And I really appreciated the one comment, and it was an interesting way to look at it. We asked a lot of questions of staff about the potential for a traffic light and a right-hand versus left-hand turn, on the last project, which does not demonstrate the level of traffic issues that we have here. And we were questioning that and wondering about that. And then we turn around and we look at a project that has a level of service D already immediately adjacent to it. And just beyond that, in highway that is not functioning, and we should be asking that same question on a much bigger, broader level. And I say that both for the commission and for the staff. So I appreciate the discussion. It's an interesting question because we're balancing a project that on its merits makes sense, but on its location and potentially its timing could be problematic. So that's sort of the follow-up and the appreciation of the discussion that we have had here this evening.
Go ahead, Commissioner Muniz.
Thank you. Commissioner Muniz for the record. I asked to be on the Planning Commission when I heard the spot was vacant. And I was asked to talk to a group of developers to interview me, basically to see if I was okay for the job, to see if my views lined up with theirs. I knew what they were doing. I knew why they wanted to question me. And I knew what needed to be done for me to get here to protect my community. I knew it needed to be done. And this last November, the community spoke up and said, enough's enough. Enough's enough. We're gonna elect somebody new, we're gonna move on, and we're gonna try and do what's right for the community. We've had, in the last 3 days, 1,700 people sign a petition saying, absolutely not, we do not want this up here, it doesn't work for us right now. We've had, and I'll get on Facebook and I'll look at the North Valley pages and see what people are saying about this. Nobody wants this up here. Nobody wants this up here. And once again, I'm gonna say I'm a little bit torn because I like the project. The project does check the boxes. The project is a good fit. And maybe and you all know from past discussions, I despise losing more commercial property to residential because we can't get that back once it's gone. Once it's gone, it's gone. And I've been in numerous meetings and numerous sit-downs talking with people in the North Valleys that are telling us space is running out. We are running out of space. And Commissioner Velto brought up a great point, the spot next to the freeway right off. That was looking at being developed within the last 6 months. They're looking to do something there, but they cannot get an ingress there. They're actually having to take the ingress through the post office, and the post office didn't want any part of it. So they are trying to build there. They are trying to do commercial there. A hotel, restaurants, those things are being looked at up there, but they couldn't use the property. It wasn't adequate. I just don't buy that sit-down restaurant, a clothing retailer, one of those places isn't going to be viable up there because everybody you're hearing tonight is screaming for it. Everybody online is screaming for it. Everybody on the petitions is screaming for it. And I know it's a very small percentage of the people that live in that area that are wanting the same thing. So once again, I'm going to implore you. I think this would be a good project 5 years down the road when our roadways are fixed and when our freeway is widened. I think this is a good project. But the North Valleys cannot handle any more congestion. And from here on out, I think any projects that are large scale like this need to be seriously looked at as a whole for the entire North Valleys and Ward 4, not just the street that it's sitting on or the streets where it intersects or where the exact traffic study is going. The entire area needs to be looked at very carefully because the impact and the burden that we're placing on these people is detrimental. It's detrimental, and I'm going to be the first to say it's getting hard to live up there. It's getting very hard to live up there, and my wife has asked me numerous times, is it time to go yet? Because I'm done with this. And I don't want to leave my home. I don't want my children to leave their schools. But if this continues, I don't see any other option. And I don't want that for our city, and I don't want that for our residents up there. So I implore you, please take a really hard second look at this. It's not the time for it. It's just not the right time for this.
Commissioner Villanueva.
Thanks. Thanks for allowing me to add to the conversation. So I'm also torn on this because I agree it's a great project. It's just schools are beyond capacity, and the infrastructure really isn't there right now. So I'm torn because, as you know, as Commissioner Velto said, we can't tell the developer, don't build this, build restaurants, build other commercial. We don't have that kind of authority, and frankly, they have property rights. That's the reality of it. That's our underlying, our purview. We look at that. So we can't do that. But what is in our purview is this, public safety, schools, the timing of it, the infrastructure. All of those things are in our purview. So I am torn, and I think you make very strong and very on point arguments. So that's kind of where I am right now.
Looks like maybe there's no more discussion. Want to entertain a motion in any direction?
Commissioner Velto, I'll make a motion. In the matter of case number LDC 23-00018, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to approve the tentative map subject to the conditions, and I can make all the findings.
Commissioner Draculich, I'll second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, my point of discussion is that we're at a crossroads again in the North Valleys with individual projects. In my opinion, it's not fair, to use the F word, to penalize this individual property owner with a proposal that complies with all of the elements of the code, in my opinion. If the city came forward, or if the community came forward with data and specific evidence relative to an individual project that says this project tips the scale, it tips the scale, and past it, we cannot move forward with any future development, then that's it. And the future projects are on notice that the North Valleys can handle no more. The city responded to me and my question saying that based on the expert opinions of the other agencies, based on the model that Lauren Chilson outlined of how, for better or worse, our community deals with funding infrastructure using development under that model, that's what we have to live with and operate in and make decisions in relative to specific projects. And until that changes and there's information specific that says this project doesn't meet those findings because of this, and this, then time and time again, we're going to be in this position of having to answer these types of questions and make these tough decisions. So I don't have the compelling counter information to what staff presented, to what the applicant has outlined, to be able to say that this is the project that we draw the line in the sand with.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Michelle, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Belto,
Yes.
Johnson,
No.
Draculich,
Yes.
Gower,
Yes.
Munoz,
No.
Villanueva,
This is a really tough vote. But I'm going to vote yes.
Armstrong.
Yes.
The motion passes 5-2. Would you like to read the appeal process into the record, please?
The appeal process, any final action, not including recommendations or failure to take action by the Planning Commission, may be appealed to the Reno City Council by the applicant, the mayor, or a city council member, or any person who is aggrieved by the action or inaction. An appeal, together with fees, must be filed with the city clerk within 10 business days starting on the day after written notice of the action is filed with the city clerk. All right, we move on from that item into item 4.
Can we-
Oh,
Can we wait until everybody clears
Okay,
out?
yeah, sure.
Please.
All right, let's get going with item 4.7, case number LDC 22-00077, Peavine Employment Center, MSPR. We will take an application from a presentation from the applicant. Oops, thank you.
Peavine Employment Center Major Site Plan Review. This is for grading and impacts to a major drainage way. For those of you that may not have been on the Planning Commission and may not be familiar with this site, so this project area outlined in blue on the screen is located south of Red Rock Road and where it intersects with North Virginia Street. So it's on the south side of 395. It's 210 acres, and it was annexed. Let's see if I can make this very clear. There are 11 parcels where my cursor's at that were officially annexed into the city last year. And then following the annexation, the entire project area went through a master plan amendment and a zone change. And so what you see on the screen here is what was approved. The master plan was approved as mixed employment with the green areas as parks, greenways, and open spaces. And then the zoning on the property technically is SPD, Specific Plan District. The Specific Plan District includes a handbook that outlines uses as well as several design standards. This SPD was intended to outline and bring forward a path to bring a real jobs housing balance to the North Valleys. One of the things that, in addition to being able to bring some employment to these areas in red or purple, the SPD carved out an area here immediately adjacent to the off-ramp that was reserved for commercial uses as a gateway to this development. So we do anticipate future commercial uses within this front area, and then the rest of this intended for employment type uses. This is just so that you can see that what the handbook really does include. There are design standards in the handbook related to architecture, landscaping, screening, parking, walls, lighting, sustainability. This is the first project that really brought forward its own sustainability requirements, and we spent a lot of time working with a number of people to make sure that those sustainability practices associated with this project brought forward a good project in the future. So those things all apply. And I really mention that because you are likely not to see future entitlements on this project because it's within an SPD. We addressed a lot of the design standards within the SPD, with the exception of grading and impacts to the major drainage ways, which is why we are here today. Again, major site plan review to allow grading in the major drainage ways. There are 2 of them, as well as allowing cuts and fills on the site that exceed the thresholds. And just to point out, the disturbance of the drainage ways and the grading are really to support the construction of the road through the site, which again was approved as part of the SPD. You can see here it extends access through this area and perpetuates it to the parcel to the south, which is in the city of Reno already. Previously, prior to the SPD, the only access to that parcel to the south was this dirt road that did not provide great access to a parcel that was in the city. So this really improves the access for emergency services as well as for the city in general. So I'll start with the major drainage ways. As I said, there are 2 drainage ways identified on this site. We did a major drainage ways analysis. As we would have expected, these drainage ways are located in the areas that were identified as PGOS through the master plan and the SPD handbook. So you can see those 2 drainages on this map. The drainages are primarily undisturbed within the project area, with the exception of possibly some folks who've been using this area to access through the private properties in the past. Generally, the flow patterns will remain their current alignment with on-site detention and retention basins to provide volumetric mitigation at 1.3 to 1 as required by the city for the North Valleys. As designed, the road crossing culverts can double as detention basins to slow and control the velocities. So the impacts to the drainage ways are specifically these road crossings. So there's one here and there's one here, and those road crossings will just be a standard, your typical box culvert. There really isn't a significant amount of drainage running through these to justify anything larger than a standard box culvert. On the grading and cuts and fills element of this request, there, as you can see on this exhibit, there are 3 colors shown here. I'm going to start with this brownish color. This brownish color represents a previously graded disturbed portion of the site. There is an existing entitlement for a borrow pit here. It has been disturbed for a number of years, and just going back so you can really see what that looks like, this is that area. So that brown area represents this scarred area on the site. It is entitled. They have been taking materials out of that area for I think about 10 years. So that's the brown area. And so then when we look at the other areas. The green area, which primarily is located here on the south end and in this southwest corner over here, really the point of these cut areas is to take this dirt from back here and move it to the front, if you will, or to the north in these areas that are identified in blue for the fill. And so we're really trying to balance the earthwork on this site. And that's why we're asking for permission to do a mass grading effort, why we are exceeding the cuts and fills on this site. By doing this as a mass grading effort, we actually can reduce the duration of time that large vehicles are on the site. I mentioned that the mass grading allows us to balance it. If we were just going to build just the road, we would have to bring materials from offsite. If we came back and did just pad A, you would see in the future additional, we would potentially have to bring materials on site or export materials offsite. It just doesn't balance. And good practice is to try to balance the earthwork on a site of this size and a project of this magnitude. I do want to note that the handbook requires that the disturbed areas are treated with either formal landscaping or revegetated with native lands or native seed mix. So you won't see long-term, graded areas. In addition, there's a condition on this project that building permits have to be pulled within 24 months of the grading. So you may see some disturbed ground for a while, but know that there has to be a building permit within 24 months, so it will not be long-term. I mentioned the mass grading rather than pad by pad limits noise, traffic impacts on the surrounding area. And really, it's just a more efficient way to grade this overall project and get this road built and constructed, cross these drainage ways, and handle the drainage that's necessary. I just wanted to point out a couple of conditions that were included in the staff report. I mentioned condition 2 requiring us to apply for building permits within the first 24 months. Condition 8 was included to comply with the wildland urban interface, the WUI code requirements, and that was also noted as a requirement in the handbook. So I think that's just to make sure that we meet that requirement. Condition 10 requires the areas designated as open space be deed restricted or dedicated to a land trust. That was also something that was in the handbook. And then condition 11 requires a phasing plan to address mitigation efforts on the surrounding properties. And so all of those things are in place to make sure that this grading approach on this project is taking the neighbors into consideration, but also being in conformance with the handbook. So in summary, the drainage ways will be maintained in their natural condition except for the roadway crossings. Again, there are 2 of them. The mass grading is better with the natural contours of the site and actually allows us to limit the duration of noise and traffic and large equipment on the site. The cuts and fills will be mitigated by site or building design, and the areas proposed for mass grading are consistent with the land use plan that was approved in the SPD. That is my presentation. We've read the staff report. We agree with all of the conditions, and I'm available as well as our engineer and our traffic engineer if there are other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now get a presentation from the city.
I had hoped to never say this, but good morning, Planning Commission. My name is Brooke Oswald. I am an associate planner with Development Services. Run through the project site. It's looking about 210 acres. So this was before this commission back earlier in 2002 at the first of the year. Went through several hearings, Planning Commission, moving through on through City Council and through Regional. It was approved. That's why we have the standing zoning that we have, which is a SPD, which is governed by that handbook, that special handbook, very similar to a PUD. The background on that, the background zoning is a mixed employment. So if not specifically addressed in the zoning handbook, it would go back to our ME zoning and be addressed there. So we have kind of that backstop on that zoning. The project site is located, this is Red Rock Road in the intersection of 395, Stead Boulevard. And what we do, this is unique, this is the railroad track that runs just to the south of the project site. Look really quickly at some other industrial areas we do have in the surrounding area, up by Silver Lake, and just across from that. These are across 395 to the north. The two blue stars are representing federal lands, so we have these large open space parcels in close proximity. Looking at those, with that, the one on the bottom there is headed up towards Peavine. So with that, we have many natural drainages that sort of run down those areas, as the applicant mentioned and was demonstrated. We also have some denser housing that we're seeing across 395. So that barrier 395, we're seeing that some denser housing in that area. If we come in a little bit closer, looking once again, that's Red Rock Road, just so everyone orients. We have two residential areas, or county residential areas, lower density. We also have a animal park within that area, so just kind of a unique park. Within that SPD, several conditions that require walls be built, limitations on time of grading, other things. So we worked through a lot of those compatibility through that SPD handbook in the first phase. The request is for a major site plan review. That's for cuts and fills and disturbance of a major drainage way. This is unique because we don't actually have a development project. Usually you'll see a building or something associated. This is a mass grading project. I think there may be a few of you who saw something similar to this out on Mount Rose Highway, project that we did similar to this. The disturbance of the major drainage way, we're looking at two major drainage ways. They are just disturbed by the roadway and utilities that would cross that. No other disturbances are within those. The cuts and fills on the site we're looking about 55-foot cuts, 55-foot fills, so sizable cuts and fills, moving about 1.5 million cubic yards of dirt. So this is a big mass project of moving this dirt. Now, looking at it and moving in this way, there's many advantages. We're reducing that timeline, their ability to balance the site, the reduction of overall impacts on the neighbors as that happens. Additionally, we're able to revegetate and manage that. So we have a condition that's unique on this, that prior to the building permit, we're requiring that they have a phasing plan. That's where they're going to stockpile. That's how they're going to move their dirt. That's how they're going to do that. There's also a requirement how they're going to mitigate those impacts on those neighbors during that time. Additionally, we require that they show that they have water, so that we make sure that any sort of dust, debris, that sort of stuff is essential that we do that at that time. That will also have an oversight by the county on that too. So there's an additional backstop, but we have required that they assure us that they're going to have water to that site before they start cutting in the dirt. So it facilitates that initial grading. We'd anticipate additional grading will be coming back in. As the applicant's representative mentioned, we may or may not see additional discretionary review. There may be something that kicks off with distances to the residential, but that initial design sort of covered a lot of that. So this is really setting up for that vertical development to happen. We don't have any vertical development at this time, but would anticipate within that 24 months, they have to start turning in conditions. We do that specifically. We want to make sure that vertical development is going in a timely manner after this mass development, so we don't have disturbed dirt for a long period of time. There's a number of conditions too that are looking at future development. This is our chance. We may not have a future discretionary view, so you're seeing some lighting, you're seeing some other things. The applicant mentioned the WUI standards, which are wildland urban interface. The reason those are in there, so it is mentioned in the handbook, we have some additional things in there. One is the fire access and making sure they're maintaining during that construction, that we can get a fire truck up there. We have a number of vacant land just to the south of this project, and then the federal land. We've had fires on Peavine in the last couple of years, and we really want to make sure that we can provide a safe access for our fire up through that project site. Additionally, we're requiring a HOA. or another mechanism to maintain the WUI standards. So they're working together as a group up there and making sure those major drainage ways and some of those other things are kept in shape that we can protect that. So that's where that's a little bit unique. Look at the zoning. Once again, as you can see, the outline of that, the PGOS is sort of protecting those major drainage ways and creating those buffering. We'd anticipate large format buildings. The SPD allows for a larger format building in there. As the applicant mentioned, there is a commercial node just off the interstate there. The SPD handbook will describe all the standards and requirements. It's a zoning. It also requires standard and set uses. The thing that's unique about this is that commercial zoning will not allow any residential housing. It's strictly limited to commercial development within that. There are several master plan policies this is supportive of, as was shown, is that balance of we're seeing a large amount of housing and that workforce being the actual industrial hub being done. We have the state and federal roadways, so we have worked with NDOT and RTC to make sure that we are making sure that intersection and that the design of the interface between North Virginia 395 Redwood Road will be improved to meet the traffic studies. We have initial traffic study. We'll continue to see traffic studies as we come in to make sure that we're meeting that, or traffic studies or other sort of means to make sure we're meeting those things. Concurrency management, that as we're seeing the Tumwa will be extending water lines. We're going to have a sewer line extended. Additionally, there was a previous discussion of sewer. We are seeing that expansion of our sewer in that area that will be coming online and serving the needs of this project. Just really quick to go over that SPD, the base employment's the mixed zone. It does allow for 24-hour operations, which is different than the ME. The building formats can be over 500,000 feet. That's why we're seeing those large pads up there. We have the enhanced buffers, screening the landscape, protection of the drainage ways, and enhanced sustainability requirements. There has public input. This meeting did go to the NAB. Additionally, the prior zoning master plan had neighborhood meetings, and a lot of the initial comments from that were incorporated in the SPD handbook. We do have one modified condition in after the staff report was published. There were some concerns about there's a requirement that they build a wall, and we wanted that wall built before that grading just to provide that extra protection to those neighbors. We would like, just because there may be some grading required, it got tricky on the timing of that, so we want them within that first 30 days of that mass grading to make sure that wall's going in. There's some grading that's gonna have to happen to accommodate that wall, and the way it was written before is they had to have the wall in, so it's a little chicken and the egg thing there. So that will read, as we move forward, it will read as proposed. Staff, this is, sorry, not a tentative map, it's a major site plan review. Staff could make all findings, and I will leave you with a recommended motion available for questions. Thank you. This is late.
Thank you, Brooke. Okay, we'll now open it to commissioners for disclosures. Commissioner Velta, you look awake. You started off.
I spoke with the applicant's representative. I received and reviewed emails, and I am familiar with the site.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Johnson, same disclosures.
Commissioner Villanueva, I am familiar with the site, and I do remember the March 2022 meeting that we have as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Armstrong, I read and received emails, met with the applicant's representative, and am familiar with the site. Sorry it is late.
Commissioner Munoz, I'm familiar with the site, and I briefly spoke with the applicant's representative.
Commissioner Gower, familiar with the site, received and read emails, and spoke with the applicant's representative.
Commissioner Dracula, same disclosures. We will open it up to public comment. I've got a few requests to speak forms. We will kick it off with Gary Overhost, if I've got that right, and next up will be Kelly Orr.
Gary Overholt, For the record, good morning, Commissioners. I'd like to start out by saying that once again, we're seeing a developer coming into the into Ward 4 with plans for the develop of it essentially another warehouse project in the name of Peavine Employment Center. As for the case tonight, I feel the speculation of if we build it, they will come. There's no intent and purpose. There's nobody coming in. You're building a pad is basically what you're doing. So it's an unimproved parcel. It's going to need sewer, water, electricity, telephone, IT. All that has to be installed. It's listed in the site plan as such, depending on the provided entities performing those services. The sewer will involve digging up Red Rock Road to connect to the existing system. Water will also have to be brought into the site, which will involve digging up the streets again with, causing detours and traffic delays. And who's paying for these improvements, the developer or the taxpayer? So directly south of the proposed site is the Peavine Mountain, and it's got two huge bowls that fill up with snow. And even in the public notice, it says that there's two major drainages that will be impacted. This could become a problem, as we've seen in the recent weeks, as most of the retention ponds are full right now. So the super pads that they are projecting will create more runoff. And what happens then? Also, they list the ability to operate 24/7. How do you compensate the existing residents that live in the proximity close to the site, have lived in a rural setting for as long as I can remember? And I've been there 25 years. So the warehouses don't improve traffic, they cause more. Kinder Matthews is advertising space available on their warehouses a short distance away. Whereas Ward 4, just another Reno Tahoe Industrial Center for the city, because that's all I see. From Golden Valley all the way to Stead, from 395 to the railroad right-of-way, warehouses with neighborhoods sparsed in between. The warehouses aren't nice neighbors at all. Let me tell you, I see it every day, I live it. These buffer zones they talk about, the light pollution and the noise pollution do not. Thank you. Have a good morning.
Thank you as well. Next to speak is Kelly Orr. Wishes to make a statement but is indifferent, says here. I can't say I see Kelly in the crowd. Don't blame her. Next, yeah, that's what I thought. Next would be Timothy Stoffel, wishing to make a statement in opposition. Feel free to come to the podium, sir.
Tim Stoffel, 10515 Trail Drive. I live right on the edge of this project. My property's at grade with Pad B, and I will have this, whatever eyesore they happen to build this property, because I'm sure they're going to use this to build these warehouses. One of these warehouses is 1 million square feet. That's half the size of the Tesla Gigafactory. Do we really need stuff like that up there? We really don't. This is not compatible with the land. 55-foot cuts and fills. I mean, this is terraforming. This is science fiction stuff. Here's a picture of a 40-foot fill that happens to be along Highland Avenue. This is what we're going to have in our land behind us here. I know that doesn't show up real well, but it's ghastly. And this is what they want to do to this land up there. And the amount of pollution that's going to cause, even if they're moving the dirt on just the local thing, is going to cause a problem. Can we see a map of the proposed area for this? In any case, the prevailing winds up here are going to blow all that dust and all that diesel exhaust and stuff like that over my property, over the zoo, and over the other people that happen to live up there. And this is not going to be good for any of us. Furthermore, I live right, there's a mouse up here, right here. I don't see well, never mind. I don't have enough time to do that. But in any case, yeah, right. The zoo is in that little corner, right in there, and then I live right on this corner right here. And the winds blow diagonally like this across. So all the dust and dirt and diesel exhaust, everything like that is going to blow over my house, and blow over the zoo, and blow over the other people that live in that neighborhood. And they've already shown the cancer risk from diesel particulates and stuff like that. Furthermore, this project is going to result in, especially as a development, where it's going to be unsightly. We're going to lose our dark skies. I'm an amateur astronomer. I'm probably going to have to give that hobby up if they build this stuff. We're going to lose the wildlife we have in this area. We've got all sorts of wildlife now. That's going to be gone when this is done. We're going to have constant noise pollution. We're going to have constant diesel exhaust. And very importantly, I'm going to talk about this in a minute, is the runoff from this. One of those two drainage ways happens to run through the zoo. And that drainage way goes through a very critical part of the zoo. And that water is going to be polluted with antifreeze and motor oil and anything else that runs in there. Because if you look carefully at their diagrams, they've got garbage draining from their roadways into there. They need to if they're going to build this, they have to modify that so nothing drains into that drainage way. Because our most valuable animals live there. We can't, spend $30,000 on a new lion or tiger every couple of years because they've killed it with pollution of the river. Furthermore, the light pollution from this, besides messing up my astronomy, is even more importantly, is going to mess up the circadian rhythms of the animals. The noise is not going to help either. So this is going to have a very negative effect on the zoo. I built my house there to be a buffer to the zoo, and I have a great deal of my lifetime invested in that zoo. And that's a cultural, important thing in the city. We don't want to see that ruined. Please don't allow this project.
Thank you. Next up to speak is Norman Huckle, noting in opposition. Did you want to make a statement? Okay, it says here. Go ahead, please do.
Norman Huckle. I am currently board president at the Sierra Nevada Exotic Animal Park. We've changed our names. So anyway, I know time's going real fast, but what I did not hear from the city planners, I did not hear anything about the mining history that goes with that area. I don't know if you can see it real good, but see those little red things? That indicates mining. Poville, which is located up on Peavine, was a mining area. When we do water samples up at the animal park, we find that there is remnants of that time, just like in other parts of Nevada where mercury's horrible. So I would encourage your research staff to go up to UNR and do some more, get the soil sample, their soil reports from the EPA. They're all public record. I looked for them online. They're not online, so they're still just in paper. I would just do that before you start turning that dirt up, okay? We are concerned about our wells. We are concerned about, we have had animals die, and they're all public record, what happened to them. It's from something in that water, in that soil. Okay, so you know the mining history. Do you also know in 1950, Reno closed the landfill, and then they started dumping trash in the North Valleys. So those are all landfills up there, guys. I didn't hear that either tonight. So please, please get your guys to do more historical research on these areas so that nobody has to worry about, oh my God, the animals are dying, because just be careful, all right? That's really important. I worked at UNR for 32 years, so I know there's a lot of government documents that people don't even know exist, but they are available. And some of them are very much online, as well as the historical stories about the dumping. I think the Stead Air Base may have used some of that area for dumping. There were like 7 of them up until we opened up the only one we have in this area in Lockwood. Okay, so anyway, I'm just giving you that. But yeah, hearing about all this churning up of the sand and the dirt, I think, please make sure that soil isn't going to be a problem. We want to work with the developer, and I'm totally unopposed if things are done right. 24/7 sounds horrible, especially, and you guys need to be, some good news. That zoological park is doing great. It's a true community asset. So please be happy. Mr. Munoz, Cheryl would love to meet you if you haven't met her already. But if I'm thinking, being that I'm the board president, if there's any way, if you want to have like maybe community meetings up there, you could probably do it if we could get a building.
Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for staying late.
All right, do we have any correspondence online or voicemails?
Correspondence was received, forwarded to the Planning Commission. We did not receive any voicemails. I don't believe we have anybody on Zoom that wishes to speak.
Anybody else in the chambers want to speak tonight? Okay, we will close public comment and open it up to the commissioners for questions for the city or applicant. Commissioner Munoz.
I guess I'll start again. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is going to be for city, for Brooke, please. The last gentleman did bring up some good points with the soil, and we have definitely had some areas in the other side of the hill of Peavine that were area of concern. Has this been addressed, and what can you tell us about it?
So we work with the Washoe County Health on this. There are areas identified throughout the valley. One of those being out Red Rock area, in that area along Steamboat Creek. I've worked on both of those. This has not been identified as an area of concern, but I can reach out to them and confirm that if you wish.
Yeah, I very much.
And then obviously, if that is identified, then they would go through the proper processing. We'd look at what is called a RAP plan. That's how they're going to deal with any sort of contaminants or anything on site.
So is there anything specifically that we need to do, their city needs to do to, I guess, kind of put them on notice to make sure it's something they're looking out for? Or how can we make sure that those steps are taken so it's not kind of overlooked?
Well, I mean, there is an option of a condition that just says the county health shall be, consulted prior to a building permit to confirm that no adverse chemicals or other things are within the soil. So I'm happy to write something like that.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Commissioner Gower.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brooke, I have a question for you, but I want to ask the applicant another question first.
You bet.
Thanks. Stacy, it's related to stormwater, so feel free to punt to Gabe if you need to. Just hoping to get a little bit more clarity in a 1 a.m. version of a deep dive on stormwater retention, detention on site, particularly as it integrates with the 2 drainage channels going through the site.
I will defer to Gabe.
Thank you. Thanks, Gabe.
Good morning. Gabe Whitler, Odyssey Engineering, for the record. Yeah, so just a quick engineering recap on drainage in the North Valleys. Obviously, we're aware it drains to a closed basin. We're mitigating for 2 things. One is flow rates, so that's where detention will come into play. We can't increase the rate of runoff that leaves our site from the native conditions, so that's accomplished in a couple fashions. Here we'll be using a combination of detention ponds, which collect developed runoff, hold it, and release it at a restricted flow rate by mechanical means, so that you're not increasing the runoff caused by urbanization. In this case, we're going to continue to implement what the railroad has done. Not that they necessarily did that on purpose, but What happens is when you develop a roadway, like we have to cross the drainage ways with our roadway, we need a culvert system to allow the drainage to go through, but that allows you to then use the upstream volume of that natural basin to control those flows. So you let it back up, use a control structure so you're not increasing the flow downstream. That happens at the railroad with undersized culverts just because they're old. We'll use a little more technology and advanced engineering to control those flows, but that's how we'll control the flow rates. We also have to mitigate for the 100-year, 10-day storm event at a 1.3 to 1 ratio with retention. So that's water that we will capture, developed runoff, hold it on site. That water cannot leave as a surface flow. It has to infiltrate or evaporate. So that's where you see these large ponds that when you drive around, you see them with water, standing water, but that's what they're intended to do is hold that water so that it doesn't end up in the lake and increase the lake level because it doesn't have any way to discharge either. So you'll notice if you look closely at the grading plan, the ponds are shown are pretty vanilla at this point because they'll be massaged with the site. As each site is developed, those ponds will then be located accordingly to ensure, obviously that the volume is there, but also it's when you're dealing with multiple drainage basins like this site contains, it's tricky to make sure you route enough flow into those basins so that they accomplish what they're intended to do. So it's a pretty intricate site as far as taking the offsite flows and making sure those are safely routed through the site, at the same time mitigating increases caused by development, and then in addressing the retention as well. So
Yeah, I appreciate that, Gabe. And follow-up question on the maintenance of those facilities that you're proposing. I mean, from an engineering perspective, what's needed to maintain the functionality of those facilities, and how do we ensure that happens?
So these days, it's all privately maintained. It's the responsibility of the developer, the landowner, to continually maintain those facilities. And as part of the permit process, we'll have what's called an operation and maintenance manual. That manual will spell out storm events, specific things that need to happen, simple things like cleaning inlets and making sure that your storm drain's flowing properly, watching for erosion and other things that need improvements or mitigation above and beyond what may have happened during construction. For a retention basin, the biggest issue you're going to have is sediment that gets in there over time, fines that get into. Oftentimes, these will have a large bottom that contains a cobble or something that is really pervious. It allows that water to infiltrate because that's the only way that the water maintenance issues. But a manual is prepared during the permit process to spell all that out for the owner. And in a large development like this, there's typically an association, if you will, that oversees maintenance for landscaping and drainage, that sort of thing, when you have a large amount of infrastructure.
Great, thank you. Mr. Chairman, if I could just follow up with, Lindy, would you mind just kind of spelling out how you approach the maintenance of this at other properties, and just making sure that we have the assurances that this is going to happen of the stormwater facilities?
Yes, Lindy Deller with Panatoni Development, for the record. So typically, prior to or during construction, we will put in place an association that is it's the responsibility of the association to maintain the property maintenance of the drainage ways as well as the landscaping and all of that.
And that's standard practice for you?
Yes,
in
that's
Panatoni.
been on almost all of our projects.
And that system has worked well and functioned to maintain the functionality of those systems?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Mr. Chairman, if I could follow up with a
Keep going.
unrelated question to Brooke.
Go for it.
Brooke, question that I have is related to the findings for a major site plan review. So originally, when this came before us as an SPD request, I was not in favor of it because of the compatibility concerns. I understand that our scope is different, but we still have a finding under major site plan review that is compatible with surrounding development. Can you help me just think through that finding? Because it's my understanding that it relates specifically to the proposed grading and cuts and fills.
Certainly, and that's obviously always been a concern of ours. So that as I mentioned, that compatibility, we looked at that all the way back to the zoning, right? And employing a lot of those conditions or other things that we'd see in an industrial development adjacent to commercial or in close proximity. We've included those in the handbook for that sort of back assurance. We're seeing those buffer distances, so those were those green areas that you saw. So we're seeing that being set back. Additionally, we are limiting truck traffic. So this is kind of looking at a long scope, not just the grading itself, but that truck traffic will be limited off those roadways completely that are adjacent to the residential. As I mentioned before, the wall coming in on that area prior to the mass of the grading, within 30 days to try to cut down on some noise and glare. Within that, we've limited our construction hours, so we limit those to certain hours outside of, our general pour area, if they're pouring at night or larger pours, but those still require administrative approval. So we look at those again and make sure it's appropriate, make sure neighbors are notified or what we feel is appropriate to mitigate for those.
And Brooke, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I guess the focus of my question is the decision space related to that particular finding. Is it in fact related to the compatibility questions that you're laying out for the future use and development of the site, or is it because the major site plan review is specific to, my understanding, the grading and the cuts and fills? I'm trying to reconcile the applicability of that finding relative to the scope of the
what we're looking at. Yeah.
what our decision space is.
Yeah.
Because if it's the things that you're talking about, I'm going to wind up where I wound up on the last one, because I don't think it's compatible even with these mitigation factors. But if the decision space is limited to the grading and the cuts, then that changes how I'm approaching this.
It is limited to what's before you, which is our grading and our cuts, right? And that impact of those gradings. So those would relate back to the conditions we put in place of making sure they're providing a plan that shows how they're going to fade, mitigate any potential impacts or that compatibility of that as they move through that process of mass grading.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I would just add the stormwater, just to add, from the city's point, we also have a stormwater basin inspection. So we go out and regularly inspect that. So there's another oversight from the city on those, just to add to that.
Great. Thank you for adding that, Brooke. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner
Question, I think this is probably going to be for Gabe because it's engineering related from your grading plan. I can't tell from the scale that we're at, but the backbone roadway that's going in, what is the slope on that as it goes between pads A and B? It looks like it climbs up the hill and then levels out.
Yeah, I believe it maxes out at 8%.
Okay.
Was the most extreme grade.
Okay.
They're trying to get from the bottom of the hill to the top of the hill.
Okay, and then does it go up again once it gets past the other? That's on the, I guess,
East.
the west side. So when it gets to the east side, is it going up again at a similar grade?
Yeah, so it comes off of Red Rock and is a significant grade to get up to the two upper pads. It flattens out in that area, and then as it heads east, crosses the easterly major drainage way, Again, it gets steep. That roadway is really just intended to provide access to the neighboring properties.
So the area kind of past on the east side is not, it's to finish out the backbone roadway, but it's not intended for
Exactly.
access.
Yeah, it's really intended to serve whatever development happens to the south.
And is that a public City of Reno road or a private road?
It's proposed to be a public dedicated roadway because it will serve potentially development to the south side of the railroad tracks. That's their would be their primary access, and so in that case, making it a public roadway is probably the more prudent thing to do.
Okay, thank you. Now, if I can follow up question for Brooke. So, I'm assuming this was, again, this is looking back to the SPD, but obviously, looking at this roadway, looking at the extension of services, all of that has been contemplated, and the city believes that those services, both from a utility standpoint and road maintenance and access and everything else, can be maintained by the city in that area with this development.
Correct. Once the development is built, and that's at the developer's expense to extend those services and everything, and the roadway is built, we'd anticipate it being dedicated to the city, and it would be under city control and our maintenance from that. So.
Okay, and that's what I thought, and that was all, just to follow up, that was all reviewed by the city during the SPD process.
Correct. And then confirmed as we went, we've had more discussions of that as we've gone. And obviously, as I stated before, there's other roadway improvements and some other things that will have to happen with RTC, NDOT, and that ownership will be determined at that time according to the roadway and how that works. So we'd see other roadways and different things happening offsite.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I have an unrelated question for Stacy.
Go for it.
That's right. Figure if I keep asking different people questions, it keeps everybody awake. Stacy, so I'm looking at the grading plans for this, and one of the comments that you made at the beginning, and one of the big selling points for the SPD was that gateway area with the potential, and even looking at the plans, there's a lot of uses that are in that was intended for kind of commercial retail type thing. But it doesn't look like any work is being done on those as a part of this mass grading. Is that correct?
That is a correct statement. Sorry, Stacy Huggins for the record. You are correct. There is not grading happening on those pads at this time.
And is that because there's not any work anticipated over the next 2 years, or because the grading requirements can be handled on a site-by-site basis?
There has not been a project identified on those pads as of now.
Okay. But we are also looking at a development for a bunch of other pads that we don't have anything in front of us for on that.
Those pads will likely be developed under potentially different ownership entity. So to keep them separate, Panattoni, which we are representing tonight for this grading project, is doing the grading for their pads in anticipation of developing them and going vertical with them. The commercial piece will develop, but it will likely follow the industrial or the employment pieces, because those employment generation or generating businesses will actually support that commercial use in the front.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Any other questions from the commission? Move to discussion. Commissioner Villanueva.
In order to save time, I'm not going to ask a bunch of questions. My position from the last time hasn't changed. I know, even though some of the reviews in this case, we're looking at other things. Those are a lot of the things that I didn't like about it the first time. So I'm just going to incorporate by reference pretty much everything I said in the last meeting in March 2022. And that'll save us some time. Thank you.
Great. Any other discussion items, topics?
Mr.
Commissioner
Chair,
I
was going to jump in before Commissioner Gower, unless Commissioner Velto.
Let's go Commissioner Velto first, Mr. Virtual over there.
I want to keep this kind of pretty brief, but I think what we're looking at now has changed, and I think it's important for us to look at with a fresh set of eyes, understanding that the scope is now a little bit different. I think staff added very well, and the applicant also addressed some of the concerns that we heard from the public. I think I can make the findings, and I'll be voting in favor of passage.
Commissioner Gower?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Commissioner Velto, for making that point. It's my understanding that the decision space has changed as well. I mean, before we were looking at it in more of a master plan and a zoning level and compatibility of uses at that scale, and now we're looking fairly narrowly at the disturbance in the drainage way and grading considerations. So it's my interpretation, and that's why I asked Brooke, and I think he confirmed for me that the space that we're being asked to decide on is related to those two factors, how this proposed grading is influencing the drainage ways and considerations related to cuts and fill. So I'm not considering the SPD or the compatibility or where this thing is located, because I fundamentally don't think that development is appropriate in this location, and that's why I voted against it originally. But since it is before us and that part has been approved and the scope has changed based on the findings now and my decision space now, I can make the findings.
Commissioner Johnson, you were technically next.
Thank you. I appreciate the comment from Commissioner Gower, because he's exactly right. I think there was fundamentally, I don't like anything about this location or the scale of this project. And that being said, this is a different space to look at. And I certainly appreciated the question that was asked of Brooke, but I still go back to, that first item A under the major site plan review about the proposed design is compatible with surrounding development. I can't wrap my head around a 55 or 60 foot cut and fill as being compatible with the development or lack of development adjacent to that. So regardless of, the zoning or what was envisioned in the SPD, we're looking at a mass grading project in an area that has never been graded to this level. And so to me, I appreciate that the compatibility with the surrounding development has narrowed, but I still have to make that finding based on the level of earthwork and, that we're looking at here. So I do think, and I will say there are two items in front of us, the disturbance of a major drainage way, which I think they are handling very appropriately. But the grading, and some of that is involved in the roadway, and I appreciated that comment, but the work required to create the mass grading that they're having here is, there is a surrounding development of that is a hillside going up and, single family residences and the freeway adjacent to it. And I look at that and I am not able to make that finding, even with the more narrowed scope that we have, just because of the nature and the magnitude of the grading that we're doing out there. So I appreciate where you're coming from, and I certainly understand that, but I'm still narrowing it down, and I still can't reconcile that around this site. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Munoz.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson, I'm going to ask you to elaborate a little more on that. What would, if you can't answer this, what would make you comfortable with the grading? What would you need to see to be comfortable with this?
So I think the concern that I had from the very beginning was that this wasn't a large-scale footprint type of building area. There was a hill, there was a natural development, everything else. And the modifications that were going to be required to accommodate that and the compatibility of that with the surrounding area, I fundamentally had a problem with. So now what I'm doing is I'm stepping back and I'm looking at this and I'm saying, okay, we have a special planning district we have a mixed employment zone, and we have a handbook that lists any number of items that can be provided in that zone, the majority of which do not require 100,000 square foot or greater pad to be created for them. So while I know that that is what is in front of us now, and I know that that was what was envisioned all along, seeing the actual earthwork now that's required to make that on what was, presented as sort of a gradually sloping site, the area just, looking at the roadway, and I appreciated Gabe's, work to get an 8% grade out of that, but when you look at the grades as that road comes around the corner, there's over 100 feet of grade difference between that road and the level of the large pad. And then putting a warehouse there's no vertical, but just looking at that in relation to what is out there right now, I can't reconcile that as being compatible. So to your point, what would I see? I don't know the answer to that, other than I wouldn't expect to see graded slopes of 70 plus feet in the development. So,
Thank you.
Any other topics of discussion, or we can entertain a motion?
I do.
Commissioner Velto, I'll make a motion.
Oh, did you have a topic of discussion? Sorry, Commissioner Velto, Commissioner Villanueva has a.
I just want to say I appreciate the comments, and I just respectfully disagree that, we are looking at, we're looking at different components in this, with this particular application in this particular meeting at this particular time, but I still think, we still got to consider compatibility, grading, which Commissioner Johnson already covered, and then infrastructure and utilities. I mean, I get it, 4 minutes away from the nearest fire station, but we just got done with a huge discussion about how the infrastructure is really poor out there right now, and we just, I approved a project that I believe to be, appropriate, but why are we not looking at infrastructure for a project like this, which is completely inappropriate? And we're talking about big rigs and, going down those streets. And again, a lot of stuff that I covered in the last meeting that I'm not going to reiterate in this meeting because it's not going to matter anyways. But again, I just respectfully disagree.
Thank you. Commissioner Gower chiming back in.
I want to get out of here as much as everyone else does, but I got to make sure that we're doing it right. Brooke, can you respond to the commissioner's comments about the decision space and what we're looking at here? Because this is fundamental to my decision and being able to make this particular finding.
Sure, and I want to back that up. So our previous decision, we were looking at a master plan and zoning map amendment. Our findings are very different on that, and how we look at that compatibility, we're looking at very large scale. We're bringing it down a little bit more with that SPD. That decision is done. That has been approved. So what you're looking at is under what you're given, which is the zoning now, which is the SPD, and what it dictates and what it says is allowed or not allowed. Then additionally, what you have before you tonight is a mass grading. So we're looking at that grading and that compatibility of that grading and how that works. So, you've seen two discussions on two different folks looking, but it is narrowing that in down to the specifics of what is before you tonight.
And compatibility of the grading, Brooke, relative to the surrounding uses is irrelevant.
As we look at the grading and potential the impacts, obviously, right? So you do have that is there. I think there's been a very valid discussion on both parts of how that could be looked at or done.
And the infrastructure, to Commissioner Villanueva's point.
So as we look at that infrastructure was determined previously. As we look at zoning, we looked at that larger infrastructure and did a determination there that infrastructure was close or in place or could be brought to the site. And that's at the developers at cost to do that.
So I just don't feel like that answers my question with regard to infrastructure. I mean, what does that mean? What you just said? And again, it could be because I'm tired, but what does that mean? Like,
So,
infrastructure
so we
question.
look that from our public works, our engineering, working with outside agencies, so the transportation, looking at our fire, if we expanded that into our fire services and that. So sewer will have to be expanded from the site. Is it on the other side of 395? That can be. It's physically can happen. We are seeing that expansion of our sewer system, so we feel comfortable that that expansion will handle not only this development, but other development. As we see, we have Tumwa has plans to extend, that's our Truckee Meadows Water Authority, has plans to extend the water line. That will come to the site. They do have a will serve letter to the site currently, so we would see that water line coming in. Transportation-wise, the applicant is working with NDOT, Nevada Department of Transportation, our regional transportation, to make sure the connectivity and how that connects into the intersections of Red Rock, 395.
Brooke, I don't
Virginia.
mean to cut you off. I don't mean
Yeah.
to be rude in any way by doing that. I'm just trying to save time because I'm being told that we aren't supposed to consider those things because they don't matter. And then you're saying that that does matter and we do need to consider those things. I mean,
Those were considered at the zoning
so,
level.
okay, so right now,
previously.
so why does it say here? Key project issues and staff analysis focused on compatibility, grading, availability of public services, utilities, and infrastructure. Am I looking at the, let's see,
'Cause it-
disturbance of, okay, drainage, grading results and cuts. Okay, I see. So I was looking at the wrong thing. Okay. Disturbance of a major drainage way, grading resulting cuts deeper than 20 feet. Okay.
Yeah,
Still
as
don't
we
agree
do
with those
further
things
analysis,
regardless.
yeah, as we do further analysis, that's sort of the focus we are. So we have that larger, obviously grading is very important, the major drainage way is very important. We need to make sure we once again did an analysis of our public services, infrastructure, and transportation.
Okay, so I do want to correct myself. I apologize. So I was looking at the wrong area.
Correct.
But my answer doesn't change. So, but thank you. I do appreciate it. And I do apologize. And thank you
hope
for your
that-
patience.
No need to apologize at 2 a.m, so.
Okay, looks like no more topics of discussion. From what I can see, Commissioner Velto unmuted himself for a reason.
I think it's important to remember we're focused solely on disturbance of a major drainage way as well as the grading. I think with that limited scope, I can certainly make the findings. And with that, I'll say in the matter of LDC 22-00077, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I recommend the Planning Commission approve the major site plan review, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report, and I can make all the findings.
We have a motion. Commissioner Draculich, I second. We have a motion and a second, and discussion?
Yeah, if we could just add in the.
Oh, yeah, the modified.
The modified, that's if they're willing to agree to that, for whatever governing agency will govern that.
Whatever, I ran this by the applicant, and what I'm proposing is that prior to a grading permit being issued, the applicant will submit a phase 1 soil report. That's an environmental soil report for staff to review, and then we can review it at staff, and we feel if we need to elevate it at that point, we can elevate it.
Okay, thank you. And would you mind putting that in, Commissioner Valto?
Yes, Commissioner Munoz, I would like to incorporate that additional condition.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Draculich, I'll incorporate that into my second. Any other discussion before roll call vote? Michelle, if you may, please.
Belto,
Yes.
Johnson,
No.
Draculich,
Yes.
Gower, I'm going to skip you for a minute.
Yes.
Yes. Munoz,
Yes, but I want to go on record to say that only because of the limited scope of what we are focusing on today can I meet these findings. Under other circumstances, if this is a wider scope, I would not be able to meet them. So, yes.
Villanueva,
No.
Armstrong,
Yes.
Motion passes 5-2. Could you read the appeal process into the record, please?
The appeal process, any final action, not including recommendations or failure to take action by the Planning Commission, may be appealed to the Reno City Council by the applicant, the mayor, or a city council member, or any person who is aggrieved by the action or inaction. An appeal, together with fees, must be filed with the city clerk within 10 business days starting on the day after written notice of the action is filed with the city clerk. All right, we are moving on to item number 5. Jason, I think you know what to say there.
Good evening, Commissioners. If it's okay with the Commission, I would like to postpone that to the February 1st meeting for the training. I think
We're
everybody
already here.
agrees.
Let's do it.
We good? We need a motion for that?
Please do.
Okay. Can we get a motion to move the item number 5 to the February 1st meeting?
Commissioner Armstrong, I so move to move the commissioner training to the next meeting on February 1st.
Commissioner
Second.
Johnson.
We got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Moving on to item number 6. Give us the
No report. There's a meeting next week.
excellent. Moving on to item 7. Jason, give us the penny tour, buddy.
There's 4 items on the next agenda that have been noticed and a training. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, closing item 7, moving to item 8. Commissioner suggestions for future agenda items. Anything notable?
I would suggest we have a limit on the number of agenda items. I'd rather have more meetings than longer meetings. Just a suggestion, something to think about.
Okay. We're coming. Closing item number 8, moving to item number 9, public comment. This item is either for either public comment or any action item or for any general public comment. We do have, looks like, Councilwoman Megan Ebert here. I do not wish to make a statement, but in opposition. Oh, okay. No, that's okay. And also we have Danny Cleus. He wishes to make a statement in opposition to.
That's a picture of our nice canal. October 21. It had 2.5 inches of rain. The picture I showed you earlier tonight, 0.6 inches of rain. It's the same thing. What's changed out there in 2 years? Stupidity. That's what changed out there. More warehouses, more building, and you guys still don't get it. What you guys do up the road affects me. I'm a Washoe County resident. I'm not City of Reno. And you know what's funny? 3 years ago, when I was coming here all the time, you guys must have a book that says the same thing that you guys read every day. Because this is what was on the thing. The last meeting that I had with you guys before my father passed away was enough's enough out here. When is enough going to be? Is this one going to be enough? Is this one going to be enough? Is this one going to be enough? It's still going on today. That was 3 years ago. For a planning manager, you need to get the hold of the DRI report. Look what your buildings are doing downstream. It's sad. It's sad as a Washoe County resident. I can't even get the sheriff out there. You know why? Because the sheriff is too busy over in the Reno area, taking care of the criminals over there. You guys can't even do anything.
Your sewer. Guess what? 4 years ago, oh, we got plenty of room in our sewer. Oh no, we don't have any room. We got to build more to our sewer. That's how things get done. And you know what? Highways and everything, widening that highway, 395, isn't going to be done until the spaghetti bowl is done. Just because they're doing intersections doesn't mean that highways are going to be done. That highway is not to be expected to be expanded until 2036. I've been to the NDOT meetings. I've been to the RTC meetings. I've been to the Sparks meetings. I've been everywhere. And when I couldn't go, I watched them on YouTube. It's not hard, guys. The last project that you guys just approved, guess what? Before you guys annexed it, it was Washoe County's project. I had meetings with the owners of that land. They wanted houses and apartments there. They got it approved. What changed? Now they want warehouses in the same area? Same parcel of land.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chambers wish to speak at public comment at this time? All right, Michelle, any other correspondence I need to be aware of over there? Oh, Councilwoman, I'm so sorry. I looked away too fast. My apologies.
Hello, my name is Megan Ebert. I'm the City Council Liaison for the Planning Commission. Just really emotional about tonight's meeting. It might be because it's well past my bedtime, but there are things happening in my ward that are being ignored, and that's why I ran for City Council, and that's why I was able to beat the incumbent as a first-time candidate. I don't know what I was doing, but I knew I was unhappy what was going on in my ward, and enough people agreed with me that I won that election. We have people showing up, pleading with you to listen to us. We live there. We know what we're going through. We're not being heard. That includes me. My next steps when I leave here is to reach out to that woman with that signature, or that petition with 1,700 signatures, and I'm going to ask her to invite every one of those people to come and give public comment at this next meeting. You think this is a late meeting now? I'm going to do everything I can to get everyone from my ward that is unhappy to come here and explain to you why things aren't working out there. And as far as needing specific data so that you can have a reason to say no, let me know what data you need. If it's car fatalities, accidents, pedestrians hit by cars, overcrowding in our classrooms, lack of funding for our schools, let me know what numbers you need, and I'll try and get that for you, okay? I also have some video to show you. Bear with me here. I don't know if you guys can see okay. This was a retention pond. It's kind of blurry right now. Right now, right here, if we pause, that's where they're putting in homes.
Can you talk into the microphone so we can, yeah, we can hear you.
Those little bits sticking up, that's piping. That's where they're putting homes. This is D.R. Horton. This is on Military. The permits I just checked on the Washoe County Assessor's website were issued in October 27th, 22. This is not an old project that needs to get fixed up. This is what we're currently doing in my ward. I'm going to finish playing this. I'm going to run it again so you guys can see the whitewater, because I think you missed it when it was blurry. This is my neighborhood. This is walking distance to my house. This is what I get to worry about when we have rain and snow. I was so upset that I became a council member to deal with this, and now I get to sit here and still be helpless. I don't know how you guys can go home and sleep tonight with the way that you guys voted, because I know that I won't. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else in chambers wish to speak? with that said, we will.
I do. I just want to say
I'm so sorry.
thank you to those. Okay. I was
Yeah,
just gonna
well,
say
let
thank
me.
you to the patients.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Let me close public comment, item number 9. If you want to make a comment, go ahead now.
Commissioner Villanueva, for the record, I just want to thank those who stayed and the young Muniz. What's her first name? Selena. Thank you for staying. I know you probably have school tomorrow, so I appreciate it.
This is Alex Velto. For the record, I think it's completely inappropriate for the body that reviews us to make statements like were made tonight and try to pressure us to vote a certain way and demean us for engaging in deliberative process. I think that's completely inappropriate. I think that's important to be said. That would never happen in a court. An appellate court would never go to a district court and tell them why they were wrong and try to shame them into making a decision. It's not how this process is supposed to work.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Velto. Item number 10, motion for adjournment. All in favor?
So moved.
Aye.